Parker's right, John said. Let him continue.
This is just everything we can see from a satellite image, Parker said. There could be more stuff, too. Motion detectors, lights, cameras.
So you're saying it's hopeless? Roland asked.
No, I just think we're working out of order, Parker said. He pointed to a small building behind the main facility. We need to get someone here. That's the control room for their surveillance systems.
That's just a shack, Chance said. There's no way all their guys are in there monitoring the feeds.
What I mean is, that's where the equipment to control all their stuff is, Parker clarified. Look at all the cables running into the main building. It's branching out all over the base from there.
If we take that out, then the whole base will know we're there, Chance said. But they'll be blind, John said.
It's the same problem as before, Millie said. They can lock that facility down and we'll never be able to get in. Let me finish, Parker said. What I'm saying is, if someone can give me access to that equipment, I can open up a window to let the rest of you sneak in.
There's no way you're going in there, John said. It's far too dangerous.
I'm talking about remote access, Parker said. Part of those cables includes some fat, juicy data pipes that would give me near real-time feedback.
I'd ask you how you plan on getting access, but I already know you've got an answer for that, John said.
Parker held up a chunky black box. Its outer case had the telltale texturing from a 3D printer. Where did you get this? Millie asked, scrutinizing the device.
Do you know what that is?
Travis asked. It's a crackerjack, Millie said, opening the shell. It lets you open up the pipelines to pull data fast. How did you know? Parker asked, staring in disbelief. A friend of mine built one, using plans from some hacker network, she said. Yeah, that's where I got it too, Parker said. But this one is modified. I don't want to open the lines fully, I just need a solid input and output connection.
How does that solve our problem? Travis asked.
Like I said, I can open a window that gives John and the others a clear shot for a few minutes. They just need to deal with the sentries. Right, so I'll come in from here and plug this into their equipment, Millie said. That should let John, Chance, and Roland make their way to the side entrance here. That means we can eliminate the day-long hike, since the window gives them a clear approach along the main road.
You thought the first hike was bad.
That one is far worse, Travis said, pointing to the mountain Millie proposed for her approach. All right, so I'll drop in with a zip line.
We would still have to get you up to the peak, Travis said. Those defenses would blast a chopper out of the sky in seconds.
And I doubt there's a cable long enough to zip down, even if you made it up there, Ty said. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the courier.
You've been awfully quiet this whole time, John said. What's on your mind, kid?
Ty stared at the image, a mask of intense focus on his face. There's a gap right there. He pointed to the map where two dotted lines converged.
Those fields of view overlap, Travis said. There's no gap there.
No disrespect, but your eggheads only drew straight lines, assuming this whole area was flat, Ty said. These rocks here would block everything sweeping this area. He's right, Parker said. We could fit a drone through that gap and get it to the control room. How is a drone going to hook the box up once it's inside? Millie asked.
And is it even fast enough to slip through that gap? Travis asked. The sensor would pick it up when it sweeps back.
So we need something that can approach quickly and hook the crackerjack up to their equipment, Chance said. Like a 165-pound Asian male? Ty asked, raising an eyebrow.
This is nuts, Travis said. It's easily one of the wildest plans I've ever been involved in. Do you even think it has a chance? We have no choice but to succeed, John said, lifting a crate from the pickup truck. If Faust is helping to fund terror cells like the Four Serpents, we can't risk letting him escape.
He carried it over to the corner of the garage, setting it down with the others. Travis shook his head and ran his fingers through his hair. John opened the case and inspected the contents, satisfied with what he found inside.
I'm not even going in there, and my nerves are on edge, Travis said.
Seriously. Have I said this is nuts yet?
About a dozen times, John said. I'll admit this is on the wilder side of plans I've joined, but we've got the element of surprise on our side. That Ty Octane is a wild card. I mean, does he even know what he's getting himself into? Travis asked. If your guys provided accurate breakdowns of the base, then all we can do is stick to the plan, John said. Besides, Ty has been in some scary situations. I may not like how he runs his mouth, but when it's game time, he surprised even me.
Parker seems to really idolize him, Travis said.
That's because Parker desperately wants to be cool.
Travis exhaled and wiped a hand across his eyes.
My heart's racing. I think I'm gonna keel over before this is done.
You need to relax, Chambers, John said with a smirk as he left.
I need to meditate, Travis said as the door shut behind John.
He pulled his phone out and thumbed through his contacts, placing a call. Travis held a hand to his forehead as he paced the garage, listening to the phone ring.
Yeah, it's Chambers. We're in business, he said. Thank you for the gear and intel.
He listened for a second, trying to compose himself.
I'm going to need something else.
A team on standby.
That's right. Suited up and ready to go.
Travis glanced down at the tag hewer on his wrist.
I'll send you the contact info for the man I want to lead the charge. We're going to need to keep official channels out of this, so that plane needs to stay grounded until I call.
He ended the call and slid the phone into his jacket.
This is nuts.
Chapter 28. The Rocky Mountains, near the Colorado and New Mexico border.
Faust Kingston climbed down from the helicopter and kept his head ducked as he jogged toward the buggy waiting for him. The rotor wash kicked pebbles and dirt everywhere, sandblasting his jacket as he hopped into the passenger seat. The electric motor whirred, launching the buggy forward. As the Bell 407 lifted off, another helicopter approached. The pilot of the second craft zoomed in fast, almost recklessly. The UH-1Y barely touched down when 4 people hopped down, crouching. A moment later, one stood and helped the 5th man step down. The Super Huey rose up again, leaving a cloud of dust from the debris loosened by the first chopper.
"Wait," Faust said, tapping the driver on the shoulder. He looked over his shoulder, watching as Captain Hawk and the rest of his team stood and walked over to greet him.
"Delivered as promised," Hawk said, snapping a salute before pulling Owen Blythe up to stand next to him.
"Thank you, Captain," Faust said.
He pointed a thumb at the back seats.
"Please, why don't you and Blythe join me?"
The strike team leader nodded to his team and climbed into the cart. The driver took them into the base, bouncing over the still rough terrain. The main structure had most of the walls already up, but a section near the back had no panels secured to the support beams. Its iron bones were exposed to the elements. Small groups of men and women wandered around, pointing and talking to each other. Most wore hard hats and coveralls, with a few wearing military-style uniforms. All had the car group logo emblazoned on the back.
"Once we get this place up and running, it's going to turn around close to 1,200 recruits a year for your company," Faust said. "Double that within 3 years, all under Mr. Blythe's leadership."
Hawk nodded, genuinely impressed. "Where are the people coming from?"
"We have prison facilities all over the country, but we will be pulling primarily from the southwest region for logistical reasons."
"Do you have that many around here?" Hawk asked.
"Not yet," Faust smiled, "but we're pulling some strings to have a few detention facilities built up all along the southern border, mostly New Mexico and Texas."
The buggy's rough ride smoothed out as soon as the driver pulled into the cavernous opening of the base's primary building. They parked in one of the many open spots along one wall.
"As you can see, we're still running a bit of a skeleton crew," Faust said. 24 security team members and maybe 40 or 50 crew members building the place. Welcome to the Wolf's Den."
"How long until this place is up and running?" Blythe asked.
Faust looked down at his Rolex. "About 20 hours ago."
He looked up with a mischievous grin.
"The first busload of volunteers arrived yesterday. We've already got them settled in their barracks. Blythe, why don't you head to the control room and get a feel for the place?"
Owen nodded. "Of course." Donovan Hawk raised an eyebrow. "Barracks?"
"More like cells, really, but we're trying to soften the language. You know, make them feel part of something bigger," Faust said.
New Mexico. John climbed down onto the tarmac and followed Travis to a small hangar set up as an impromptu staging area for them. A helicopter filled half of the space. Several techs finished mounting the last of half a dozen monitors on a rack against the wall, checking the thick bundle of cables providing power and communications to the equipment.
"Whoa," Parker said,
keeping his eyes locked onto the computers as he descended the steps from the plane. Chance, Millie, and Roland followed, each stretching the stiffness from their joints.
"Where's Ty?" Travis asked. "Still sleeping," Millie said, bending over to press her nose between her knees. Travis let out an exasperated sigh. It's like that guy has two speeds, loud mouth and sleeping. "I get bored easily," Ty said, scratching his head as he emerged from the exit. John walked to the rear of the plane where the crew placed the cargo on the ground. He lifted one of the bulky cases up onto his shoulder and brought it inside. The two crew members each grabbed a handle on the end of the second case and followed John. Parker double-checked the connections and booted the computers up. "Is this set up the way I asked?" "The top 4 monitors are going to show you the feed from the team's cameras," Travis said. "The other 2 are your primary and secondary displays. The last 2 are for the secondary system." "Secondary system?" Parker turned to face Travis. "Who's running that?" "I am." Parker turned to face the familiar woman's voice. "Dr. Spencer?" "The one and only. Well, probably not the only one." Dr. Miranda Spencer walked over from a parked car. She and Parker exchanged a quick hug. "What are you doing here?" Parker asked. "Mr. Chambers called me. I offered my assistance to get the satellite data to you," she replied. "Dr. Spencer has experience working with data from drones and satellites from her days working with Marvin Van Pierce and the Hostile Response Division," Travis said. "Her skills proved valuable right away." "Doctor," John said, nodding to Miranda. "John?" She smiled and nodded as she walked over. John's arms enveloped her in a fatherly embrace before he held her out at arm's length. "Even now, Van Pierce is always bringing the team together." "The team is growing, I see," Miranda said, looking past John. "Yo, is this mine?" Ty said, flipping the lid off of a box on the table. "Built for forward speed and maximum glide, like you requested," Travis said. "The jump master wasn't fully convinced that this was the one you should use. He said you could be sacrificing too much agility." "If I'm making last-minute course corrections to hit that gap, I want to have the speed to reach the base before the sensors pick me up," Ty said. He dropped his backpack next to the case and fished out a box inside. Ty slipped a pair of rings on his middle fingers and a watch on his left wrist. He fished around the side pocket of his bag, sticking his tongue out to the side as he did. "There you are," Ty said, lifting the diamond-studded bracelet from the bag and clasping it around his right wrist. "You're really wearing all of that for the mission?" Roland asked. "Yeah. What am I supposed to do, walk around in public like some square?" Ty asked, oblivious to Roland's quizzical gaze. "Is that garbage really mission-critical?" Chance asked. "Man, don't mess with my mojo," Ty said. "Like the great prophet Lil Wayne once said, most of y'all don't see the picture unless the flash is on." He held his wrist up and jingled the bracelet. Chance and Roland stood speechless, looking at each other before looking back at the Shadow Courier. "No Wheezy fans? You guys have poor taste in music," Ty said. Chance looked at the rest of the team. "Whose man is this?" Millie brushed past Chance and set her tactical vest down next to Ty's case. She held the rifle braced against her hip, checking to ensure the chamber was clear before manipulating it further. "What is that?" Ty asked, looking around. "An M4 converted to a 300 blackout," Travis said. "Fast-attached suppressor and red dot sight. Special order for the lady." "I didn't know we were allowed to custom-order guns," Ty said, looking at the others. "Where's mine?" The Rocky Mountains. A crowd gathered around the Wolf's Den weapons training area. Flash stood poised at the starting point, hands held up, fingers resting on her temples. She faced a trio of targets down the firing line, 15 meters away. A trainer stood to her left, holding a digital timer in his hand. "Shooter ready?" She nodded. The timer beeped, and her hands snapped the rifle up, pulling it to her shoulder. She fired a burst at the target on the left, sweeping to the right and shooting another burst at the target on the right. Flash let the rifle hang by its sling, drew her sidearm with practiced ease, and drove it forward with her palms pressed together. The pistol cracked twice. A quarter of a second later, she fired a third shot. Switching the handgun to her left hand, Flash grabbed a dagger from her vest and hurled it downrange. The trainer laughed, looking at the timer before showing it to the others. "She added that knife throw at the end and still beat the rest of you sad sacks. Look at that accuracy." Captain Hawk walked by, following Faust as they greeted the insect trainers breaking in the firing range. "Don't crush their spirits before they even get started, Sloan," he said. "I was holding back, sir. Wouldn't want them to quit before the first group of trainees make it through here," she said with a smirk. "Where are Rhino and Burst?" he asked.
At the shoot house, the trainer said. They should be wrapping up by now.
Hawk nodded and turned to talk to Faust again. Impressive setup you've got here. I'll have to make sure we stop by and get a feel for the level of training our new recruits are getting.
Of course, Faust said with a half bow and nod.
Burst and Rhino returned with a group of insect contractors following close behind.
We need to get our hands on some of those, one of the men said, pointing to Burst's carbine.
Sorry, but that's still a prototype, Hawk said. First Sergeant Driver has been evaluating it for the company. Made a few mods to it as well, Burst said, sliding the charging handle back and forth several times before reinserting a fresh magazine into the weapon behind the grip. If that's all, Mr. Kingston, my team and I would like to head out, Hawk said over the thumping rotors of the approaching chopper.
So soon?
Faust asked. Gotta head back to Detroit, he replied. Roland is still running around, and we've already committed to taking him out for you.
It's wonderful working with professionals,
Faust said, his grin stretching across his face, showing his unnaturally white teeth. Chapter 29. Somewhere over New Mexico. Ty's breaths hissed through the breathing apparatus. He rested his body on his forearms inside the cramped metal compartment. Even through the mask, the metallic tang reached his nostrils. He leaned his head forward to adjust the cup over his nose and mouth, pressing it harder against his skin and wiggling it for a better seal. Remember, Ty, you've got to switch your oxygen supply to the small canister on your suit once you start your approach, Travis said into his earpiece.
Roger that, Ty said.
His body jerked to the left as the craft banked into a hard turn.
Whoever's at the stick, can you please apply some finesse to your maneuvering? He asked.
Sorry, the route is pre-programmed, Parker said. We'll see if we can smooth it out with some Bezier curves.
All this nerd talk is putting me to sleep, Ty said.
Just don't yank into the turns, all right?
Got it, Travis said.
Ty closed his eyes, picturing where he was in relation to the base. According to the plan, he would begin his approach, dropping from the craft at 35,000 feet, using his wingsuit to glide to the target, threading the needle through the base's surveillance equipment. He smiled, the corners of his mouth breaking the seal in his mask slightly.
This is going to be a rush.
Dr. Spencer changed the programmed flight path to smooth out the turns for Ty. She frowned, staring at the messages that came back. Parker watched the feed from the nose of the aircraft. Where did we get this drone from anyway? He asked. Travis looked at him with a suspicious grin. France. It was the drone that the Four Serpents built, based off of the Reaper. How the hell did you pull that off? I don't have to do much, Travis said. The U.S. pledged to support France in the War on Terror in an effort to sort of keep a lid on what John did over there. As part of that support, we asked for possession of the drone since it was based on one of ours. And you just pulled some strings to get a hold of it for us? Parker said, finishing what he figured Travis would say. I was actually trying to get a hold of a real Reaper, but this was the only thing I could secure, Travis said. Poetic, isn't it? Quite. Parker glanced over at Miranda's displays. Hang on, Ty. There's another turn coming up, she said.
Hey, thought you were going to slap some Belzer curves and knock the corners off the flight path, Ty said as something rattled and clanged in the background.
Yeah, I tried, but it looks like the nav system doesn't like the data I'm feeding it, Dr. Spencer said. Probably because of the rudimentary hardware they installed, Parker said. The Serpents only needed this thing to deliver a kinetic javelin, using a pre-programmed release sequence based off of data from weather satellites. Yeah, well, now we need it to deliver me in one piece, Ty said. I'm taking control of it now, Dr. Spencer said, switching the controls to accept the data from her terminal.
Just take it easy on the sticks, Doc.
I'm typing the flight path directly into your nav system in real time, she said. No fancy joysticks here.
That sounds slow, Ty said.
Only if we have to dodge any surface-to-air missiles, Travis said. There was a pause.
Will we have to dodge any missiles? Ty asked.
Negative, Travis said almost immediately. He pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows at the other two. You'll be safe, Ty, Miranda said.
Great, thanks. While you're in control, can you change the playlist? Ty asked. The white noise humming from the engines is like a lullaby.
John's boots hit the ground, crunching on the loose dirt and rocks. He took several steps toward Millie and crouched, bringing his rifle up to his shoulder. Like Millie, he also carried a suppressed M4 converted to fire the subsonic 300 AAC Blackout. It wasn't completely silent, but it would be more than sufficient to mask his position when firing from a distance. Chance and Roland dropped from the chopper next, crouching beside John. They each carried an MP5 SD with integral suppressors. Chance signaled the pilot, letting him know they were all on the ground. The chopper lifted off as a second one approached. Hovering overhead, the craft lowered its cargo on a winch. Chance and Roland guided it safely to the ground, releasing the hook and giving the all clear. The helicopter rose up and veered away, staying below the mountains to remain invisible to the base's radar. John and Millie helped Chance pull the crates open, revealing a pair of ATVs. Both were beat up, with dents and scratches covered in matte paint, but they ran. That was all John wanted out of them. The four-wheeled all-terrain vehicles would carry the small team through the mountain path, getting them in position to infiltrate the base when Ty and Parker opened the surveillance window. John and Chance slung their weapons and settled behind the controls. Millie sat behind John, facing the rear to provide cover. Roland did the same on Chance's vehicle. The engines growled and rumbled, carrying them into the Rocky Mountains as the sun set in the distance. John went over the plan in his mind. They would wait a few miles out until Parker gave the signal. From there, John and Chance would drive up until they reached the sentries patrolling the main road. Neutralizing the guards would allow them to roll right up to the base in the ATVs without fear of the motion trackers and LiDAR lighting them up. They would ditch the vehicles there and move the rest of the way on foot, reaching the main building. John's sole task was to neutralize the base's security, capture and control the enemy leadership, shutting down all resistance. Once they had Faust in custody, Millie would extract him on one of the ATVs. If they also got a hold of Owen Blythe, Roland would carry him out on the other. John and Chance would exfiltrate on foot until they reached a point where the choppers could pick them up again. They pulled their vehicles off to the side once they reached the staging area, staying out of sight of the main road. The ATVs purred and went silent. Millie and Roland hopped off and took up positions covering the route. John and Chance stayed near the vehicles with their weapons readied. "Does everyone remember their part of the plan?" John asked. "Roland and I will take control of the cell blocks to make sure none of the inmates can get out to join the base's security forces," Chance said. "Protect and support Ty," Millie said. John knew it wasn't a task she was happy with. But to the woman's credit, John only saw and heard professionalism in her actions and her words. She didn't let emotion and personal feelings interfere with the team's mission. "Right. I'll target the leadership in charge of the insect training and the facility's security forces," John said. "I'll bring the hostages with me to join Chance and Roland. We rendezvous at cell blocks and exfiltrate from there." "What if you need help?" Millie asked. "Ty needs your protection," John said. "He's not a soldier, so you can't leave him alone." "Fine. I'll bring him with me. We can lock him in one of the cells to stay safe," Millie said with a mischievous grin. "I like that idea," Chance said. Chapter 30. "This is it," Dr. Spencer said. "The sun is down and we're reaching the drop point." "Ready when you are, Doc," Ty said. "Are we even sure this will work?" Dr. Spencer asked. "The Four Serpents developed this drone to lob kinetic weapons over great distances," Parker said. "We don't need that much distance since Ty's suit can get him to the target." "Initiate the launch sequence," Travis said. Miranda nodded and keyed in the commands. The terminal gave the confirmation, and the camera feed from the drone dipped, starting its shallow dive. Seconds later, it climbed, and the green light on the control box lit up, signaling that the bay doors opened. "Something's wrong, guys," Ty said. "The doors are stuck." Parker watched the speed and altitude of the drone as it passed through the optimal launch zone. "Doctor, what's happening?" Travis asked. Miranda's fingers twitched across her keyboard. "I don't know. The drone says the doors are open." "Level off. Keep it on course until we can get the doors open," Travis said. "Got it." Miranda sent the new commands to the drone. "Ty, can you force them open?" Travis asked. "Doing my best," he grunted as metal creaked. "We've got bigger problems," Parker said. "The drone just passed into the base's surveillance radius." "Sir, we've got a hit on our radar." Faust and Owen turned to face the technician. "An intruder?" Faust asked. "Unknown," the tech said. "It looks like a UAV." "They operate out of the Air Force bases nearby," Owen said. "Well, we can't have them snooping around here," Faust said. "Take it out." Owen turned to face him. "Mr. Kingston, if that's a military craft, they'll investigate—" "Relax. It's probably just some hobbyists flying their expensive toys around the mountains, looking for stock footage," Faust said.
Shoot it down.
He turned to leave the control room and paused at the door.
Just to be safe, let's raise the alert level around here, too.
Sir, Owen said, watching Faust leave. Ty slammed the heel of his palm against the bay doors. He was trapped inside the drone, and had just crossed into the range of the anti-aircraft sensors. He managed to pry the hatch open a bit and shoved his fingers through the space. He listened to the radio chatter as he worked to escape. "Do you think they spotted him yet?" Miranda asked. Travis's voice broke in after a short pause.
"Yes. Ty, you've got a missile headed your way."
"Get out of there now," Parker shouted. Ty grunted and worked the door back and forth, feeling it give way a little at a time. There was a loud clang, and a jolt reverberated through his arms. One side of the bay door swung open, and gravity sucked Ty out of the belly of the drone. "Ty!" Miranda screamed. Ty looked around the dark sky, trying to orient himself. His breath was heavy in his ears. He flipped over to find the ground, spreading his arms and legs to stabilize himself. He froze when his eyes locked onto the contrail of an approaching surface-to-air missile. Ty's reflexes kicked into overdrive, and he tucked an arm to spiral out of the path of incoming projectile. The force of the passing missile hit him like a gut punch, stealing the wind from his suit's wings. The drone exploded in a violent fireball an instant later. The shock wave from the blast hit the courier, sending him into a flat spin. Gritting his teeth, Ty squeezed his eyes shut and contorted his body to regain control. He slowed the rotation enough to stabilize himself and start his forward momentum. He sucked in several deep breaths before the radio chatter registered in his head again.
"Ty, are you there?" Travis asked. "Are you still alive?"
The courier let out a loud whoop at the top of his lungs. He heard the gasps and laughter of everyone's pent-up tension in his earpiece.
"Still got all 10 toes," Ty finally said. "But I'm headed the wrong direction."
"You're going to have to abort the approach," Travis said. "Adjust your angle and head due south. We'll pick you up when you land."
"Nah, I'm going to ride this line and see where it ends," Ty said. "Can't let John and the others walk into a full-on battle."
"Kid, you need to cover at least 10 miles, maybe 12. And right now you're heading in the opposite direction," Travis said. "You don't have the speed or angle to pull this off."
"Want to bet?"
Ty heard Parker and Dr. Spencer gasp as he brought his arms and legs close to his body, diving straight for the earth with a slight corkscrew twist. "Ty, you can't do this," Parker said. "Travis is right."
"Actually, he's wrong," Ty said. "The record for distance in a wingsuit is 18 miles. 12 is child's play."
Ty flared his body and arched his back as he rocketed forward, heading straight for the wolf's den. The polycarbonate visor rattled in his helmet as the wind buffeted against his body. He pulled up to gain some altitude, mentally plotting his best course. He gritted his teeth and straightened against the force until he finally leveled off, letting him make slight adjustments to his angle of approach. His body drifted to the left as he locked his eyes on the mountains growing fast in his field of view.
"Guys getting a good signal from my camera?"
"Crystal clear," Travis said.
"I've got the gap in my sights," he said. "Just a couple of minutes out now."
"Make sure to keep your camera pointed straight ahead so we can guide you in," Travis said.
"Chill out, Dad. I need to concentrate. Let's keep the chatter to a minimum, and I'll call you when I land," Ty said.
"Good luck, kid," Travis said after a beat.
"Be careful," Dr. Spencer added. "I know you've got this," Parker said. "Jeez, what's with the Lifetime Channel garbage? You saps are messing with my zen," Ty said.
With slight movements and rotations of his wrists and elbows, Ty shifted his position in the air until he lined himself up with a dip in the rocks between two peaks. The moonlight bounced off the fast-approaching landscape, filling his vision with a light blue glow. Too low, he thought, willing his body to rise just enough to clear the gap. The muscles in Ty's neck strained as he locked his body out. The rocks below whipped by him, his vision pulsing with each beat of his heart. Ty let out a battle cry as he shot between the jagged rocks, stabbing up into the sky. It was the only spot available to let him sneak through the base's surveillance system. Something yanked his arm, almost ripping his elbow from its socket. He grunted and squeezed his fist tight. The pain lanced up into his shoulder, but he bit down hard and fought through it. In the clear now, he only needed to glide to the designated zone to pop his chute, but something was wrong. He felt an odd rippling from his right arm. Please don't be dislocated. He tucked his chin into his chest and looked at his suit. His elbow had survived the impact with the rocks as he threaded the needle, but now Ty stared at a tear in the wingsuit's fabric.
"That's not good," he said.
"What's wrong?" Travis asked.
"Well, the good news is I made it through the gap," he answered.
"I'm guessing there's some bad news to go with that," Parker said.
"Bingo. The suit's ripped," Ty said. "I'm not going to make it all the way to the base at this rate of descent."
"Okay, well, what are our options?" Travis asked. This! Ty reached over to his chest and pulled the ripcord, deploying his chute. The canopy ruffled above him, whipping in the wind before it snapped open, jerking his body as he steered to his right to circle around. "Whoa, what are you doing? Ty, they're going to see you," Travis said. "Gotta take my chances, Pops. If I land in their front yard, they'll definitely see me. This way at least I can glide in above them," Ty said. "It'll just take a bit longer." "Kid, if they don't shoot you out of the sky, they'll have you in chains right when you touch down," Travis said. "Most people are too self-absorbed with what's going on around them. They generally don't look up," Dr. Spencer said. "Perhaps he still has a chance." "See? That's what I call positive mental attitude," Ty said. "I think she's right. The spotlights are only scanning the ground. Besides, if I get caught, just let John know that the mission changed to a prison break." "They ought to leave you in the cells," Travis said. "Hey, let me call you back," Ty said. "I gotta land real quick." Ty pulled the chute's toggles, flaring his canopy as he approached the rooftop of the main structure. He had trouble gauging the distance in the dark as his feet touched down sooner than he expected. The shock rattled his jaw as he bent his knees and rolled into the fall. The canopy continued forward, pulling him along the rooftop. Ty pulled his body around and dug his heels into the textured surface. The chute yanked him toward the edge as he desperately jerked the toggles and tried to slow his momentum. When the canopy passed the edge, the fabric collapsed and folded down, dropping out of sight, no longer pulling him. Ty fell to his back and looked up at the sky as he tried to catch his breath. The stars grew brighter in his vision, and he raised his fists up in silent celebration. "Did you see that?" he whispered. "Yes, we saw every second of that." Travis's voice sounded just as exhausted as Ty's. Chapter 31. Ty rolled up the chute and tossed it into the shadows behind some shrubs. He peeled the wingsuit off and dropped it on top, flinging the helmet further away. Taking a quick breath, he nodded to reassure himself that his path would be clear. He reached the small structure, making a note of the skeletal framework that would fully enclose it once the base's construction was complete. Ty picked the lock, pausing to shake his hands and rub them together. Clutching his backpack close, he held the crackerjack in his other hand as he eased the door open with his toe, peering inside. "Empty. Finally something is going my way," he thought, slipping into the dark room. Parker typed several commands into one of the many windows he had open. A few seconds later, a stream of information fired up the screen. He turned his chair to the others. "I'm in. Ty got the device plugged in." Dr. Spencer stared at Ty's camera feed, showing only darkness now, her mouth falling open slightly. Travis sat with his eyes closed, head resting in his hands as he propped his elbows on his knees. "Hey, it's game time," Parker said. "I need both of you to snap out of it. I get it, Ty's a maniac, and it always feels like a miracle when one of his plans works." Travis put a hand on his chest. "I think I'm having a heart attack. I thought for sure Faust's security teams were going to gun him down." Miranda blinked twice. "Sorry, Parker. I'm still having trouble processing what we just watched. I'll switch over to the surveillance terminals to help out." "All right, I'm going to open up the window for John and the others," Parker said. "I need you to make sure no one is trying to manually regain control when that happens." "Got it," she said, adjusting her glasses. Parker quickly skimmed the contents of several windows, each time closing them when he didn't find what he was looking for. He moved a few more to the side, digging further into the stack on his display. Finally, he found the one he needed. "This is it. All right, I'm going to start the countdown. Let John know," he said to Travis. John held his finger to the earpiece. "Copy." He turned to Chance. "Windows open. Let's go." The ATVs rumbled awake and took off along the back trails running next to the main road. As the path bent around the tree line, they killed the engines and hopped off. John signaled for the others to sit tight as he crept through the shadows toward the narrowing road where the mountains opened up. The map showed a single sentry patrolling this carved-out path. The window would give him enough time to dispatch the man and hide his body while they made their way to the base. John checked the time on his watch as the guard approached. He slid down closer to the patrol route, crouching behind a rock. The guard held his rifle at a low ready, finger resting above the trigger guard along the frame. John matched his steps to mask the sound, using long strides to get behind his target. Wrapping an arm around the sentry's neck, John lifted the man off his feet as he pulled his other arm behind his back, away from his weapon. The guard struggled, but John snaked his hand along the side of his neck between his head and the guard's. He squeezed slowly, cutting off the blood flow to the man's brain, stopping as his body went limp. John lay the man on his side and fished out the gag and flex cuffs to secure him. "Baker," a voice from behind him called out. "You okay?" John cursed to himself. There was a second sentry, and he hadn't double-checked before making his move. Sloppy John, he thought. The other man's footsteps quickened as his flashlight beam bounced along the rocky terrain. John stayed in a crouch and turned, reaching for his rifle. He raised the weapon as the other sentry's beam shined on him. Before John could fire, a shadow eclipsed the flashlight's illumination. The man's body flipped over, letting out a hiss as the impact pushed the air from his lungs. The shadow straddled him and rolled to the side. Millie completed the maneuver, ending up on top again in the glow of the flashlight several feet away. She had one of the man's arms trapped next to his head, wrapping her legs around his neck and applying pressure. The mounted triangle choke rendered the second guard unconscious. Chance helped her secure the man's arms and legs, gagging him before he regained consciousness. John lifted the other man's body onto his shoulder and put him with the other guard, securing them to a tree so they wouldn't be able to escape. "Get the radios," John said, "and anything sharp that they might be able to use to get free. Look sharp, people. I think the alert level has been elevated." "Man, that was some real ninja stuff back there," Roland said to Millie. "I don't know ninjutsu," she said, tossing a folding knife she pulled from one of the guards into the darkness. "What?" Roland had a puzzled look on his face. She brought her rifle around to the front, ignoring him, and hopping onto the back of John's ATV. Roland followed behind, taking a seat behind Chance. The vehicles moved slowly, the engines letting out a low rumble as they circled around, following the rocky wall running around the training grounds. "Careful," John said. "The window is about to close." They only had a few minutes to pass the motion detectors that would have given them the most trouble. They neared a matte tan tower with several black rectangles and recessed slits along the top. John opened up the throttle a bit more to clear the sensor, Chance following his lead and doing the same. Seconds after they passed the device, John pulled the ATV into a pool of darkness and stepped off, taking cover behind a low berm. Resting his weapon along the top edge, he fixed his sights on the main structure. "Window just closed," Travis said. "Be careful out there." "Copy," John said. "Let's move." Using the shoot house for cover, they made their way to the base's primary building. John shouldered his rifle and covered the distance with smooth steps to preserve his aim. He held the sights fixed on one of the spotlights until he reached the south-facing wall of the structure. Millie was right behind him as they crept to the corner. Chance and Roland reached them and knelt in the dirt as they huddled. "Everyone remember their parts?" John asked. "Roland and I will enter here," Chance said, pointing to the side door. "Then we head to the cell blocks to secure them and prevent anyone from escaping." Millie leaned out to get a look around the corner. "I'll continue circling around behind the base until I reach Ty. Once I grab him, we head back here to join Chance and Roland." "Good. I'm going to capture Kingston, Blythe, and anyone else that looks important. We meet back here," John said. "Let's move." Chapter 32. Millie popped the lock open, letting Chance and Roland slip inside. She shut the door behind them and kept close to the building, melting into the shadows. The base came up almost right to the mountains, sloping up behind it, leaving a dark passageway. Her steps were short and quick, gliding over the loosened dirt and gravel. She stopped where the building she used for cover ended. Millie leaned out just far enough to take the scene in a few degrees at a time. Spotlights swung around illuminating the distance, but lights along the front threw out their government-issue yellow glow. A bridge connected the building to the central part of the base. Millie needed to bridge the gap without the guards out front spotting her, a task made more difficult by the group of men hanging out between the buildings, talking and laughing. Millie took a step back and visually took in the two buildings. Pipes for drainage and conduit for power lines ran along the back of the building, nearest to her. They led to a small ledge that wrapped around, giving her a path to the covered bridge connecting the structures. Walking backward, she measured off a half-dozen steps and took a deep breath. She ran forward and hopped up, grabbing one of the drainage pipes. It clanged and rocked in her hand, groaning from supporting her weight. "What was that?" one of the guards asked. She scrambled higher and jumped to her right, securing a solid grip on the conduit for the power lines. Footsteps scraped along the ground as she shimmied up the steel pipe and grabbed the ledge. As the man rounded the corner, he looked left then right. Millie flattened her body to the wall as the guard continued his half-hearted searching. using the glow from his mobile phone screen to light up the pathway behind the building. The man gave up and returned to join the others. It was nothing, probably the pipes clanging from someone flushing the toilets. His assessment garnered a round of laughter from the others. Millie let out a breath in a long, slow exhale. She used every fixture and a bit of texture along the building's surface to make her way around to the bridge. The lights from inside spilled out, a broad beam of illumination bright enough to show the details on the rocks behind the base. Gripping the edge of the windows with her fingertips, Millie kept her head below the glass panes, bringing her knees up and using her feet to provide additional support along the bottom edge of the bridge itself. The strain slowly sapped the strength from her grip as she crossed the gap. Footsteps and voices entered the bridge, passing from the main building into the cell blocks. She stopped, not wanting the movement of her fingers to grab any unwanted attention. As the men passed by, Millie tightened her jaw, gnashing her teeth together to manage the pain as her hands threatened to cramp up. The voices and thump of their footfalls receded in the distance. Millie pulled herself up, flattening her body against the glass as she supported the majority of her weight on the balls of her feet. She held on to the much thicker beam above the window with one hand as she shook out the other. After switching back and forth a few times, she dropped back below the glass and continued along until she reached the main building. From there, Millie used a thick bundle of cables running from the base to one of the radar installations on the peak to slide down to the ground. She landed with a soft rustling of debris. From there, it was a straight shot to the control shack where Ty had taken refuge. Chance kept his SMG pointed low as he moved into the dark hallway. "Stay close. We need to move slowly." Roland nodded and matched the detective's pace, step for step, as they reached a door. It had no markings or windows to let them see inside. Chance tried the knob slowly. As the latch eased out of the way, he nodded to Roland. The contractor held his weapon up to his shoulder, pointing toward the edge of the door, ready to take aim at anything inside. Roland held his sights on the opening, stepping forward as Chance widened the gap. They moved in, covering opposite ends of the room, their aim converging on the far end. "Clear," Chance whispered. The small office had minimal furnishing, with no computers or telephone hooked up. It still smelled like the carpeting had just been laid down, the plastic fumes lingering in the air. "I don't think this office is in use yet," Roland said. "I think you're right," Chance said. "Let's go check the others." One after the other, they moved into the rest of the rooms, clearing them in order. At the end of the hall, the path branched off. A sign marked the door as the entrance to cell block A. Another sign denoted the stairs to the right, leading to cell blocks B and C. "Which way?" Roland asked. Chance took a step forward, heading toward the door. "Just like in life, we start from the bottom." He held the handle to open it, looking back at Roland. They exchanged nods, and Chance pulled the door open, letting Roland through first. He followed as they cleared the entryway. The cell block opened up to an ample open space with cell doors along one wall. The highly polished floors directed traffic via colored lines painted along the treated surface. The lights bathed the entire area in a sterile white glow from numerous LED fixtures embedded in the ceiling. Orange steel doors with tall, narrow, rectangular windows sealed each of the cells. He caught a glimpse of a pair of legs in one of the bunks, but without walking up to each and taking a manual head count, Chance couldn't tell which were occupied and which were empty. Pointing toward the doors further ahead, he signaled Roland forward. The wall opposite the cells had only one pair of doors with a vast expanse of plexiglass between them. Chance knew this was where the guards watching this block could safely control the place, locked in and secure from any danger outside. A shadow swiped across the floor from someone moving inside. "Careful. There's at least one inside there," Chance whispered. "I'll open the door, you sweep inside and surprise them. I'll follow, and we'll have everyone wrapped up in seconds," Roland said, his eyes widening. "That door is most likely locked," Chance said, pointing to the steel extending beyond the latch to block the striker plate. They hugged the wall, moving closer. "Can we hold them at gunpoint through that window and force them to open it?" Roland asked. "If this place is as secure as I believe it to be, that's going to be bullet-resistant plexi," Chance said. "There's no way our nines are cracking through that." Chance slipped by Roland to take the lead, crouching next to the card reader at the door. If they could find someone with a key card on one of the other floors, they would be able to get inside and secure the room and the cell block. Muffled shouts and hands slapping on metal pulled their attention to the cells. A bearded man with a crazed look in his eyes stared straight at Chance and Roland, pounding the door and screaming probable obscenities, though the secure door muted much of the sound. More inmates got up to see what had the first inmate riled up. They soon joined the chaotic chorus. Soon half the cell's occupants were hammering at the doors, spitting and shouting. Roland's eyes widened. "Uh-oh, I think—" The door buzzed and opened. Chance took a step back and rose to a ready stance, holding his MP5 against his shoulder. A sliver of light sliced through the door, blocked by the man exiting the control room. He stepped out, head facing the cell blocks, ready to berate the prisoners. The man noticed Chance and turned to meet him. Chance looked up. The man was tall, which in his mind was not a long enough word to describe this giant. The muzzle of the detective's SMG tracked upward with his eyes. The movement took an eternity in his mind, like scrolling up a web page with too much content. By the time their eyes met, Chance had stood at his full height. His head stopped at the guard's chest. Before the guard could react, Chance planted a front kick in his chest, shoving him back into the security room. Roland slipped in after the tall man as Chance followed. Once inside, the oak tree grabbed Chance's weapon, whipping it to the side with a sweeping movement of his arm. The momentum tore the MP5 free from his grasp, sending it skittering away as Chance hit the back wall. "Hands up!" Roland shouted, staring at the other man and woman inside through the red dot sight mounted on his weapon. "On your knees!" The big man lumbered at Chance, completely ignoring Roland. The other guards complied, raising their hands. They dropped to their knees, the woman holding her hands up at eye level, while the man laced his fingers on top of his head. "No one move," Roland said, resisting the urge to peek behind him and see if Chance was okay fighting the giant. He pulled a set of flex cuffs from his belt, tossing them to the woman. "Secure his hands behind his back." Roland nodded his head toward the other guard. The beast man covered the distance in only 2 steps, reaching down to grab Chance. He rolled away, avoiding the massive mitt. Coming up into a crouch, Chance pushed himself up, leaping into the air, driving a spinning sidekick into his foe's chest. The guard took a step back, his hand coming up to the boot print on his uniform. "Game on, Bigfoot," Chance said. The big man came in swinging, his looping blows finding only empty air. Chance used his speed advantage to pick and choose his targets, chopping down the tree. A roundhouse landed flush on his opponent's inner thigh. Chance used the bounce from the impact to snap a sidekick to the opposite knee, buckling the support and dropping the giant to all fours. Chance wrapped his hands around the back of his foe's neck and fired a knee straight up the pipe, slamming the man's sternum. He followed with a second knee that hammered the guard's jaw shut with a thunderous crack, knocking him out. "Is everyone else secure?" Chance asked. "Yeah, I got them cuffed," Roland said. "No one is going to—" A klaxon blared as emergency lights along the ceiling flashed. Chance scooped up a submachine gun as Roland spun around. The woman had worked her way to her feet and made it to the control panel to trigger the alarm. They might know we're here," Roland said. John crouched behind a gunmetal gray Jeep with a car group decal stuck to the doors. He positioned himself by the rear bumper and leaned out for a look to assess the base's level of activity. The spotlight swept his way, and he ducked back as it passed. Using the opening, John moved in a low run behind a collection of lumber and drywall piled up for the next day's construction shift. The red dot slid across the group of guards near the main entrance of the base. He had ruled out the opening before the plan even started, instead opting for the far end of the primary structure. The intel showed a large open area for parking with wide steel doors that could slide in from either side to secure it. But right now, only one door had been installed. Making his way around, John moved behind the heavy-duty crane parked nearby, in perfect position to give him a straight shot inside the base. He only needed to time his approach around the pair of spotlights tracing elliptical paths across the grounds. The lights crossed over each other and panned out. John tightened his grip on the M4, pulling it against his chest, and stepped out into the open, starting his run toward the cavernous maw. An alarm bleated in the distance where he and the others had split up. The guards stood dumbfounded, looking around. The commotion came from the cell blocks. Chance and Roland had been spotted. "Intruders!" one of the guards shouted, drawing his sidearm and running for the south wing of the base. "You'll have to buckle down and hold the fort for a few minutes," John thought, turning to head inside. The furthest spotlight swept back toward the distant building. The harsh white disk almost shot past John when the operator stopped and whipped it back. "There!" he shouted. John brought the weapon up and snapped off a burst. The suppressed rifle spit 3 subsonic rounds into the bright epicenter, shattering the reflector and bulb. He dropped to a knee and spun to face the guards at the front entrance. 2 had already headed to the cell blocks, but the other 4 turned their weapons in his direction. John steeled his nerves and let their panicked fire dance around him, kicking up dirt and sparking off the construction equipment. His finger broke the resistance on the trigger as another burst lanced out. 2 of the 3 rounds punctured one of the shooter's lungs. The rest scrambled, but John tracked the slowest of them, firing 2 more bursts in his direction. The 300 blackout rounds made short work of the light materials the poor sap used as cover. His body fell back and hit the ground with a puff of dust. John ran for the base as the last 2 guards found the courage to return fire. Neither took the time to aim their weapons, opting to spray blindly from behind cover. By the time they rose up and sighted down the barrels, their target had disappeared. Chapter 33. Ty heard the alarm blaring and scrambled to his pack. He retrieved the Glock 26 inside and racked the slide like John had shown him, to load and ready the weapon. Taking aim at the far door leading into the base, he crouched behind one of the racks of computer equipment. Boots clanged down the stairs.
"Check the control room. If it's clear, lock it up and move on to the cell blocks," a gruff voice said.
"Yes, sir," another replied. The handle rattled and the door swung open. A wiry guard wearing a uniform 1 size too large poked his weapon in before he looked inside. Ty opened fire, jerking the trigger. He lost count, not knowing if he shot 4 or 5 times. The guard fired his G36 blindly into the room. The difference in sound was overwhelming as the rifle thundered in the confined space. Ty shrank back, covering his head as the other man's bullets shattered plastic and tore into the flimsy steel braces of the server racks. The man stepped in and circled around, flanking Ty.
"Drop it!"
"All right, bro, don't shoot," Ty said, tossing the pistol to the side. The other guard entered, keeping his attention locked on Ty. Neither man noticed the rear entrance easing shut in the ensuing chaos. Millie's rifle stock snapped out of the shadows, crunching against bone, breaking the first guard's jaw as his body spun into an unconscious heap. She had her weapon up, unleashing 2 shots into the other man's chest. A third shot punched a hole left of center in his forehead, the rifle's report far less violent than the damage inflicted by the bullets. "Get up, we need to move," Millie said. Ty waited for a second, hands still up, as he looked around. "Let me just grab my gun. I tossed it over here." "Leave it. You're no good with it anyway," she said.
"Somebody shut off that incessant siren," Faust said.
"Sir, that's the base's alert system. There are intruders here," Owen said.
"I know that, you dolt. The 120 decibel alarm did wonders letting us know," he shot back. "Now shut it off so I can think."
Owen pressed a button and flipped a few switches, killing the ear-piercing shriek. He rolled a chair over and continued pulling up more information at the console. "I found them. They're in the cell blocks," he said.
"You don't think that was enough to tell me that?" Faust pointed to a flashing red light labeled Cell Block A.
Owen continued, undeterred. 2 men, armed with submachine guns. They've taken control of the first floor. Faust ran his fingers back through his hair.
"Get some men to the cell blocks. You need to regain control now."
"There's another one coming from the front." Owen stared at the images on the security feed. "I don't see anyone there, but the guards outside reported an intruder." Faust folded his arms, his face pulling into a scowl.
"So you fools think you can invade the wolf's den?"
Chance barely made it back into the security room, sliding along the floor as a guard appeared from the cell block's entrance, her H&K G36 bucking wildly. Roland crouched and answered with his MP5. The suppressed weapons response came out in muted pops. The guard retreated, giving Chance the window he needed to stand behind Roland and brace his SMG against the frame. The guard popped out firing. Before Chance could press the trigger, a second guard swung out, stepping into the cell block. Roland's shots caught the woman in the arm, but the second guard's assault drove them back into the security room. He shouted commands to more security personnel as he approached. Chance leaned out and fired a long burst, riding it up the concrete floor and catching the man in the knee and thigh. The guard screamed and fell, shooting his assault rifle wildly as he scrambled toward the exit. Roland took aim at the downed guard, but a renewed barrage drove him back as another guard rushed out to pull his friend behind cover.
"They've got us pinned," he said. "At least this room is secure for now," Chance replied. "We just need to warn Millie and John, since they'll be heading back here." A grunt and hiss of breath came from the door. An impact like a baseball hitting a catcher's mitt sounded out a second later. The door swung open as a muscle-bound man in the dark uniform of the Car Group security forces staggered back, squeaking along the floor as his body slid to a stop.
Faust looked down to see Troy Sprague's replacement unconscious on the floor, eyes swollen and a trickle of blood coming from one nostril. He tracked his gaze to the doorway, watching the mountain of a man stride in. The newcomer held a rifle across the front of his body, his broad shoulders almost brushing both sides of the frame as he entered.
"Hard to find good help these days," John said. "Step away from the console."
The warden obeyed, raising his hands and moving back several paces. John grabbed a handful of the unconscious man's shirt and dragged him over. Tossing the man's body into a corner as easily as a child throwing a pillow, John nodded his head to let the other two men know where he wanted them. Owen kept his hands up as he complied, but Faust sneered as he reluctantly moved into the corner.
"Finally caught up with you, Blythe," John said, pointing to the frightened man. "I need you to tell your men to stand down. My team has already gained control of the base, and we don't want any more bloodshed."
"Don't you dare," Faust said to Owen. "But Mr. Kingston,
Kingston? Faust Kingston." John's smile grew. "The big fish. The grand prize. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you tucked tail and ran for what you thought was a secure hiding spot."
Faust faced John. To his credit, the man puffed his chest out, unafraid. "You and your team are dead."
"Eventually,"
John said, pulling the pistol from the unconscious guard's holster and setting it on the console.
"Not today, though. Get your hands up and turn around."
He patted the warden down, finding the Walther PPQ-SC under his jacket. Moving over to Faust, he checked the usual spots for carrying a pistol, but coming up empty.
"Looking for a gun? This entire base is my weapon,"
Faust said, a smug, self-satisfied grin growing. Chapter 34. Chance released the charging handle of his weapon and gripped tight, ready to engage the enemy. More gunfire echoed out from the halls, someone firing from outside the room. The pops were dulled, the rounded edges of the sounds in direct contrast to the harsh, angry blasts from the security team's G-36s.
"I think John and Millie are here," Roland said.
Chance stepped 1 foot out, taking a more stable shooting stance. The firefight continued, but the shots spread out with long stretches of shouts and grunts. After a few moments, the fighting outside stopped.
"Yo, Chance, we're here," Ty said,
walking into the cell block. A hand grabbed his collar and yanked him back hard as he let out a yelp. A second figure leaned in, weapon ready. Chance lowered his MP5 and held a hand out. Millie did the same before pulling Ty back into the room.
"Did you kill them all?" Roland asked.
"Man, you should have seen it," Ty said. "She ran right into the middle of the group and just started wrecking shop." He threw several chops and kicks in the air. "I got a couple, but the rest retreated upstairs," Millie said, checking her magazine before reinserting it into the rifle.
"What's the plan now?"
Ty asked, examining a rifle he took from one of the downed security guards. Millie pulled the weapon from his hands and gave it to Roland. "We stand our ground here. John will circle back and join us."
"This door is a good choke point for anyone coming through that long hall," Chance said. "But those stairs are going to be an issue. We can't cover both."
"We won't have to," Millie said. "We're heading upstairs."
"We're what?" Roland asked.
"There's a bridge joining the cell blocks to the main building. It's where John will be heading to avoid all the guards outside," Millie said.
"John is a one-man army," Ty said. "A few security guards won't be trouble for him." "This isn't the movies, kid."
"Millie is right," Chance said.
"I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. You've got more company headed your direction," John said.
"Are you on your way?" Millie asked.
"Negative. Slight change of plans. I'm going to stick around."
"What happened?" Chance asked. "Do you need us to head there and support you?"
"No. You need to set up a secure position and hold the cell blocks until our support teams arrive. We can exfil by chopper then. I'll be here babysitting our new guest, Faust Kingston," John said.
"You've got Kingston?" Chance turned to face the others. "This is getting better by the minute." "First things first," Millie said. "We hold this position." Roland's weapon chuffed. He leaned out again and fired a second burst down the hall. Millie ran over to join him. "They're here, John. We'll keep them busy," Chance said.
"Copy that."
Millie's burst stitched several holes in her target's torso, sending the man sprawling down the stairs. She moved up, taking cover behind the wall for a better vantage point. "Behind you," Chance said, firing his SMG down the hall leading to the building's outer door. The guards retreated, letting the doors swing shut.
"They're coming in from two sides," Roland said.
Millie kicked the down guard's G-36 to him. "Cover the door from down here. Chance, you and I are heading upstairs."
"What about me?"
Ty asked. "Make sure Roland's weapons are reloaded," she said, clutching her M4 and moving up the first flight of stairs. She took a knee at the first landing and turned to face the top of the steps, firing her weapon. The rifle's suppressed pops didn't compare with the thunderous answer from the enemy assault weapons. One of her bursts eliminated another shooter before he could add to the cacophony. A metallic canister bounced down the stairs from the second floor. Millie twisted and sat on one of the steps, covering her head and squeezing her eyes shut. "Flashbang!" The concussive pulse pushed out, forcing her down a step. Chance rounded the corner and bounded up to her position as bootsteps rushed to overtake them. Chance shot the first man down as the others staggered away, taking cover. He pressed his back against the handrail and unleashed more lead as the dead man rolled by him. Millie plucked a device from the guard's belt. She pulled the pin and tossed it up the stairs, patting Chance on the shoulder twice. They turned their backs and crouched as the flashbang grenade exploded, followed by the shouts and groans of the disoriented enemy. Weapons at the ready, the duo moved up to the second floor, gunning down the opposition. The MP5 clicked dry as Roland fired the last of his ammo at the brave soul trying to prop the steel door open. Ty handed in the G-36 and grabbed the SMG. He pulled the last magazine for the weapon from a pocket and reloaded it, keeping it ready. Roland switched the weapon to semi-automatic, pressing the trigger in a steady rhythm. A pair of rifles popped out from cover at the far end, both firing blind. The fully automatic fusillade drove Roland into the room. He looked over at Ty. "They're going to run us down at this rate. Can you fight?" "You mean like fist fight or with guns?" Ty asked. "Because the answer is no either way." He released the charging handle on the MP5. "But that never stopped me before." Roland popped out again and squeezed off 3 more shots before a steady stream of enemy fire forced him into the room again. "They're right outside," he said, grabbing Ty's collar. "We need to lock ourselves in the security room." Bullets chipped away at the floor, sparking off the cell doors in the distance. Roland forced Ty into the reinforced room, firing a pair of shots at the first man that crossed the threshold. Another guard pulled his body back as Roland followed Ty and yanked the door closed. Roland looked at the courier. "We need to think of something quick. They've probably got a key for this door." "What about Chance and Millie?" Ty asked. "Those guys are probably going to break off and head up the stairs." Roland cursed. "You're right." Ty retrieved his radio. "Hey, so you might have some company coming from downstairs." "We told you to hold them back," Millie said. "Yeah, well, we're not exactly a crack special forces unit down here." "You had a solid fighting position," Chance said. "And they had the numbers," Roland replied. "If we can't force these guys back, you're going to have to deal with a wave of dudes flanking you." "Do you need us to come down?" Millie asked after a brief pause. Roland handed the rifle to Ty and pointed to the door as he headed for the security room's controls. "Negative. I've got an idea." Ty opened the entrance a crack and aimed the weapon. One of the guards issued orders to rush the room. Ty opened the entrance a crack and aimed the weapon. One of the guards issued orders to rush the room. More out of panic than any desire to suppress the enemy, Ty squeezed off a dozen rounds at a somewhat erratic pace. As the last shot echoed through the block, the voices of the enemy formed into one intertwined buzz of sound. Ty kept his rifle pointed forward and shouted, "I'm out!" The voices all quieted down. "You're not supposed to let the enemy know that, Ty," Roland hissed. "Fall back before—" 3 men came in firing and hugging the wall. Ty fell on his butt and yanked the door closed. Bullets rang off the steel barrier, their reports outside dulled in the room. "You said they had the key to this room, right?" Ty asked. "So do I," Roland said, swiping his finger across a series of buttons. The security lock beeped and clicked, disengaging the locks. Before the guards could rush in, a speaker in the corner emitted a loud buzz as the mechanical latches of the inmate cells popped open. The steel door to the security room opened halfway, but the guard outside turned his attention to freed inmates. His eyes were saucers, mouth agape, firing in a panic. One of the inmates fell as the others looked on in stunned disbelief. A fury washed over them as they rushed the guards that had just killed one of their own. Bodies collided, spoiling the aim of the other guards, just as the tidal wave of inmates crashed on them. Chapter 35. Millie slid underneath a guard's line of fire, kicking his legs out from under him. She twirled her body around, coming up to a crouch as she hit him with a burst at point-blank range. She swung her muzzle up and caught another man as he tried to retreat behind cover. Chance grabbed the G-36 from another guard, pulling the man off balance and tossing him over his hip. Bringing the rifle up to his shoulder, Chance took aim, but a flash of movement caught his attention. Another guard rushed out of the room, slashing with a combat knife. Chance leaned his head back to avoid the blade before swinging his leg around, planting a roundhouse kick across the assailant's neck and collarbone. The impact of his shin bone across his target's upper body took the man off his feet as he slammed into the concrete. Millie stood as Chance continued his assault, the stolen weapon roaring down the tunnel connecting the cell blocks to the central facility. The windows rattled as the shooting died down. They watched the last of the guards disappear into the distance. Chance's shoulders and chest heaved as he fought to catch his breath. He wiped his sleeve across his forehead to soak up some of the sweat. Millie dropped her M4 and picked up one of the guards' rifles, grabbing a couple of spare magazines. "You do triathlons or something?" Chance asked. "You haven't even broken a sweat." Millie dabbed at her head with a gloved hand, looking at the moisture on her exposed fingertips before showing Chance. "See? Sweat." "Unbelievable," Chance muttered, frustrated. "Let's go check the next floor. I'm pretty sure it's clear, but no need to take chances." John let his rifle hang from the sling and started digging through a file cabinet. He glanced over at Faust and Owen, ensuring that they were still secure to the railing against one wall. His weathered fingers pressed down hard, wrinkling the edges of the pages as he rifled through them. Halfway through, he confirmed that these had to be the files taken from the storage facility in Michigan. Walking back into the control room, John held his rifle again, crouching in front of Faust. "Is that everything? All the files you brought here for safekeeping?" The fire in Faust's eyes burned brightly. John could see the hatred leveled in his direction. He ground his teeth together, locking eyes with the car group's CEO. "All right. You don't have to talk to me," John said. "You'll have plenty of opportunities during your trial." "Cell block B secure," Millie said. "C was empty." "Great job," John said. "There's probably half a dozen guys heading in your direction, though," Chance said. "We winged one or two, but they're running scared. Just figured you should have a heads up." "Thanks. How about the rest?" John asked. "Block A is secure," Roland said. "Yeah, about that," Ty started. "I think we're asking a lot of the word secure." Chapter 36. Standing in the doorway leading into the cell block, Roland held his rifle low in a non-threatening manner. He held up a hand, trying to regain control of the situation. "Hey, I'm on your side," he said. "Then get out of our way," one of the inmates said, holding another of the rifles taken from the downed guards. "I can't," Roland said. "Not yet." The inmate brought his weapon up. "We can roll right over you. You can't stop us by yourself." "I'm not trying to stop you. I'm just trying to contain the situation," Roland said, tightening his grip on his own rifle. "Situation? Is that what we are?" another inmate asked. "No. Listen, I'm in the same boat as you. I was transferred to a training facility like this one." Roland looked around. "Well, not quite like this one, but it was run by the same people." "So what are you doing here now?" the leader of the prison riot asked. "And what's wrong with your man?" the other inmate asked, pointing to the security room. "I have a kidney condition," Ty said through the speakers. "My doctor says I'm not supposed to let anyone stab them with a shiv." Roland closed his eyes and sighed in exasperation. "Are you worried that I'll stab you too?" "Yes, actually," Ty said. "But it seems you've proven to be a fine, upstanding citizen that has paid his debt to society." "You're not helping, Ty." The leader tensed as his weapon snapped to his shoulder. Chance and Millie stepped into the room behind Roland, their guns trained on the group standing in the open area. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Roland spun and held his hands up, backing up toward the inmates. "Don't shoot! We're all on the same side." "Are we?" Chance asked, locking his sights on the only inmate with a weapon. "They didn't transfer these people here from the Boys and Girls Club. These men are felons." "Like me," Roland said, stepping further away. "Kid, don't do anything stupid," Chance said. "Come on back." "We're here to shut the car group down," Roland said. "That means all these men behind me are in the same situation I am. I'm not leaving them locked up so they can be forgotten when Faust goes down for all of this." "Man, I'm lost here," one of the inmates said, stepping out of the crowd. "What's happening? One minute we're locked in our cells, the next thing we know a bunch of intruders show up, and now we're supposed to just trust you?" "I let you out, didn't I?" Roland asked over his shoulder. "Not exactly," the leader said, looking at Chance's rifle. Roland turned. "Let's talk this out. Give me a chance to show you that we're here to help." "Great idea," Ty said. "Just stroll back into your cells and we can discuss this like gentlemen." "Ty, get out here, you coward," Millie said, slinging her rifle over her shoulder. The inmates gathered away from Roland and Chance, huddled up as they discussed their options. Only one man, Their leader had a weapon. The others had successfully forced the guards to retreat before the wave of bodies could swallow them up. The armed prisoner nodded and headed over to talk, followed by a much larger man from the back of the crowd. He only had a few inches on the leader, but easily carried an additional 40 to 50 pounds of extra lean mass. Roland kept his weapon strapped across his back as he extended a hand. The other inmate shook it, still holding his rifle in the other.
"My name is Roland."
"Jason," the inmate said, shaking hands. "But I'm going to include my lawyer in this discussion." He gestured to the wall of muscle with his thumb. "What's your name?" Chance asked.
"Clifford. Cliff. My friends call me Cliff."
Chance nodded. "You really a lawyer, Clifford?"
"No, I just read a lot. You know, trying to find something to appeal my case," Cliff said.
"Listen close. We're here to shut this place down," Chance said. Cliff's eyes widened.
"Why?"
"Isn't that what you guys want?" Chance asked. Jason held a hand up.
"Don't misread his curiosity as our desire to stay. We're just wondering why a heavily armed group of strangers is trying to stage a prison break." "Do you know why they brought you here?" Roland asked. "To join international security. To make a difference and finally do something positive with my life," Cliff said.
"What did they pin on you guys before the transfer?" Chance asked. "Contraband? Did you start a fight with other inmates?" Jason lowered his weapon, dipping his chin as he looked at Chance from under his brow. Cliff's face twisted up into a mask of confusion.
"Is that what happened to you two?" Jason asked Roland.
"Yeah. I was just trying to keep my head down and finish my stretch when I got caught up in some random fight. Never had any beef with the other guys, but it was enough to add more time to my sentence."
Jason laughed. It lacked any hint of mirth and dripped with incredulity. "It's just some big scam. They just want to feed the war machine with bodies."
"Bodies that don't matter to the general public," Cliff said. "So that's their plan? Frame inmates and threaten them with more time?"
"Then offer a sweet deal to join INSEC," Roland said.
"Serve your country. Make the world a better place," Jason said with a sneer. I knew it was too good to be true. Chapter 37. John unrolled the empty backpack he brought with him, stuffing the most critical files inside. He found a few flash drives that he included, just in case. Before zipping it up, John moved to the warden's desk and tugged at one of the drawers. A lock held it closed. Placing a hand on the edge, he yanked the handle, snapping the latch and pulling the drawer free. John busted the others open as well and went through the contents, finding a few more data drives and a couple of important files. He lifted a bottle of whiskey tucked in the back of the bottom drawer.
"Such a cliché,"
he mumbled, placing it on the desk. He tossed the backpack on the desk and walked out of the office, watching as Faust and Owen huddled together, messing with the bonds around their hands.
"You rats trying to chew your way to freedom?" John asked. "Sit tight, Faust. We'll have you out of here and ready to answer for your crime soon."
"John, we've got incoming," Parker said.
"That was fast. Is it Clark?"
"I'm afraid not," Travis said. "Looks like quite a few choppers coming from a nearby insect facility. We're scrambling Lieutenant Clark's team now, but they're about an hour out."
"How long do we have until the enemy lands?"
John asked. 5, maybe 10 minutes, Parker said. John looked over to Faust and Owen. A smile grew, spreading across the CEO's face.
"Oops. Did I forget to mention that?"
Faust sat up straighter, defiantly puffing his chest out. "I'm afraid your plans have changed. When Hawk and his team get here, I'll have your head mounted on my wall like a trophy." "Copy that," Chance said. He walked back to the rest of the group. "Playtime is over," he said. "There's a team inbound. In 5 minutes, they'll be knocking on our door."
"Captain Hawk?"
Roland asked. "The one and only," Chance said. "Faust knows if we got out of here alive, he and the entire car group are done. Hawk and his strike team are only here to make sure we're all dead." "And then they'll dismantle this entire facility like it was never here," Millie said. "Right. So we've got a few minutes to set up our defense," Chance said. "Our objective is to hold out until our reinforcements arrive." "How long is that?" Ty asked. "An hour. Maybe longer." Chance checked his magazine before reinserting it. "Then why are we still standing around?" Jason asked. "You gotta let us out of here now, before those guys get back." "You'll never make it out in time," Millie said. "They'll gun you down from the air on their approach. What if we lock ourselves in our cells? Another inmate asked. Just pretend we were always there. Still loyal to them. Do you really want to take that risk? Chance asked.
We need your help to fight, Roland said. Captain Hawk is dangerous, and we could use all the manpower we can get.
We need more than that. We need firepower, Jason said. And right now, the four of you seem to be holding it all. Ty raised his hands. Don't look at me. I'm unarmed. Hey, we all remember the part about them being felons, right?
Stow it, Ty. Roland is right, Millie said. If armed mercenaries are on their way now, we need every able-bodied participant to join the fight.
We can scrounge up a couple more rifles, but the rest of the guards fled with their weapons, Roland said.
I can direct you to the armory, Parker said. There should be enough hardware for you there. Chapter 38.
There really isn't anything we can do to help out? Miranda asked.
I'm afraid not, Parker said. I've got access to their systems, but the anti-aircraft weapons are on a different network. We don't have the time to crack through that. Miranda rolled back to her workstation.
If I started now,
you would be shooting the pilots down after they've deployed the soldiers, Travis said. Parker leaned in toward his monitor.
All we can do is watch.
What's Lieutenant Clark's ETA? Travis asked. Miranda ran a finger along her display.
52 minutes.
Travis folded an arm across his body, popping the other elbow up as he brought his forefinger to his lips.
This is going to be tight.
The massive plastic case's contents rattled as it settled onto the roof of the cell blocks. With a crack, the latch popped open, and one of the inmates swung the lid out of the way. Roland reached inside and pulled one of the ammunition belts out, settled in a steel case, dropping it next to the M240 machine gun.
I've only done this a couple of times during training, he said.
That's far more than any of us, one of the inmates replied. Roland placed the first round of the linked 7.62 ammunition onto the feed tray and lowered the cover assembly. He reached over and pulled the charging handle before pushing it forward again.
It's in safe now, but just flip that switch and you're ready to rock and roll, he said,
pointing at the weapon's safety. The inmate knelt next to the machine gun and lifted the stock, swiveling it side to side, testing its range of motion. Several more inmates joined them on the roof. 2 had the G36 rifles like the other guards, while a third carried a Remington 870 pump-action shotgun.
We've only got the one machine gun, Roland said. You'll need someone ready to supply the ammo, while the others provide cover.
All the inmates looked nervous, one bordering on terrified. Roland felt the same, but he pushed the feeling aside, not wanting to make things worse for the others.
That shotgun isn't going to do much good from up here, he said. Take this.
He traded with the inmate, taking the Remington and handing him the rifle he grabbed from the guard downstairs. Roland turned back to face the man next to the M240.
Remember, short bursts. 5 to 7 rounds at a time. You're not Rambo, he said. The last thing you want to do is warp that barrel.
2 minutes out, Captain Hawk said. He turned and signaled to his team to prepare for the assault. Rhino wound the cylinder spring in his Milcor 6-shot grenade launcher. He set the MGL to the side and checked the M249, ensuring the SAW, squad automatic weapon, was loaded and ready for combat. Burst brought her carbine around front to her chest and patted each of the pouches on her belt and vest, taking a mental inventory of spare ammo. Her hand dropped to the Sig Sauer M17 on her right hip, and her left hand swiped across the pair of spare pistol mags on the opposite side. Flash leaned back in her seat, bullpup rifle hanging from its sling down her center line, with the muzzle pointed between her feet. The muscles in her jaw flexed and relaxed several times. She opened her eyes and leaned forward, waiting for the signal to deploy. Hawk looked out at the other helicopters trailing behind, each Super Huey carrying 8 to 12 combat-equipped insect contractors. His body sank into the seat as the chopper followed the contours of the mountains, rising with the slopes. He turned to the pilot. Remember, we still don't know if the anti-air defenses are operational. We can't risk coming in too high. The pilot nodded and brought the craft around another peak rather than coming over the top. The other pilots followed, circling around toward the southern side of the base. Hawk pressed the earphones tighter to his head, listening to the incoming broadcast over the angry thrumming of the rotors above. "Set us down over there." He pointed to a clearing near the training grounds. "It looks like the AA missiles aren't functional, but no need to take any unnecessary risks." "Roger, Captain," the pilot said, dipping the nose of the Huey as they crested the final ridge. Switching to the channel for the entire operation, Hawk issued commands to the other aircraft to touch down along the southern and eastern faces of the base, providing a clear line of sight to the buildings with plenty of cover from the construction equipment. Donovan knew the anti-air wasn't tracking their movements, but the risk of losing a bird on approach didn't sit well with him. Did the enemy even know they were coming? The helicopter bounced as it touched down. Hawk gave the orders to the team as they hopped to the ground, seeking cover. As soon as the last man deployed, the pilot lifted off, rising above the ridge to the west. The rest of the choppers did the same along the southern and eastern zones. Hawk turned to give the order to advance when he heard the distinct chatter from a machine gun. Everyone hunkered down behind cover as the remaining choppers scrambled. The gunner opened up again, the unmistakable bloom of fire from the weapon's muzzle pulsing against the night sky from the base's rooftop. Figures moved along the ground, running toward his teams. Several insect contractors opened fire, gunning 2 down. The rest stopped and dropped to the ground. None returned fire, even though Hawk could see they had weapons through his rifle scope. "Hold your fire! They're on our side," he said. "We need to deal with that machine gun on the roof so they can make it to us." "Who's firing?" John asked. "It's the guys on the roof," Roland said. "I'm sorry. I wasn't sure what they should be shooting at, so I told them to take a shot at anything they thought they could hit." John closed his eyes, tightening his grip on the radio. The inmates had no training whatsoever, even though that was the reason Faust had them transferred. Facing well-equipped and experienced defense contractors would be challenging enough, even with forces prepared to deal with the assault. Still, it was all they had. And it was still better than squaring up with Hawk's team with only 4 combat-ready warriors. "Someone needs to get up there and give them some guidance," John said. "We can't have them wasting ammo shooting at fleeing choppers." "I'm on my way now," Roland said. "Do the rest of you remember the plan?" "You mean besides holding them off until the cavalry rides in to save the day?" Chance asked. "We defend the south and east entry points," Millie said. "Don't let Hawk and his team flood the base in any significant numbers." "That's right. Keep them pinned down behind cover. Make this assault too expensive for them, and we'll make it out alive," John said. "The guards are fleeing the base," Chance said. "They're running toward the mercs that just landed." John walked up to one of the windows. "Maybe this will work to our advantage. Maybe they'll confuse them for us and—" 2 weapons in the distance lit up in the darkness as one of the guards fell. The rest dropped, covering their heads with their hands. The shooting stopped as the scene went silent. John looked across the field. "If these insect mercs are just as jumpy, maybe we've got a shot at this," he thought. More muzzle flashes popped in the darkness. John crouched behind the wall but kept his eyes on the battlefield. None of the security forces dared to move, but the enemy fire wasn't aimed at them anymore. "We're taking fire," Roland said. The machine gun on the roof started roaring again as bullets chewed up the ground in wide, undisciplined arcs, far short of the enemy. 2 flashes, aiming higher than the other weapons, pulsed in the distance. Seconds later, an explosion rocked the building, cracking one of the windows. Another one rattled the ceiling tiles. Just as John realized what had happened, Roland called in over the radio again. "They've got grenade launchers!" Chapter 39. "Keep your fire concentrated on the cell blocks," Hawk shouted. Several of the soldiers under his command came out from behind their respective cover and started their offensive. The rest advanced, some adding to the attack as they moved. The gunner on the roof swiveled the weapon around and returned fire. The shooter swung the barrel back and forth, not taking the bullet drop into account as he aimed. The bullets thudded along the dirt and grass, kicking up a debris cloud well short of their position. "Rhino, I need that machine gun out of action," Hawk said. "Remember, Kingston is in the main building, so keep your shots clear of there." Obie Gray nodded with a grunt and took 2 plodding steps forward, shouldering his M32 launcher. A pair of hollow thumps pushed through the popping rifle fire as 2 high-explosive projectiles arced through the air. The first impacted on the face of the cell blocks, shattering most of the windows on the building's front surface. The second grenade hit somewhere closer to the center of the rooftop. The shooting stopped for an instant, but a moment later the muzzle flash lit up again. This time it was a different result, as the bullets sparked off of a nearby crane. More rounds impacted near Rhino and Hawk. One of the contractors screamed as a projectile shattered his shin bone. "Take cover!" the captain shouted. Someone else had taken control of the machine gun, someone with training behind the weapon. Before Hawk could tell his team to concentrate their fire on the roof, a dozen rifles in the shattered windows pulsed in the darkness.
The rounds weren't as accurate as the machine gun, but they struck close enough to prevent the team from moving forward quickly. Roland peered up over the M240. He pointed to the inmate injured in the grenade blast.
"Get him downstairs now!"
He hoisted the weapon up and tapped the ammo case with his boot.
"We need to move," he said. "Grab that ammunition and follow me."
Roland kept his body low as he ran to the far corner, giving him a better angle to watch the forces moving up from the east. It cut off his view of the southern face, but right now the grenadier raining explosives down from the front had to take priority. The weapon's bipod rattled as it hit the roof. Dust puffed out as the ammunition crate slammed next to it. Roland lay prone behind the machine gun, taking in a view of the battlefield through the iron sights. He rested his free hand along the top of the stock and rested his cheek on his knuckles, pulling the machine gun tight to his shoulder. With controlled 5- and 6-round bursts, Roland concentrated his fire at the insect soldiers pressing forward. Instead of sweeping the bursts in wild and accurate patterns, he held the weapon steady each time he squeezed the trigger, knowing the recoil would spread his shots out. His first salvo dropped one of the advancing enemies. The inmates on the roof got the message loud and clear, using short bursts aimed at the shadowy figures creeping up on the base. 2 more mercenaries fell before Roland spotted 4 consecutive puffs, aimed higher than the other enemy weapons. "Grenades!" he shouted, rolling away from the machine gun and covering his head with his hands. The other men braced for the incoming explosives, moments before the concussive blasts rocked the building. Each violent explosion felt like a punch to the chest, rattling Roland's eardrums. Bits of plaster and glass rattled as the air shook from the explosions. John helped one of the inmates back to his feet as he surveyed the damage. No one had been killed in the blast, but several were shaken up.
"Get to the windows," he said. "Stay back and use the darkness for cover."
With the assault rifles acquired from the base's armory, they had enough guns to equip everyone, but John knew they were outmatched. He took a knee at the window in the center of the building, facing the east. With the rest of the men in position, John nodded and pulled his M4, chambered in .300 blackout tight against his shoulder, flickering the fire selector to semi-automatic. He pressed the trigger twice, each time taking aim in the direction of the man with the grenade launcher. The other inmates followed suit and fired on the invaders. The rifles spit rounds in an arrhythmic beat like popcorn in a microwave. The muzzle flashes would give away their positions, but John hoped the volume of fire would work to their advantage. When the insect mercenaries answered back, he knew that he had been wrong in his assessment. The wall of soldiers advanced in waves, each time dropping behind cover and peppering the cell blocks with suppressing fire. He fired, hitting one of the invaders in the distance. Several of the men with John ducked behind the walls, covering their heads. None of these men had been in a situation like this before. Bringing his rifle up again, John shouted for the men to return fire. His weapon thunked several times as another of the attackers fell to the dirt in mid-rush. "Push them back!" John shouted as he pressed the trigger again, scoring a hit on a third mercenary. A bullet struck one of the inmates. He leaned back, then rocked forward, falling through what was left of one of the windows as he tumbled 3 stories to the ground below. Eyes wandering down to follow the man's body, John saw the effect that Hawk's men had on the security team fleeing the building. A few continued forward to safety, but the majority turned and fired, their morale bolstered by the private army encroaching from 2 sides. "We've got trouble," Chance said. "The Carr Group's security forces are turning back around. They've decided to fight again." "I can see that," John said. "Hawk is the bigger threat still." "If those security guards rush back in, we're in trouble," Chance said. Millie looked at the half-dozen inmates behind her. None of them seemed mentally prepared for what she needed to do. "I'll take care of it," she said. "Wait, what is that supposed to mean?" Chance asked. "Don't do anything foolish," John said. Millie ignored their calls and turned to the men in cell block A. "I'm heading out there. You need to hold this position." "What?" The man's eyes were saucers in the low light. "Hold it how?" "There's only one door leading in here," she said. "Put a man there at the bottom of the stairs. 2 more here at the door. It will give you a clear line of sight down the hall." "And then what?" the inmate asked. "Shoot anything that comes through that door." Her eyes were deadly serious as she looked at each man, making sure they understood her. "What if it's you coming back?" "If you see me coming through that door, then I deserve to get shot." The building shook again. An acoustic ceiling tile fell and cracked in half at Chance's feet. "Are they hitting us with missile launchers?" Ty asked. "Grenades," Chance said, staring down at the video feed. He watched as Captain Hawk led his team up, advancing halfway toward the base when Roland and John directed the inmates with them to focus their fire and drive the mercenaries back. "I need to get out there," Chance said. "What?" "No, you need to stay here," Ty said. "What if they get in the base? Am I supposed to fight them off by myself?" "John,
How's it looking out there? Chance asked. Do you need some support?
We were able to stop their advance, John said. It might be enough until our support arrives.
What's the matter, Detective? Are you afraid your friends won't be able to hold Captain Hawk back? Faust smirked. Even with his hands bound, the man's smug expression showed his confidence.
Don't make me regret keeping you alive, Kingston, Chance said. Do we have enough strength to fight Insec off? He thought.
Captain Hawk knelt next to an excavator as bullets scored deep gouges into the hard-packed dirt at his feet.
The machine gun is going to shred us like cabbage.
Rhino's last volley of grenades only bought them enough time to advance another few meters before the enemy resumed their suppressing fire. Hawk raised up enough to get a look at the base. He counted dozens of muzzle flashes popping up all along the southern face, concentrated mostly around the cell blocks. Another man shouted, clutching his neck as he fell. Hawk put his back to the construction vehicle, feeling the vibrations from the bullets pinging off its steel skin. He pulled a tablet from a pouch and switched channels to address only his strike team. The enemy's fire is coming mostly from the cell blocks, facing our primary force. Burst! You and Flash take a team around the east, Hawk said. As soon as you are in position, push toward the base hard and fast. Overwhelm them.
What about the machine guns? Burst asked.
They've only got one, Hawk replied. It's facing us now, so there will be a massive blind spot with only a few rifles to contend with.
Yes, Captain, Burst said.
Roger, Flash said. Rhino, as soon as they infiltrate, we'll use the chaos to press our attack, Hawk said, staring at the blue dot in the middle of the map on his tablet. We advance to the main structure where Faust is.
Won't they see us coming? Rhino asked.
The bulk of our forces will remain out here. Once Stone and his team are dealing with our people in the cell blocks, they won't notice us breaking off and getting inside, Hawk said. Chapter 40. Millie slid through the small crack in the doorway, letting it ease closed behind her. She tugged at the brim of the hat she took from one of the guards, keeping it low enough to mask her features in shadows. Swimming through a pool of darkness, she ran from cover to cover, keeping her body crouched as she moved. Millie knelt at the edge of a low berm near the training grounds, tracing a mental path through the men and women shooting back at John and Roland. She melted back into the darkness and circled behind the first guard. Millie let her rifle hang and threaded an arm around his neck, under his chin. She stomped down on his knee, folding him backward and pulling his gun to the side as they fell. The weapon spit its remaining rounds into another guard, clicking as the magazine ran out of ammo. She completed the choke, locking her other arm around his head until his body went limp. Rolling him to the side, she plucked a flashbang off of his belt and rose to a crouch, tossing it at another group. The bright pulse lit up their position and disoriented them enough for several of the inmates above to finish them off. Now she faced a different problem. The other guards were aware of something happening down here with them. Millie took cover, keeping her safe from the barrage from her friends in the building. A pair of guards looked over at her, weapons drifting in her direction. She looked them in the eye, seeing the confusion and fear. Capitalizing on their hesitation, she swept the muzzle of her weapon to the front and cut them down with several bursts. The rest of the guards fell behind cover, or scrambled, running to join Hawk. She dropped the spent magazine, reaching for another, when someone fired from behind. Bullets whistled by her head as a round cut through her jacket, scoring a grazing hit below her ribs. Gritting her teeth, Millie dropped to a knee and drew her pistol. The suppressed M&P thunkered several times in her hand as a figure in the distance rolled forward behind a crate of stacked lumber. She pressed a hand to her side and ran around a forklift as more rounds chased her. Millie slipped the sidearm into its holster and reloaded her rifle. This new enemy wasn't one of the security guards she had just run off. Millie peered around with one eye, trying to get a view of her opponent. Another round slammed into her cover, followed a split second later by the weapon's report. Millie turned and crouched, ready for the looming threat.
"You want to play?" she whispered. "Game on."
The battle raged in the distance, bursts of fire on both sides adding to the exchange. Marcy Burst Driver circled toward the southern face of the Wolf's Den base. Such a stupid name, she thought, leading her team through the shadows, moving behind the stacks of construction materials until they reached the outdoor training grounds. The low berms and reinforced walls would provide the necessary cover to close the distance, and even fight, if necessary. She signaled to her second, Tanika Flash Sloan. Sloan nodded and advanced, two soldiers trailing close behind. Each group moved forward as the other covered. When they were close enough to see figures on the roof, Burst ordered the team to prepare their attack, planning to reach the building in one surge, using suppressing fire to keep the defenders pinned. Flash held up a hand, giving Marcy pause. "What is it?" she asked. Flash looked through her weapon's scope toward the car group personnel. "Someone is attacking the guards out front." Burst brought her carbine scope up to her eye, watching as a lone figure tangled with the security forces.
"Who is that?" she whispered.
"I don't know," Flash said, "but I'll take care of her." With a nod and a pat on the shoulder, Marcy gave her the go-ahead. Flash kept her body low and dashed into the darkness. Burst turned to the rest of her team and gave them the signal to start the rush. 3 of the men in her command tossed smoke grenades out into the open. 3 more took aim at the defenders on the roof. Burst raised the muzzle of her carbine and pressed the trigger. Her weapon spit 3 rounds out in a tight group, scoring a hit as a man fell over the edge, screaming as his body plummeted. Her team opened fire, chewing up the concrete near the top of the structure, forcing the base's defenders back. Using the cover fire to mask their movements, Burst led the team ahead. She sprinted across the open ground, plunging into the clouds of bluish smoke. Emerging on the other side, she took a knee with several other soldiers and brought their weapons up. As soon as their rifles barked, the rest of the team advanced. Reaching the door, Burst paused. Their rush worked far better than she hoped, even without Flash lending her support. This would be a much simpler matter than expected.
"Get back!"
John yelled. He dove and pulled one of the men clear as another pair of explosions tore away at what was left of the windows and walls, hurling chunks of concrete and wood inward. A fiery pain tore across his lower back. John pressed a hand there and saw the blood from a shrapnel wound. Ears still ringing. He barely made out Roland's voice over the comm channel.
"Say again? Roland, is that you?"
"They're in the base," Roland said. "A team just rushed through our defenses on the south side and came in through the door. We've got people down there now holding Insect back, but they need help." Jason hollered back over his shoulder. "Go, I'll stay here with a few guys and hold this spot." He stepped back to the window and continued firing. John took a breath and looked at the men fighting for their freedom. They were risking their lives to help a group of strangers take down a large, faceless corporation. He pointed to a couple of the others.
"Help Jason hold those men back. We can't let any more inside," he said, heading for the stairs.
Rifles cracked and boomed, shaking the air in the confined space of the stairwell, creating an almost physical barrier as John reached the landing for the second floor. He saw an inmate sprawled out on the floor, blood pooling under his body. Another grabbed his rifle and took cover at the base of the stairs, firing down the hall at an unseen enemy. Muzzle flashes stretched out from the doorway leading to cell block A as 2 more men put up a brave fight. John pulled his M4 tight against his shoulder, ready to run down and assist. The enemy overwhelmed the inmates guarding the hall, gunning another man down as the others fell back into cell block A. John prepared to rush down when a helmeted head peered around the wall, weapon trained on the new targets. One of the inmates opened fire, his shots going wide. The Insect mercenary shot back, killing the man quickly. John pressed the trigger, sending a pair of bullets back at the attacker, but the helmet disappeared behind the wall. He turned and pushed the other man through the door to the second floor.
"We can't hold them off in here. We need to fall back."
John crossed through the door as bullets shredded the wall and frame around him. He dove and slid across the floor, picking himself up and running toward the bridge connecting the buildings past the empty cells.
"Chance, they're in the building now," John said. "We're coming to you."
"I'll move to your position. Where are you now?" Chance asked.
"No, stay there," John said, cutting him off. "It's a fatal funnel. You'll be a sitting duck coming down this walkway."
Punctuating his point, bullets splintered the walls and ceiling, shattering the windows. John and the other inmate turned and shot back to prevent the enemy from entering the block. John knew they would need a delay long enough to reach the end of the bridge. He crouched and pressed his body against the wall, aiming toward the stairwell.
"Go," he said to the other inmate. "Run!"
Roland came down from the roof, ducking into the 3rd floor when he heard the firefight raging in the stairwell.
"John, where are you?" he shouted.
"He took a couple of guys to head off the intruders," Jason said, reloading his rifle. "He's gonna need—" An explosion swallowed the inmate's body, hurling 2 more men to the side. Roland fell back from the concussive wave. Gritting his teeth, he sat up, no longer seeing the inmates at the windows holding the enemy back. The machine gun on the roof fell silent as an increasing volume of fire shifted their sights on the remaining defenders. Pressing his hands against his temples, Roland felt like he was trying to hold his skull together as his head pounded. He wiped a finger under his nose and saw the blood. Snatching up the G-36 on the floor, he scrambled to his feet. Thunder rolled, splitting the air in the stairwell. Roland stepped through the door, looking down the sights of his weapon as he spotted a group of men in Insect uniforms rushing up from the 1st floor. Taking aim over the railing, he fired down toward them, his bullets sparking off the metal landing below. One of the men shifted his sights up and fired wildly. Roland stepped away from the railing, heading down the stairs to rush the intruders. They shouted conflicting commands to each other as their bootsteps receded. Roland perched himself on the landing halfway between the second and third floor and fired again. A scream confirmed that his bursts had hit one of the men below. Between the rattling echoes from the close-quarters firefight, Roland noticed another battle raging in the B blocks on the second floor. "John," he thought. Chapter 41. Choom, choom, choom. John's rifle locked back on an empty chamber. He drew the 1911 and shuffled back half a step as he fired twice. The .45 caliber slugs blasted chunks of plaster and wood, buying him several more seconds of peace, as his opponent flinched and ducked. He swapped magazines on his rifle and had the weapon back in the fight just as another mercenary popped out, spraying down the hall as he crossed the opening to the other side. John fired, but the man made it behind cover. The first man held his rifle out, firing blindly before he leaned out behind the weapon to continue his attack. The bullets kicked up debris as the booming reports rattled the already cracked and shattered windows, but none of the shots came close to hitting John. As the second merc popped out to help his buddy, John responded with a pair of shots at each, his bullets striking the wall close enough to deter them from continuing the attack. As he shuffled back another step, he crouched again and noticed a somewhat familiar lump poking out from behind the wall in the distance. Pulling the rifle against his shoulder, John focused through the red dot sight and exhaled as he squeezed to break the resistance of the trigger. His shot shredded the toe of the military boot poking out, and the insect soldier shouted in agony. The man fell to his side, and John finished him with a double tap to his chest. More voices joined the man at the far end. A woman shouted angry orders as she popped out long enough to take a mental snapshot of the tunnel. She dropped back before John could take a shot. Stealing a quick glance over his shoulder, John could see that he was only halfway through the hall. He didn't have the ammunition to fight his way back at this rate. The woman issued a command to her team, and the men responded as 3 soldiers stepped out and opened fire. They rode their bursts up the hall. Diving to the other side, John's shots did little to dissuade their offensive. "John, we've got a problem," Chance said. "I'm a little busy at the moment." He swung his legs behind him, laying prone as he leveled his rifle at his foes. Flicking the fire selector to full auto, John unleashed several long bursts. Rolling back to the other side, across the width of the tunnel, he drew the pistol again and fired the last 5 rounds in the magazine. "Hawk's men are in the base," Chance said. "I'm aware of that," John said. "They're currently shooting at me." "No, I mean they're in the main structure, heading this way." John cursed, but in the back of his mind he noticed that the switch from his suppressed rifle to the pistol had an unexpected result. He rose to a crouch and reloaded the weapon, stripping the quick-release suppressor from the M4's barrel. This time, as the insect assaulters leaned out to continue their attack, John stood and brought his weapon up, firing a continuous string of short-controlled bursts. The thunderous fury from his weapon gave him the desired flinch from the enemy as their shots scattered around the hall, much different from the focused discipline they'd showed seconds earlier. John turned and bolted down the hall, his boots tearing away at the distance he needed to cover. The woman shouted something to the men, hoping to rally them against the lone opponent. Before he reached the far end, they pressed the attack again, this time stepping into the hall. He let out an involuntary grunt as a round sliced across his deltoid. Whirling around, John fell to a knee and snapped the muzzle of his rifle up again, dumping the other half of the magazine at the men at the far end. One merc fell, clutching his chest as the others scrambled back behind the wall. John pushed off his feet and ran toward safety again. A bright flash pulsed behind him as a boom and concussive wave propelled him forward as he stumbled the remaining distance. The impact pushed the air from his lungs with a hiss. "Just come out," the woman in the distance shouted. "I promise I'll kill you quickly." Millie looked down at the empty magazine, tossing it to the side as she pulled the rifle sling over her shoulder. She set the weapon down and backed away, toward the back of the stacks of plastic pipes next to the heavy construction equipment. The PVC wouldn't stop any bullets, but the concealment it afforded her was all she needed. Millie slid into a pool of shadow, peering up at the enemy encroaching on her position. Tanika Sloan. She remembered the woman's photos from Travis's briefing. Known as Flash, she was the melee expert on Captain Hawk's strike team. Millie drew her M&P pistol and clutched it in both hands, circling out as Sloan ran behind cover. Armed with only her handgun, Millie knew she was outgunned. With Hawk's team approaching from behind and Flash between Millie and the base, she would have to close the distance to finish this fight if she wanted to get back inside to help the others. She picked up a rock and tossed it at the forklift she used for cover earlier. Flash snapped her weapon up and unleashed a burst, closing the distance even further. Aiming through one of the PVC pipes to mask the muzzle flash, Millie waited for her opponent to cross into her line of sight. Catching the movement in the distance, she pressed the trigger. Her pistol bucked twice, the first round missing entirely, but the second struck one of the bags, kicking up a puff of concrete dust. Millie ran around to flank the other woman. Her opponent would quickly realize that she was no longer behind the forklift, based on the direction of her shots. Flash whirled and fired toward the pipes, shattering and splintering the plastic. She blasted away with another burst until her weapon clicked. Millie dug her foot into the hard-packed dirt and changed directions, cutting a line straight to her opponent. Crossing the open ground, she raised her pistol and fired as she ran. The movement spoiled her aim completely, but Flash had to shift her focus on Millie's rush. She had to bridge the gap before the insect mercenary could reload her weapon. Flash drew her sidearm and opened fire. It was what Millie had hoped for. She altered her course, lunging to one side and zigzagging as she closed in. Quickly firing a pistol with one hand at a moving target was difficult. This improved Millie's odds of bringing the fight within melee range, leaving her opponent with an empty primary weapon and a half-empty sidearm. Best odds she could hope for in such a tough position. With a flick of her wrist, Millie tossed her empty handgun forward. Flash raised her hands to block the foreign object, and Millie crossed the final gap in time to snatch the woman's wrist. A well-placed palm strike knocked the pistol from Sloane's grasp. Millie followed with an elbow strike. Flash pulled her head out of the way, a split second before the blow landed. Millie's eyes caught the glint of steel and ducked under the blade, slipping through the thin mountain air. Flash pulled a second blade from her belt and rushed her opponent, lashing out with both knives. Roland's boots clanged along the steel landing. He rushed down to cell block B to help John, no longer worried about the enemy hearing him approach. The roaring of the automatic rifles inside would mask his movements. He hurled the door open and stepped inside, weapon up and ready. The G-36 was a dragon, spitting fire as gouts of flame erupted from the barrel. The stock jackhammered against his shoulder as Roland pressed forward, gunning down one of the mercenaries inside. It wasn't until he was all the way in the room that Roland realized that there were 5 or 6 heavily armed opponents inside. They turned back to face a new threat, half of them already firing their weapons. Roland fell backward and scrambled to the exit as bullets cracked the walls and floor around him, sending bits of stone spraying in his face. Roland lay on his back and aimed the rifle at the mercenaries, ready to face death. One of the men raised his weapon, a scowl scratched across his face. Roland beat him to the punch, pressing the trigger. Click. Empty. Roland cursed himself for not paying enough attention to his rifle. He closed his eyes and heard a furious roar from the tunnel. A weapon with a deeper, more forceful report shook the air. John's M4 exploded in the distance as several plumes of red spray danced up along the man's side. The rest of the men scattered, diving behind cover again. Roland rolled out the door and pressed his back to the wall as several bursts chased him, the last punching holes just above his head. He fumbled, stripping the empty mag from his G-36. Footsteps approached as more rifle fire struck the wall and floor around him. He pushed himself up to his feet and ran to the stairs. "I know that's you, Forrester," his pursuer said. The woman's voice froze the blood in his veins. He recognized it from the mission in Central America. It was Burst. He reached the 3rd floor as more bullets sparked around him. "You're a dead man, traitor!" "John, I'm not exaggerating. These guys are inside the main building right now," Chance said. John crouched behind the wall at the far end of the bridge connecting the cell block to the primary structure. "I'm here now. I just need to break away from these guys so I can head to the control room and meet you." He slapped the last magazine into his M4, thumbing the paddle to chamber the first round. 2 insect soldiers found the courage to start the advance, moving in smooth, controlled steps, weapons pulled tight against their shoulders as they watched over their sights. They learned the hard way that they willingly entered a fatal funnel as John's rifle cut the first down and shattered the kneecap of the second. Another merc rushed forward to pull his friend back as the rest unleashed their fury. John ducked behind the wall again as plaster, wood, and glass showered over his head and shoulders. While the invaders threw their ineffective tantrum, John swapped the partial magazine in his 1911 for a full one, slipping it back into the drop leg holster and cradling the M4 against his chest again. He stood straight and pressed his left shoulder to the wall, ready to make his move once the firing died down. There was a brief lapse in the attack, but the shooting picked up again. John noticed that the insect mercenaries weren't shooting down the hall anymore. "What's this all about?" he thought, leaning to get a good look. Most of the attackers had turned their attention to an unseen enemy in the distance. The rest of the inmates must have come down. He wheeled out, rifle against his shoulder. John's thumb found the fire selector, flipping it to full auto. He held the trigger. leaning into his weapon as it furiously pushed back in a thumping rhythm. John let up and pressed the trigger again. Seeing several more fall to his renewed attack, John took advantage of the enemy scrambling from an assault on two sides to escape. He bolted toward the control room where Chance and Ty were waiting for him. Flash was a whirling dervish, slashing and slicing with the blades as Millie did her best to avoid the killer. Steel bit into her leg, sending a rush of hot pain coursing through her body. Millie gritted her teeth and planted a front kick into her opponent's gut, knocking her back. Before Millie could catch her breath, her foe hurled one of the blades and followed close behind as she moved back into combat range. Millie's body twisted in the air, barely avoiding the spinning knife as it struck the wooden pallet behind her. Millie pulled a karambit from its sheath at the small of her back, whipping her hand out on an arc to stop Flash's advance. The wicked curve of the 9-centimeter blade would even the odds in the battle. The two combatants danced in and out of range, stabbing and slashing in an attempt to slow the other enough to take control. Flash swiped the edge of her knife across Millie's forearm, the thick fabric doing little to stop the weapon from drawing blood. She winced in pain, but answered in kind as her karambit dug a deep wound just above her opponent's knee. Screaming with a mix of pain and anger, Flash fell to a crouch. She whipped a handful of dirt up at Millie, but the move was a futile attempt to steal the advantage without being in a position to capitalize. As she started to move into the cloud, Millie realized too late that the other woman was using it to hide another attack. The flash of metal reached Millie's eyes a split second before the throwing knife buried its tip just below her collarbone. Millie let out a cry through clenched teeth as she staggered back. Already, Flash was on her feet, rushing in for the kill. She had Millie on her heels, doing all she could to escape the bite from the edge of the blade. Checking a kick with her shin, Millie stepped in, attempting a slash. The blade, still stuck in her shoulder, slowed her own attack enough for Flash to grab Millie's wrist. A line of bloody saliva trailed from the woman's lips as she drew her knife hand back. "I'm gonna gut you like a fish and feast on your liver," Sloane said. Millie watched the knife, tracking its movement as the attack came. She ducked and dropped to a knee, yanking the knife stuck in her own body free. Letting out a guttural shout, Millie stabbed the point of the blade through the top of Flash's boot. The other woman reached her head back and howled, releasing her grip on Millie's right wrist. Twisting her body, Millie yanked the knife from her opponent's foot as she sliced her karambit across the woman's inner thigh. Continuing her rotation, Millie spun around and plunged the throwing knife between two of Sloane's ribs before rolling away. Millie rose to her feet, legs shaking. Sloane dropped to her knees, shoulders slumped as she struggled with each ragged breath. Limping closer, Millie swatted away the woman's weak attempt to continue the fight. "I'm sorry," she said, grabbing the back of the woman's head and her jaw, wrenching it violently to the side. She knelt next to her opponent's body, wiping her fingers over her eyes to close them. Millie lifted her body up enough to retrieve the rifle from around her shoulders. Reloading the weapon, she glanced down at the wound in her shoulder. The nylon webbing slowed the blade, but it had still sunk into her muscle and flesh. With a sigh, Millie switched hands, pressing the weapon's stock against her left shoulder as she stood and made her way back to the base. Roland slammed the heel of his palm into the bottom of the magazine and released the bolt. He held the rifle over the railing and sprayed the second-floor landing. A trio of holes punched through the steel, landing next to his foot. Rocking back on his heels, he fell as he heard the boots pounding up the steps. He crawled several feet before pushing up to a full run, diving through the doorway as Burst's carbine cracked to life behind him. He blindly fired another shot through the door as he ran further into the debris-strewn cell block. He kicked a desk over and ducked behind it, propping his weapon along the edge. A shadow wiped across the doorway, and he jerked the trigger, his rounds tracing a jagged constellation across the wall. Leaning in much lower than he expected, Burst whipped the muzzle of her shorter weapon around, and the weapon's flash swallowed her up from his point of view. A flaming hammer thumped into his side as a second grazed his left arm. Roland screamed and dropped to his back. He fired his rifle through the table, using his feet to push, sliding along the concrete floor. Lieutenant Driver rushed inside, her steps quick and short. Roland rolled back over his shoulder behind one of the open cell doors. She fired just as he made it behind cover. The carbine's rounds punched through the first layer, but only dented the other side, the splitting metal barely containing the power. Roland stared at the lumps in the steel right in line with his head. He heard the hollow plastic clatter of a magazine dropping to the floor as he stood.
"Now! Go now while she's reloading,"
he thought, trying to will his feet into motion. The half-second delay cost him as he stepped out in the open. Burst slapped the bolt release and raised her weapon. Time moved through the syrupy distortion in Roland's mind. He fired from the hip, trying to beat the more skilled adversary to the punch. She spun to one side, dropping to a crouch to avoid his shots. The clack of the hammer falling on an empty chamber thundered in his ears, louder than the weapon's report. Burst stood, carbine snapping back up. Roland hurled his empty rifle like a clunky, awkward spear just as she pressed the trigger. The first trio of bullets punched 2 holes in his stomach, while the third glanced off of his hip. He hit the ground hard, his already empty lungs giving up what little air they had left. Roland's throat burned, and his eyes watered. He watched his weapon bounce off the woman's arm as she raised the muzzle of her carbine, sending another pair of bursts into the wall and ceiling. He clapped at his hip with a shaky hand, finding the Glock 17 still at his side. Roland had only enough strength to pull the handgun clear of the Kydex holster. With tears in his eyes and fire in his chest, he pulled as hard as he could on the trigger. 5-pound break felt like a ton against his finger. The pistol bucked just as Burst swung her weapon back on target. His shot struck her between her collarbones, just below her throat. Lieutenant Driver's eyes shot open, mouth agape, as she strained to suck in a breath. Roland tightened his jaw, grinding his teeth as he brought the Glock up in both hands. He fired 5 more rounds, 2 hitting his foe center mass while the rest went wide, the strength in his arms gone. His skull thunked against the concrete as he let the pain and fatigue wash over his body, taking him where it wanted him to go. His world grew bright before the blackness swallowed his vision, pulling him into unconsciousness. Chapter 42. John closed the door, locking it behind him.
What's the status?
5 men have come in through the main entrance. We were able to hold most of the forces back, but they just overwhelmed us, Chance said.
There are too many, the inmate said.
What's your name? John asked, moving to the screen showing the inside of the building.
Trent. Listen, Trent, I need you to call the rest of your guys down from the roof, John said. We need you to hold InSec off at the cell blocks.
What are you going to do? Ty asked.
I'm going to go greet Captain Hawk. Give him a housewarming present.
John handed Ty the M4, grabbing a G36 and a spare magazine. I'll go with you, Chance said. I'm pretty good at introductions myself. Millie leaned against the wall, looking up the steps as several men stormed down toward the second floor. One of them, an inmate, spotted her and raised his weapon. She lowered her rifle and held up a hand as she started up to join them. She limped up, making it halfway when another man came down to help her. She waved him away. Are you here to help us? One of the inmates asked. We're here to hold this spot.
I'll be right with you, Millie said, limping up the steps. Just gonna make sure the rest of the place is clear first.
Captain Donovan Hawk crouched behind a pickup parked in the cavernous interior of the main structure's lower floor. He signaled his men and kept his rifle trained deeper into the darkness as they spread out to take cover. Rhino took a knee next to him, swapping his grenade launcher for the shotgun on his back. We're moving to the target now, Hawk said. Get that chopper ready for a fast pickup. Once we grab Kingston, we are out of here. Roger, the helicopter pilot said. Hawk turned to Rhino. And after that, we level this place. Nothing left standing. The big man smiled. Switching channels to the men with him now, Hawk said, Remember, Faust is somewhere in this building. Watch your fire. The strike team captain clutched his weapon and stepped out, keeping his body low as he moved. His team followed suit, making their way further inside. One of the men approached too aggressively, running for cover far too deep inside. Before Hawk could say something, the explosive report of rifle fire echoed through the space. 2 rounds punched through the murk stuck out in the open. Hawk ducked and pressed his shoulder against a concrete pillar. The rest of his team popped out and fired indiscriminately into the shadows. Check your fire, he screamed. A second rifle opened up in the distance, driving his team back. Another of his men dropped as he leaned out to fire. Rhino let out an angry shout and huff as a bullet lanced along his cheek. Instead of taking cover, the beast stood up and let his weapon roar. The AA-12 spit double-aught buckshot rounds at a furious pace. The hyper-aggressive tactic halted the enemy's attack, letting the rest of Hawk's men find cover and reload their weapons. Rhino plodded forward until his shotgun ran dry. He crouched behind another truck as the 2 rifles answered back again. That shotgun is no joke, Chance said. If we don't take that brute down, he's going to be trouble.
He and I have some unfinished business, John said, slamming a fresh mag home.
The enemy's weapon ceased its fury, and John swung out, pressing the trigger of his G36. 2 InSec men made their move, trying to run across the open space to find cover, but a burst of 5.56 NATO struck one of them on the thigh and stomach. A second burst dropped the other man as he spun in place, trying to decide how to help his buddy. "Cover me," Johns said, running forward to get behind a concrete pillar. "Wait, you have to—" Chance stopped talking and started shooting. The shotgun started up again, this time coming far too close to his location. The man behind the AA-12 must have seen his muzzle flash. Chance dove and rolled over his shoulder as massive chunks of concrete broke away from the wall and floor around him. That madman switched to slugs, he thought, scooting his butt along the ground to take cover behind a parked sedan. He took aim under the rear bumper and spotted a man moving up. Chance tilted the rifle to fit behind the rear tire and fired. The spent brass from the G-36 bounced and rattled in the rear wheel well as he watched the mercenary stumble and fall face first. John fired from somewhere off to his left as another insect soldier screamed and fell. Chance rose to a crouch and moved up, keeping his body pressed against the wall, using the darkness for cover as he closed the distance. Captain Hawk popped out from behind a pillar, taking aim in John's direction. Chance saw him through the windows of several parked vehicles, but he didn't have a clear shot. A walking refrigerator stepped out, firing a shotgun into the pool of darkness across the makeshift motor pool. Chance moved out away from the wall and took a shot. His rifle kicked out a burst, stopping after 4 rounds. As he twisted the weapon to check the ejection port, he saw the double feed malfunction. Rhino shouted, clutching a hand to his right shoulder as he spun and aimed the AA-12 in Chance's direction. The windows of a nearby pickup shattered as the insect merc's weapon screamed to life. Chance dove away and moved up, dropping his rifle. Rhino stripped the empty drum from the shotgun as he fumbled with the box mag. Chance hopped up into the back of the pickup truck before leaping off the cab. He covered the distance, spinning with his body horizontal to the ground. His foot lashed out, knocking the shotgun from the brute's grasp. And before his foe could recover from the surprise, Chance followed with a left hook to Rhino's ribs, then a right hook to the jaw. His third punch stopped cold, slamming into the big man's massive forearm. He grabbed Chance by the front of his jacket and growled as he lifted the detective off his feet, pinning him against a concrete column. Chance braced for impact, expecting Rhino's left fist to come crashing in any moment, but the beast paused and chuckled with a smirk. "You've got to be kidding me," Rhino said. "Today must be my lucky day. I'm getting paid to kill the man that locked me up." "Did you clear this floor?" Millie asked down to the inmate as she reached the top of the steps. "Yeah, the only insect guys left are on Block B. We've got them on the run now." Millie nodded and limped through the door. Along the windows, she could see the bodies of several inmates lying on the floor. Behind her, she spotted another pair. Millie walked by, looking down at the dead woman's body wearing the full insect uniform. Burst. Roland coughed. She snapped her attention up. Stripping a first aid kit off the wall, she hurried over, ignoring the lancing pain in her leg and shoulder. Cracking the case open, she dropped to her knees next to Roland. He pressed a hand against his stomach, blood seeping through his fingers. But she could see at least 2 more bullet wounds, one in his hip.
"I can't feel my body," Roland said through bloody, gritted teeth.
"Hang on, Roland," Millie said. "Just relax. Don't try to talk too much."
"Is she dead?"
"Burst? Yeah, you took her out." Millie started treating his wounds. Pretty impressive feat for some kid with only a few months of training. Roland gave her a smile, soured with pain and fear. She pulled her jacket off, rolling it up and placing it behind his head. Millie's training did include some first aid, but she hardly had the skills necessary to stabilize the young mercenary. He would need a doctor soon. She reached for the radio on her belt, but before Millie could call the others, Ty's voice broke through the silence. I'm gonna need some help. Insect is trying to bust in here," he said. Ty grabbed John's M4 and ducked behind the console as he aimed at the door. "I'm going to enjoy watching the life drain from your bullet-riddled body," Faust said, his teeth almost needle-like in the shadows. "I'll be sure to shoot you first, then," Ty said. The handle rattled again. Ty raised the weapon and fired twice through the door. The first round struck below the handle, and the second drifted toward the middle. A second later, a thunderclap shook Ty as the steel around the latch peeled away. A second blast ripped the lock free. The man outside booted the door in and pivoted out of the way as another man stepped inside. Owen Blythe started screaming, covering his head as the insect merc opened fire, sparks flying from the console. Gritting his teeth, Ty frantically pulled the trigger before scrambling behind another control panel. Words swam through the mud in his head as more mercenaries entered the room. "Mr. Kingston, we need to get you out of here now," someone said. "The chopper's on its way." Ty leaned out to open fire, but more bullets tore away at his cover, driving him back again. Kenneth yanked at his chains.
Get me out of here. You can't just leave me behind.
Ty took 3 short, sharp breaths and stood up again, rifle braced against his shoulder. "Frag it," one of the men said as he pulled Faust from the room. A grenade clanged along the ground, wobbling as it rolled into the center of the room. Owen's eyes grew wide, and his mouth fell open. Ty turned and dove behind the control consoles, tucking his body tight into a corner. The blast shattered all of the glass and tore the room's furniture apart. The concussive force cracked Ty's jaws together, and darkness swam at the edges of his vision. His ears still ringing, Ty shook the cobwebs out of his head. He ran his tongue along his teeth, expecting half of them to be missing, and relieved that they were all still there. He turned over and looked at what remained of the consoles. They absorbed the blast, allowing him to survive. Owen Blythe wasn't so lucky. Ty sucked in a deep, shaky breath and grabbed his radio. "Faust is loose," he said. "A bunch of insect gorillas just barged in and took him away." Chapter 43. Captain Hawk and his muscle rhino fired across the cavernous space, their weapons rattling the windows around them. John ducked under their barrage and moved out of their line of fire. Before they could track his movement, he brought his rifle to his shoulder and pressed the trigger, holding it as he sprayed with a long burst. Hawk took cover. John shifted his arm at the big man when Chance leaped out from behind a truck and kicked the shotgun from Rhino's hand, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat. As John stepped forward, swinging back to the strike team captain, Hawk leaned out from his cover. Anticipating the attack, John's burst shattered the vehicle's headlight, spraying his opponent with shards of plastic, glass, and sparks. John ran the G-36 dry and drew his pistol, firing as he closed the distance. Hawk instinctively raised his arms to cover his face as the .45 caliber slugs chipped away at his chest plate. The last round hit the weapon protecting his opponent's face, staggering the captain. Brushing a gloved hand across his eyes, Hawk shouldered his rifle and fired. The round gouged into John's trapezius as he ducked the shot. Grasping his empty rifle by the forend, John swung it like a club. Hawk raised his weapon to block the attack. The captain let out a scream as his right hand caught part of the blow. John wound up again and took a swing like a slugger looking for a home run. Again, Hawk blocked the strike with his weapon, but the impact knocked him to the floor. He pressed the trigger, but the savage assault damaged his weapon, rendering it inoperable. Hawk's hand moved to his sidearm, but John was already on top of him, stripping the handgun from his grasp and hurling it away. Fists rained down like artillery strikes, each one powerful enough to end an ordinary foe. But Hawk's hand-to-hand training far surpassed most men. He deflected many of the punches and used his hips and legs to force John back to bleed off much of the power from the ones that slipped through. John drew his arm back to batter through the man's defense, but Hawk used the gap to kick away and create more space, getting back to his feet. John rushed his opponent, but Hawk snapped a jab that lit his senses up. Hawk slammed a boot down hard on John's instep and whipped a hook across the big man's jaw, opening up the distance between them again. Hawk closed in this time, pressing the attack. John recovered and brought his hands up to block the first attack. Blows slipped through his defenses and battered his ribs. John pushed through and launched a counterattack. He doubled over, hissing as he overcommitted with an overhand right, catching a knee to the midsection. An elbow slammed between John's shoulder blades, but he gritted his teeth and wrapped his arms around the smaller man's waist. Lifting him up and turning his body sideways, he slammed Hawk onto the hood of a parked car. John's fist crashed into Hawk's head, but the insect captain turned enough to allow the helmet to absorb most of the blow. He wrapped both arms around John's wrist and brought his legs up, trapping John in an arm bar and attempting to lock his arm out. Chance brought his knees up, thrusting out with both legs as he pressed his back to the pillar. He kicked Rhino away and broke free of the man's grasp, tearing part of the nylon webbing loose from his vest. Chance stripped his jacket off, dropping it at his feet.
"What was that for?" Rhino asked. "Are your tiny arms supposed to scare me into surrendering?"
"Nah, I just needed some room to move," Chance said.
"Why, so you can run away?"
"I was thinking more along the lines of this." Chance shuffled forward and scooped the jacket up with his boot, flinging it toward the giant's head. He planted his foot and twisted around, spearing Rhino in the solar plexus with a spinning sidekick. Stepping in, Chance planted a roundhouse to the inside of his foe's muscular leg. The boot struck with an audible thump, stealing Rhino's footing as he struggled with the garment in his face. He ripped the jacket free and fired the same fist forward, catching Chance in the chest as he tried to continue his assault. The blow sent the detective flying back several feet, skidding along the concrete before rolling to a stop against the concrete pillar. Chance spat to the side and wiped a bare arm across his mouth. "Not bad for a meathead, but I remember you being a scrawny little punk when I busted you.
That was a different life, Rhino said.
Now this meathead is going to return the favor and bust you. Bust you wide open.
Man, that was cheesy. Need to work on your threats, Chance said, getting to his feet. Right now they're only marginally better than your fighting skills. Rhino snorted and rushed forward. Chance dove and rolled to the side as a boot cracked the concrete behind him. Chance stood and launched himself in the air. He spun, snapping a hook kick across Rhino's jaw as he twisted around. The kick rocked the brute, but he recovered quickly and renewed his attack. Chance barely brought his arm up in time as a wrecking ball swung his way. Rhino's fist carried through, sending him reeling. He caught himself against the grill of a truck. The detective slipped away a hair's breadth from the Titan's foot as it tore the bumper free. Rhino lifted the chunk of steel and raised it over his head, smashing it against the ground as Chance once again escaped the jaws of certain death. Hawk pulled with all of his might, arcing his back as he tried to hyperextend the tree limb in his grasp. John grabbed his wrist with his other hand and pulled the man up with a furious shout. He slammed Hawk on the hood, cracking the windshield with his helmet. Still, his opponent refused to relent. John felt his elbow straining as something popped. The pain surged through his body, fueling his fire. He roared again and lifted Hawk straight up. John took a step back and brought his foe crashing down on the fender of the car. Hawk's shoulders and neck dented the body of the vehicle, stunning him enough to loosen his grip. John shook his arm free as his foe collapsed to the concrete. A shriek of rending metal snapped John's attention away. Rhino grabbed a truck bumper and hammered it down on the concrete just as Chance rolled out of the way. The big man reared back for another swing, but the bumper met resistance before his swing hit its apex. John grabbed the end, nullifying the attack. "Go take care of Hawk," John said to Chance, keeping his eyes locked with his opponent. "I've got some unfinished business with the big guy here." Chance pushed himself up to unsteady feet, clutching an injured arm close to his body. "Well then, don't let me get in your way."
"Didn't get enough last time, old man?"
Rhino grinned and tilted his head to the side, cracking the vertebrae in his neck.
"I recall you running away during our last dance."
John shot him a smile in return.
"This time you've got nowhere else to go."
Rhino sneered and jerked the bumper free. John read the movement far before the brute initiated it, releasing the bludgeon as his foe pulled back. The lack of resistance compromised Rhino's balance. John stepped in and hurled a straight right cannonball. The fist connected and crunched bone and cartilage in his opponent's nose. John strung a combo together, following with a left hook and right uppercut. Blood sprayed out with each thunderous blow, staggering the beast. Rhino fell back into the truck, dropping the truck's bumper.
"You kids are always leaving your toys laying around,"
John said, picking the weapon up and flinging it to the side. Rhino swung his sledgehammer fist toward him. John blocked the blow with his forearm, but the power still slid him sideways several inches. He drove off of his rear leg and connected with a punishing right hook that caught the mountainous smirk above his left ear. Pain arced through John's injured elbow, but he didn't slow down for a second. Rhino sneered and put his head down to charge, tackling John against the side of a nearby car. The front passenger window shattered as their bodies collided with the vehicle. Clasping his hands together, John brought them down hard onto Rhino's lower back. He felt his feet coming up as Rhino locked his hands behind him and tried to lift. John pounded him again with his fists as he dropped back down. He drove his knee up into the brute's stomach and hit him with a couple of thundering hooks to the ribs. Releasing his hold, Rhino straightened himself with deceptive speed. He planted one massive palm on John's chest and fired a cannonball right, using the open hand to gauge the distance. The first caught John across his jaw, sending him reeling against the car. The big mercenary lunged forward to press the attack. John spun off the angle of attack, grasping the handle of the car door. He whipped the door open, and it crashed full force into his opponent. Dazed and furious, Rhino shouted and grasped the mangled door, ripping it free from the hinges. He ran forward and slammed into John, batting him to the side. Rhino swung the shield again, but John pivoted back to avoid the attack, countering with a straight left. His fist connected with the steel door panel, denting it further, as Rhino raised it to block the punch. John kicked him back and moved in to launch another series of blows. Rhino fell for the fake and brought the door up again. Grabbing the top and bottom, John twisted and wrenched it free from the mountain's grasp. He jammed the end into Rhino's gut and reared back, bringing the car door crashing down onto his opponent's head and shoulders. Rhino screamed in rage and launched a punch toward John. Using the door as a barrier, he brought it up just as Rhino's fist made contact with a deafening ring of steel. Unprepared for the aggressive assault, the impact sent John sailing backward against the fender of the parked car. The door flew off to the side as the front of the vehicle skidded along the concrete.
Donovan Hawk breathed in and out deeply, his shoulders rising and falling with each labored breath. He stared at Chance from under his angled brow. A line of blood dripped from his lips. Equally worn, Chance held his arm close to his body, Rhino's blow from earlier possibly fracturing the limb.
"All right, Captain Crunch. Just surrender now and save yourself some embarrassment," Chance said.
Hawk spat to the side and straightened his posture, bringing his hands up, ready to fight.
"Well, let the record show that I offered." Chance took a deep breath and exhaled as he raised his fists to his face.
Rushing in with surprising speed, Hawk launched a low roundhouse kick. Chance brought his knee up, checking the attack and landing a low roundhouse in response. He followed with a second attack, but Hawk stuffed a foot into Chance's leg, intercepting the attack. Both men fired a front thrust kick, each landing on the other's chest. They stumbled back before each man regained their balance. Chance brushed a hand over the boot print on his black tank top and chuckled.
"Impressive," he said.
Hawk answered with a fiery glare, faking a kick and rushing in close. Chance attempted to block the attack, only to find his foe bridging the gap. An elbow arced in. The blow collided with Chance's arm as he snapped it up at the last second to absorb the attack. Immense pain radiated out to his fingertips and up to his shoulder as his injured forearm took the brunt of the strike. Hawk laced his fingers behind Chance's neck, and he snapped a pair of knees up the middle. The first hit him flush in the gut as Chance hesitated to risk his arm again. The second he was able to partially deflect with his uninjured arm. He shrugged his head free and whipped an elbow of his own. Hawk leaned away, leaving himself exposed for the thrusting knee that Chance shot straight out. Instead of pulling away to reevaluate his strategy, Hawk flowed seamlessly into grappling range, wrapping his arms around the detective's waist. Chance dropped his stance lower, trying to get his hips away, but his foe only used it as an opportunity to slide his way up, securing a high body lock. Chance tried to push away, driving a few short hooks to Hawk's ribs. With one arm trapped, Chance felt his opponent's arms snake around his neck, securing his grip to start attempting a triangle choke with his arms. Grabbing his wrist with his free hand, he shoved his elbow against Hawk's neck. He tried to break free with a knee to the inner thigh, but Hawk wanted to pull him off balance to get him to the ground. Standing straighter to use his size and strength advantage, Chance pushed again, making the space he needed to slip his arm out and over Hawk's head, wrapping it around his neck. Before Chance could step into a hip throw, the insect captain released his grip and twisted free. Opening up the range, Hawk snapped a quick punch, catching Chance with the left jab. Two more punches found their marks, with the second stunning Chance as it struck him in the temple. He tried to roll with it as he staggered to the side. Needing the breathing room to recover, he took several more steps and shuffled back as Hawk came in to capitalize. Right into my trap, Chance thought as he started his counterattack. By the time Hawk realized what he had done, it was already too late. Chance bought the space he needed to bring his kicks back into the fight and swung his leg across in a high arc. The roundhouse slammed into his foe's arms. His left foot hammered Hawk on the front of his thigh, the meat-tenderizing attack eliciting a pained grunt. Chance raised his other leg and snapped a sidekick into Hawk's chest. As his assailant rocked back on his heels, struggling to maintain his balance, Chance took a step forward and leaped up into the air, spinning around as his hook kick circled around, crashing Hawk across the temple. Chance landed just as Hawk's body spiraled down to the concrete, unconscious. "Sorry, Captain. I told you we could have done this the easy way." John pushed himself off the car and ducked as Rhino's boulder-like fist sailed over his head. He leaned to the side to slip his foe's follow-up straight punch, the wind brushing across his face as the blow missed him by millimeters. Firing back, John's right hand crashed into Rhino's cheek. The powerful strike knocked the mountain back several steps. Rhino brushed the back of his hand across his face and smiled as he wiped his tongue across his bloodied teeth. "I'm going to enjoy breaking every one of your bones, old man." John clenched and loosened his fists, shaking the pain from his hands. "Tough talk for—" "And I'm going to—" Chance stood next to John. "Oh, I'm sorry. I talked right over you. Go ahead." Rhino roared and blitzed the duo. Chance tried to stop him with a stiff side kick to the stomach, but the big man absorbed the hit and swatted the detective away with a backhand. John doubled the brute over with a crushing left hook to the liver. Rhino wheezed and clutched his side. John's second punch slammed into the muscular forearm of his foe, and the third was just as ineffective, as Rhino covered up with his massive limbs. The beast shot a hand forward and grabbed a handful of John's jacket. A heavy right fist hurled toward him. He deflected Rhino's blow, but the giant's immense power bled through his defense. Rhino reared his hand back again. A flash of movement wiped across John's field of view as Chance's foot lashed out, snapping a roundhouse across their opponent's face. With a grunt,
The insect merc stumbled back several steps. John and Chance exchanged a quick glance. Each man gave a short nod that communicated everything they needed to say in that sliver of time.
Thank you. You're welcome. Let's finish this.
Rhino was shouting now, ready to crush his opponents underfoot. He looked up to see John moving in fast. Chance was off to the side, dropping low as his body spun. John's arm struck Rhino's thick neck, catching his chin and jaw along the crook of his elbow. The clothesline hit with a thud just as Chance swept his foot out on a tight arc, uprooting the tree trunk legs of the brute. The simultaneous blow spun Rhino's body in midair. His head hit the concrete with a crack, but the momentum of his massive frame carried his body through the rotation, snapping his neck with a sickening crunch. His boots thumped on the ground as his body crumpled into a heap before sprawling out. Rhino's eyes were open, staring off into the abyss as his head lolled to the side at an unnatural angle. Chance cradled his right arm with his left, holding it close to his body.
That wasn't fun. Remind me not to go toe-to-toe with beasts like that again.
John smirked.
Let's go.
A faint sound snapped them to full alert. The sound of steel scraping across the concrete pulled their eyes to the side. Captain Hawk raised the pistol that John had tossed away earlier.
Look out!
Chance rushed to the side as the pistol popped. The round punched through muscle as he pushed John behind a pillar. Chance scrambled behind a car as Hawk continued firing at him. John drew the 1911 from his holster and the partially empty magazine from his other hip as he spun out from behind the concrete barrier. The empty mag cleared the weapon just as he inserted the next and thumbed the slide release. Hawk adjusted his aim, pressing the trigger again, but John was faster. His pistol thundered as the first round struck the armored chest plate. The next tore half of the man's jaw away. Hawk dropped to his knees, struggling to lift the weapon with his shaky hand. Just as the muzzle rose up, John pressed the trigger once more. Hawk's body switched off entirely as the round struck him in the forehead. Chapter 44.
John, are you there? Millie asked.
We're here, Chance said. What's up?
It's Ty. He says some guys just grabbed Faust and headed up to the roof, Millie said.
We're right outside of the control room now,
John said, holstering his pistol. He held the door open for Chance as they stepped inside. Ty popped out from behind a control panel.
Man, I'm glad you guys are back, he said. A few of those insect goons took Faust up to the roof. They fragged the room and killed Blythe.
Stay here with Ty, John said to Chance. I'm going after Faust.
Wait, you can't go alone. Call Millie for backup, Chance said, settling into a chair and reaching for a first aid kit. She can't leave Roland, Ty said. She says he's in bad shape.
Chance looked at John and Ty, a long moment of silence stretching out. He grabbed the first aid kit and nodded before heading out the door.
I'll go help her. John, you be careful, Chance said.
Standing at the access for the roof, John heard the thumping of an approaching helicopter. He ejected the magazine of his 1911, glancing down at the single round inside.
+1 in the pipe, he thought,
reinserting the mag and flicking the safety off. Easing the door open, he took the scene in as he slipped out onto the roof. On the far end, Faust stood next to 2 insect operatives. He held his hands over his ears as the others crouched, aiming their weapons out onto the battlefield. A third man stood guard near the stairs to prevent anyone from sneaking up. He had his head turned away from John, watching the chopper landing. John had his pistol up in a 2-handed grip as he slowly crept up.
Is that really where the idiot is landing? Faust asked. Does he expect us to go down there to him instead of just landing up here?
Sir, the roof isn't built to support the weight. We can climb down this way, one of the men said. As the pilot set the craft down, the soldier watching the door turned back to face John. His eyes lit up, and he raised his weapon. Charging forward, John pumped the last 2 rounds into the man's chest. He closed the remaining distance and grabbed the rifle with one hand before smashing the grip of his handgun into the man's face. The other 2 mercs wheeled around at the sound of the pistol fire. John had the rifle up against his shoulder, firing a burst into the chest of the first soldier. The second man snapped his weapon up and returned fire, but John continued to stride forward as the rounds flew far wide of his position. He dropped the other merc with a pair of bursts and whipped the muzzle toward Faust. John straightened up and dropped the rifle at his feet as he strode forward.
It's over, Kingston.
What are you going to do, arrest me?
He asked, tugging at the cuffs of his shirt to pull them out of the jacket sleeves.
The car group is finished. With or without your help, we've got enough to work our way up the ladder.
Work your way up?
Faust's expression was a mix of anger and insult.
There is no ladder. I'm at the top. The #1 man in charge of this company.
John reached the CEO and looked down at him.
Whatever you need to tell yourself to feel better about all this, he said. You won't be able to shield the others from justice.
I don't think my words are penetrating that thick skull of yours. Do you know who I am? He jabbed a finger in John's direction. I'm Faust Kingston, Damian Blanchard's #1 guy. I'll bury you and your pathetic friends.
Don't worry. Blanchard's next, John said. You're all going to fall for what you've done. Carr, Insec, the 4 serpents, all of it.
Faust brushed his hands back, smoothing his hair.
So what are you going to do now? Arrest me? I've got the best lawyers on retainer, Faust said. I pay $1,000 for my haircut. My shoes cost more than your house. I'll be out in an hour, Stone. And when that happens, I'll make sure every one of your friends and family are dead.
John's jaw tightened as he narrowed his eyes.
Oh, did that strike a chord? I know all about you, John Stone. Maybe I'll send you a video of your buddy's wife, Jennifer Colt, just as I put a bullet in her skull.
Faust's sadistic grin stretched across his tanned face.
Maybe I'll just bring her home to live with me.
I highly recommend that you shut your mouth, Faust.
John grabbed a handful of the man's jacket.
What, you reading me my rights now? Faust asked. I have the right to remain silent? How about I bring her little girl, Emily, into my home as well? You think your little threats scare me? I've got friends so deep in the government, they'll have your entire record erased.
John pulled him closer. Faust bared his teeth, fire and fury in his eyes, as he unleashed 2 brutal hooks to the ranger's ribs. He followed with a right hook across John's jaw.
You finished?
John asked with a smile, unfazed by the attack.
This isn't over, Stone. You're dead. Everyone you love is dead. I'm not going down like this.
No. You're going down like this.
John lifted Faust up by his jacket, grabbing his leg and pressing the CEO's body up over his head. With an animalistic cry, John hurled Faust Kingston over the ledge of the building. He whipped his arms wildly, trying to swim through the air as he flew across the courtyard. His frantic cries drew the eyes of all the insect mercenaries still outside. Faust hit the still-spinning rotors of the waiting helicopter. His body exploded into a spray of blood, flesh, and bone. Scraps of clothing and jewelry clung to the bits, as the soldiers nearby were showered with gore. Planting his foot on the edge of the roof, John scooped up a rifle from one of the dead soldiers and brought it up to his shoulder, taking advantage of the traumatic scene the enemy below had just witnessed. He pulled the rifle tight and pressed the trigger, firing burst after burst at the fleeing mercenaries below. Most of the soldiers dove for cover. A few could barely hold it together, staring at the blood and guts covering their bodies. 1 or 2 had the wits to return fire, but John cut them down quickly enough. He held the high ground and had far more battlefield experience than the foes he targeted. His rifle ran dry, and he tossed it over the edge, reaching down to retrieve the other one from the guard that brought Faust to the roof. Bullets struck the side of the building nearby, but John continued his attack. A rhythmic thumping joined the quick stuttering of burst fire from his assault rifle. Helicopters approached from the darkness, swooping in to join the battle. Your backup should be there by now, Travis said. A pair of choppers circled the compound as their gunners rained fire down on what was left of the enemy. Tracers lanced out, tearing up the hard-packed earth and shredding the construction materials stacked outside of the base. More Blackhawks swooped in as soldiers fast-roped to the ground, taking up positions to press the attack and finish off the opposition. Seconds after the shooting started, it was already over as the remaining insect forces all tossed their weapons away and surrendered. Soldiers dressed in dark BDUs swarmed over the battlefield, securing weapons and restraining the enemy combatants. A familiar voice came across the radio to address John.
"Did you leave any fun for us?" Curtis Clark asked. "Just the garbage collection, Lieutenant," John said, with a tired smile.
Chapter 45. "Get a medical team into the cell blocks right away," Curtis said to one of his team leads. "Yes, sir," the man said, rushing to execute the orders. "I don't even want to know what this is all about," Curtis said, pointing to the gore-covered helicopter sitting in front of the base's main facility.
"Just some cog with big dreams of power," John said. "Just figured I would help him spread his influence around."
"Dude, this is disgusting," Ty said, stepping out of the building.
Chance followed close behind, looking around at the carnage,
just shaking his head.
"This is Lieutenant Clark," John said as they approached. Curtis limped over and shook their hands. "Still milking that old war wound, I see," John said, patting him on the shoulder.
"Yes, I am still milking the bullet hole in my leg from saving your ass in France," Curtis said, failing to hide his smirk. "More importantly, did you secure any evidence?" "Blythe is dead, but all their files should still be in the office," Ty said.
"This should be more than enough to bring the car group down," Chance said, gesturing to the secret base behind them.
"More than just them," Curtis said. "This is a potentially global case we're building here."
"Global?" John raised an eyebrow.
"Yeah. That list of names you and Parker uncovered is more than just some bigwigs bankrolling a privatized prison system," Curtis said. "We've got some evidence that can tie these guys to the Four Serpents in France."
"Yeah. Faust was a part of that," John said, "and we're going to make sure the others pay for it as well."
A team of soldiers carried Roland out onto a stretcher. Millie followed, holding an IV bag for him as they boarded a helicopter. "That kid should also be able to give us enough to put the hurt on international security as well," Curtis said. "If he makes it, that is."
"He'll make it," John said.
"Kid's got a lot of heart," Chance said. "Let's get the rest of you out of here as well," Curtis said. "I'll have my men bring you to the hospital as well. Get you patched up and good as new." Epilogue. John unzipped his jacket and rubbed his hands along sore ribs. His body ached from the battle at the Wolf's Den. Even after several days of rest, he felt the pain and fatigue deep down. Grabbing his cup of coffee, he walked down the hall of the hospital where Travis and Parker waited for him.
"How is Roland?" he asked.
"Stable," Travis said.
"He just got out of his second surgery a few hours ago. We should be able to talk to him soon." "What are the doctors saying?" John asked.
Travis shook his head, looking down at the checkered linoleum. "He's got a long road ahead of him. Doc says he'll probably never walk again." He looked up at John.
"A bullet damaged his spinal cord, and another all but shattered his hip. They saved the leg, but—"
He let the words drift off.
"How is the case looking?" John asked.
Travis pursed his lips, still staring at the floor. "It would have been a lot stronger with Blythe and Kingston. The guys running the show really want answers about your actions." John nodded slowly, staring off into the distance.
"Faust needed to fall. He was too dangerous."
"That's not our call to make," Travis said, looking up at the Ranger.
"It is when you threaten my family, or when you fund terrorists directly responsible for taking innocent lives," John said, "and for killing my friend."
"I understand why you did it, Stone. I'm not questioning that, just letting you know what to expect." Travis leaned back against the wall. "Taking that base is going to help smooth things over. That was quite an accomplishment." "Can you please just go in a straight line?" someone said further down the hall. John looked up to see Ty spinning a wheelchair around. Millie sat in the seat, trying her best to stop the movement with one arm. "I'm the best wheelman around," Ty said. "Just sit back and enjoy the ride." She spotted the others and gave them a frustrated look. "Please tell me one of you has a pistol I can borrow. Just for a few seconds." I'm hurt," Ty said, rolling her straight ahead the last few meters. "Speaking of hurt, how did you avoid any serious injury in all that chaos?" Parker asked. "Bro, I thought you knew. I'm faster than a speeding bullet." "He hid during the fight," Millie said. "Just like we told him to." "Hey, who else here has survived a grenade going off in the same room as them?" Ty asked. John looked around the room at the others.
"I think the question is, who hasn't?"
"All right. Who else has dodged a missile?" Travis chuckled. "I think you got us there." Chance stepped out into the hall, his arm in a sling. He looked toward the others and gave them a short nod. "The doctor says we can see Roland now, but just a few at a time." "Go," Travis said to John.
"We can visit after you and Chance talk to him for a bit."
John nodded and shook Travis's hand. He walked over to the room where Chance waited.
"How's the arm, Detective?"
"Man, remind me never to square up with a rhinoceros like that again," Chance said. 2 fractures and some damage to the elbow. Should be back on the streets in a month or so." They stepped into the room and crept next to the bed. Roland turned his head to face him, straightening to sit up and smile.
"Don't get up on our account, kid," John said.
He put a hand on Roland's shoulder until he relaxed and settled back down. "We're just here to see how you're holding up," Chance said. Roland's voice was more of a croak from his dry throat. "Doctor says I probably won't walk again. I'll have to prove him wrong when I get the new hip." John filled a cup with water and held the straw close to Roland's mouth so he could take a sip. "That's the spirit. When you're back on your feet, you can help us put the final nail in the coffin for the car group." Roland ran a tongue across his cracked lips and nodded, the sadness in his eyes evident. "Yeah." "Don't worry about your record, kid," Chance said. "Travis already pulled some strings. By the time you get out of here, you'll be free and clear, in exchange for your cooperation." He looked up at Chance. "What about the others?" "They're out in the hall," John said. "They'll pop in and say hi once we're done." "No, I mean the others at the base. The inmates. They help too. Are they just going to be transferred to another prison?" John and Chance exchanged glances. "I don't know the answer to that," John said. "Travis will have to take a look at their files," Chance added. "We don't know what those guys were in for." "They were just like me," Roland said. "And they also chose to help out when they learned the truth. Some of them gave up their lives for us. If they've got to finish their sentences, then I should be no different." John put a hand on Roland's shoulder again. "We'll make sure that doesn't happen." Roland's face relaxed. His eyes narrowed as he nodded. "Thank you." "You need to rest now," Chance said. "Once we topple the car group, you're on deck to help us take the fight to INSEC. And after that, we bring down everyone involved," John said. "All the way to the top." Danger Close by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Chapter 1. Sacramento, California. Gabriel stared down at the body at his feet. Lifeless eyes met his gaze as blood pooled out from the target. A crimson tendril slid along a crack in the concrete slab of the patio, reaching out to grab the assassin, the victim's last act of defiance. Gabriel's eyes followed the path, pivoting his foot on his heel as the bloody trail continued out toward the grass. Raised to be an efficient killer since he was young, Gabriel didn't remember his old life, and didn't much care to, judging by the flashes of the pain and suffering of his childhood. Known to his superiors as Subject 8, he grew to be one of their most reliable assets from the Alpha program. But to his friends, his family, he answered to the name Gabriel. "Kill confirmed," Micah, the man next to Gabriel, said. Although he came from the same program, Micah's designation was Subject 4. Gabriel knew that the Order used longer numbers to identify their subjects, but only the last 1 or 2 digits were ever used when talking to the assets themselves. Both men knew only their shortened number designation, and had only ever been given a single name during their training. Gabriel knelt next to his victim, Shane Weiss, and tilted his head to stare deeply into the emptiness of his target's eyes. Micah pulled a phone from his pocket and initiated a call to the only contact programmed in it. "It's done," Micah said. "Good," a digitally altered voice replied. "Should we cleanse the site?" "No. We want Mr. Weiss's body found. Make it look like a home invasion." "Yes, sir." Micah ended the call and slid the phone into his pocket. "Burn it?" Gabriel asked, still looking at the man on the ground. "Not this time," Micah said. "He wants us to make it look like a robbery gone wrong." Gabriel smiled. "Perfect." He pulled the Cartier watch from Weiss's wrist and stood. Aspen, Colorado, 22 hours later. Glenn Tannen tousled his son's hair as he said his goodbyes through the black window of the Audi Q7. He walked up to the driver's side window and gave his wife a quick kiss, exchanging pleasant words with her. "Wait for the family to leave," Micah said, watching the man through a Leupold Mark IV spotting scope, lying on his belly in the snow. "What's the range?" Gabriel asked, fingers resting on the elevation adjustment knob of his weapon's optic. 612 meters. Wind is holding steady at 5 miles per hour. 612 meters. Check. Gabriel tracked his target's movements.
holding the crosshairs steady over the man's chest as he waved to his family on his way back to the house. "He's inside," Micah said. "No shot, no shot." Gabriel's jaw muscles tightened as he scanned the house through his weapon scope. His spotter did the same, sweeping the Mark IV along the windows of Tannen's home. "I've got him," Micah said. "Second floor. He's in his office." "I see him," Gabriel confirmed as he settled the sight on his man. His body made the necessary micro-adjustments to position his shoulders and legs in line for the proper angle. "No change in the wind. Take your shot," Micah said. Gabriel breathed in and let the air out in a slow exhale through his nostrils in visible streams. His finger tightened on the trigger, just enough to break the resistance. The suppressed Ruger precision rifle coughed in the thin mountain air as the subsonic round burst through the window. The cracked glass and red mist obscured their target as the man's body hit the ground. Gabriel worked the bolt of his Ruger and pocketed the ejected brass. He knew in his gut that the shot was clean, punching into Tannen's heart, but like their last target, they had strict orders to confirm the kill up close. Micah folded his scope's tripod, slipping it into his pocket as he unslung his MR-556A1. Gabriel snapped the legs of his bipod together, using it as a foregrip as he rose to his feet. The snow particles on his white BDU fell gently to his feet as the receding sun stretched the mountain range's shadows, concealing the two figures stalking the house. St. Augustine, Florida. With a grunt, John broke the bolt loose. He wiped a sleeve across his forehead as he twisted his body enough to look out from under his truck.
"Can you grab that filter wrench and drain pan for me, Parker?"
"Which one is the filter wrench? Is it this one?"
"Yes, the one that I put next to the drain pan."
Parker dropped the wrench into the pan and walked over to the truck. He crouched down low enough to slide them underneath.
"Thanks," John said. "I thought you wanted to learn how to do this stuff."
"Yeah, well, I was just trying to be polite. I'm kind of a klutz with all this non-computer stuff," Parker said. "I'm more at home with my fingers on a keyboard." John held the pan to catch the stream of old motor oil as it flowed out. He lowered it to the ground, making sure to prevent any spillage. Wiping his hands with the old rag resting on his chest, he used his heels to roll out from underneath the truck before sitting up.
"Maybe you can try something with smaller parts," John said. "Like helping me clean the guns."
"I think I've had my fill of firearms over the past couple of years," Parker said. "No offense."
"None taken,"
John said with a smile, as he watched the steadily slowing oil flowing into the pan. "I mean, I get that we needed guns to accomplish our missions, but I gotta say, I liked my role a lot better helping you guys out in front of a wall of monitors."
"Trust me, kid. I'd prefer to leave all this behind, too," John said, getting up to rest on the truck's bumper. "But I won't be able to do that until we work our way up the ladder."
"And so I leave all that to you and the others. I'll just make sure to keep the crumbs out of the keys," Parker said as he sat on a stool.
"Deal,"
John said with a chuckle. Parker's phone chirped several times before he pulled it free from his pocket. "It's Travis," he said, accepting the call and switching it to speaker. "What's going on, Mr. Chambers?"
"Parker, is John with you?" "I'm right here, Travis." "Good. I need you to lay low. Keep your heads down for a while," Travis said.
"What's going on?" John asked. "Two of our people have been found dead in their homes. Shane Weiss was killed several days ago, and just yesterday we found Glenn Tannen's body." "Do we know those guys?" Parker asked. "They were within our network," Travis said. "Both were instrumental in our mission to take down Faust Kingston and the Carr Group. And last week, Tannen was chosen to spearhead a committee to oversee the groups responsible for the contracts with Kingston."
"That's too much of a coincidence," John said. "Was it the same killer for both?"
"No doubt about it. Both men were shot through the heart with a 185-grain .308 round.
Probably subsonic, which meant they were firing from a suppressed rifle," John said. "The report wouldn't arouse any suspicion, and the bodies wouldn't be found for some time after the kill shot."
"Exactly. Weiss wasn't found until 10 hours after his death, and Tannen was discovered the following morning. But coroner's reports placed their times of death about a day apart." "So why didn't you call us when Shane Weiss was killed?" Parker asked. "It hadn't come through our system yet," Travis said.
Police reports listed it as a home invasion gone wrong. Shane's place was ransacked, and all of the valuables were taken.
I don't like this, John said. What about the rest of your network? Are they safe?
All on high alert. Most have already been evacuated to safe houses. But you two are not safe where you are. I'm sending you coordinates to a safe house nearby. John got to his feet.
No. We take the fight to the enemy. This has the Order's fingerprints all over it. Going into hiding now would just give them the breathing room they need to...
Parker kicked an open bottle of motor oil over.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I'll clean that.
He reached for a rag when a loud clanging echoed in the engine compartment of the truck, followed a split second later by small chunks of glass from the far window hitting the concrete. Parker flinched, but John reacted fast, diving forward.
Look out!
John tackled Parker just as the headlight of his truck exploded, the bullet whipping past them as they hit the ground. The phone clattered away as Travis frantically shouted, "What's happening? John, Parker, what's going on?
We need to get to cover now."
John grabbed a handful of Parker's shirt, pulling him along as all of the southern-facing windows shattered. The thundering roar of automatic weapon fire bounced off the walls as they slid behind a rolling tool case. John reached for the Colt 1911 on his hip, padding only the empty waistband of his pants. He had placed his handgun on the table to clean it after changing the oil. A second weapon joined the chorus, but the only sound it could add was the impact of subsonic slugs chipping the concrete and sparking off of the metal around them. John spotted a figure moving up as only the suppressed rifle kept him pinned. As soon as the first assailant reached the building, the second moved up, the first man spraying his weapon into the room through one of the broken windows. Crouched and ready to run, John waited for the almost imperceptible lull in fire when the lead man had to reload. Springing into action at that precise moment, John lunged for the table, snatching the nylon bag with his firearm cleaning supplies. Both weapons blasted away again, tearing up the surface of the table and puncturing the spray can of CLP, sending it spinning away. Reaching in blind, John wrapped his hands around the familiar grip of his 1911, fishing out one of the magazines inside. The two attackers circled to the front. He pulled the slide back just as the door crashed open. Raising his pistol, John fired 3 rounds at the silhouette attempting to rush in. The figure dropped back as the second spun around the corner and fired his weapon. The suppressed rifle rattled and thunked, driving John behind his truck. He fired the last 4 rounds from the 1911 before pulling the passenger side door open. John dove inside as more rounds pierced through the door. The unsuppressed weapon roared as bullets hammered the raised hood, still maintaining enough energy to punch through the windshield. John grabbed the M4 carbine behind the driver's seat and returned fire through the spider-webbed glass. He heard the men talking to each other, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. All he knew was that his counterattack bought him a precious few seconds. He slammed his fist against the glove compartment and retrieved the pistol mag inside, reloading his 1911, before exiting from the driver's side. His boots hit the concrete just as the 2 men circled around and fired bursts at the vehicle. Steel groaned and shrieked as the glass and plastic sprayed out. John spun to the rear and braced his carbine against the bed of the truck, sending a pair of short bursts at the 2 invaders. Both retreated but maintained their rates of fire to keep John pinned. Pivoting and moving across the rear bumper of the truck, he knelt and used the vehicle for cover and pressed his attack. The assailants dropped back toward the entrance, one taking cover behind the table with the firearm cleaning supplies, while the other slipped outside, using the door for protection. The shooting stopped, but the air still buzzed as the reports rebounded off of the concrete surfaces around them.
"John, the police are already on the way. Are you and Parker okay?"
One of the men slammed the stock of his rifle into Parker's phone, silencing the call. "You and your friend Parker are both dead men," he said. "You're not getting out of here alive." John ejected the magazine from his rifle, inserting the full one coupled to it, side by side, to top off his weapon.
"Maybe. But if that's the case, I'm taking you both down with me."
The second man shouted a short command in what sounded like Russian. Both men continued their assault, but John had prepared himself for the attack, using the truck to protect him from the first man while he sighted the second. His burst scored 2 hits as the .556 NATO rounds puffed out from the center mass impacts. The man grunted and staggered back as the rifle fell from his grasp. He hit the concrete hard. John pivoted to shift his sight on the other man as he moved to help his friend. He had noticed that the man he had shot drew his sidearm and opened fire. The bullet sparked off the bumper, spoiling John's aim as the first man dragged the second out the door. Pressing his body against the truck, John shouldered his M4 carbine and let loose with a long burst, chipping away at the plaster and steel frame.
Approaching sirens wailed in the distance. The enemy hadn't returned fire, so John waited for several beats before rushing forward as he let loose with another burst. He reached the door and spun out, whipping the muzzle around, looking for the enemy. John caught a glimpse of 2 men disappearing in the foliage only 30 yards away. He turned to check on Parker.
"Hang tight. I'm going after them," he said.
Parker gurgled and tried to speak through clenched teeth. John's throat tightened as he saw the blood spreading out from underneath his friend. He rushed over and checked for a wound. The blood came from a small hole in Parker's side. Unable to find an exit wound, John pressed his hands to apply pressure, trying to slow the bleeding.
"Hang on, Parker. Help is on the way. Just hang on."
John's hands shook and his heart raced. He had found himself almost numbed to the danger of death in a firefight, but seeing his friends hurt always hit him harder than any bullet. Parker tried to say something as blood bubbled from his lips. He reached up to grab John's sleeve.
"Don't move. Just stay still."
John rolled him onto his side so he could put more pressure on the wound while preventing Parker from drowning in his own blood. "Police! Is everything okay?" John heard several men enter, but he never took his eyes off of Parker.
"He's been shot. Get an ambulance here now."
The world around him slowed. His vision blurred and shook as tears and adrenaline overloaded his senses. The voices around him struggled to get through to him, sounding fuzzy, like he had his ears plugged with foam hearing protectors.
"He needs help now,"
John shouted, as Parker's eyes eased closed. Chapter 2. "Please, sir, we're doing everything we can, but if we don't get your friend to the hospital now, he's not going to make it." The paramedic placed her hand on John's chest, keeping him back. Even though she gave up almost 100 pounds of mass and 6 inches in height, her authority and determination were enough to break through to him. John gritted his teeth.
"Please, just help him."
The other emergency medical technicians closed the ambulance and slapped the back as the driver took off, sirens blaring. "You're going to need to answer some questions for the police," the woman said. "It'll help get your head together while I patch you up." John absently wiped a hand across the bloody bandage over the wound on his forearm. He hadn't even noticed that one of the rounds had grazed him in the firefight. He wasn't even sure when it had happened.
"I need to be with Parker," John said. "I have to keep him safe."
"Mr. Lewis is going right into surgery when he arrives. You won't be able to go back with him anyway," the EMT said. "Besides, we've got word to provide police protection for him, so he will be quite safe until you arrive. Sir, please have a seat. I'm going to grab some more supplies."
"I don't have time for this,"
John said, looking back at the truck inside the garage. Riddled with bullet holes and completely drained of motor oil, it would be useless to him. He had to find another ride. Heading inside the building, John retrieved a set of keys from the back office and slipped out the rear exit into the alleyway where a row of older vehicles sat. He hopped into the cab of one of the pickups and turned the key as the old motor awoke from its slumber, rumbling to life as a plume of thick black smoke shot out from the exhaust. John had the truck roaring after the ambulance as he dialed Travis's number. Travis picked up, skipping any formal greeting.
"John, I just heard about Parker's condition. I'll meet you at the hospital after you give the police all of the information they need about the shooters." "I'm on my way to be with Parker," John said. "I can talk to them later."
"Parker is in good hands. You can't do anything for him now. We need to help the police track down the men that tried to kill you."
"They've got the murder weapon," John said. "The suppressed rifle that killed Weiss and Tannen is still at the scene."
"All right, I know trying to convince you to do anything is like getting a brick wall to obey commands," Travis said. "I'm getting on a plane now. I'll be in Florida in 2 hours. And John?"
"Yeah?"
"Parker is going to make it. He's a fighter, no matter what he wants the rest of us to think." John just grunted before ending the call. He dropped the phone onto the passenger's seat as he sped up, blowing through a light just as it changed to red. Gabriel bit his lower lip as he pulled the strap on the side of his body armor free. The Velcro tore open with a loud rip as the assassin let out a grunt. Micah helped him pull the vest off as they looked down at the still white T-shirt underneath. "The rounds didn't get through," Micah said. "I can see that," Gabriel said. He pulled the collar of his shirt out, looking at the pair of welts over his heart. The purple flesh had radiated out from what would have been a fatal wound without the protective body armor. They had read all the reports about John Stone when accepting the mission. On paper, he was a very dangerous adversary, not to be taken lightly. Gabriel had made all of the mental preparations for the task at hand, but facing the demon in person was a different matter altogether. Stone had lived up to his name, lacking any sense of fear or hesitation when the bullets started flying. Gabriel had only seen his kind in the recruits from the other Greeks in the Order's training programs. Soldiers raised to fight and give their lives to a higher cause ever since they were children. Molded as weapons at an age where most learned how to ride a bicycle or throw a baseball, the Greeks had known only fighting, and had all weakness driven from them as they grew up. Gabriel had never expected to face an adversary with the same dangerous traits. John Stone would prove to be the toughest target he had ever faced. "Parker Lewis is down, but the kill has not been confirmed," Micah said, holding a phone to his ear. "Understood. Shall we pursue?" Gabriel winced and reached for a bottle of water on the table in front of him. He gulped down the cold liquid and swallowed, gritting his teeth. "Yes, sir." Micah snapped the flip phone in two and pulled the SIM card from it. "Are we tracking down the targets?" Gabriel asked. "Negative," Micah said. "Lewis has been taken to Flagler Hospital. Police presence has been elevated." "What about Stone?" "He's heading to the hospital now. Mr. Anderson says our message has been received loud and clear," Micah said. "So he lives?" "For now. We are to return to Blanchard's compound and wait for another opportunity to take out Stone. Our primary mission is to cripple their investigation." Travis Chambers pulled his jacket off and draped it over his arm as he stepped into the waiting room of Flagler Hospital. John had already been there for over 2 hours, waiting for any news about Parker's condition. "I don't want to hear it, Chambers," John said as Travis approached. "Did the doctors tell you anything yet?" he asked, resisting the urge to make John give his statement to the police. "Nothing. He's still in surgery." Travis tightened his jaw and closed his eyes, sucking in a deep breath through his nostrils. "I need some coffee. You want me to get you one?" John just raised his styrofoam cup, showing he already had his. Travis disappeared around the corner as a nurse walked by. John stepped into her path. "Please, nurse, have you heard anything about—"
"Mr. Stone, I don't have any more news about your friend. Please have a seat and try to stay calm," the nurse said. "Some positive thoughts would go a long way for both of you."
John nodded and dropped into one of the hard plastic chairs against the wall. He leaned forward, elbows resting on knees, as he looked down at the freshly bandaged bullet wound on his forearm. Downing the rest of his coffee, John stood as Travis came back.
"If these people are after the network, that means they've got a lot of powerful connections of their own."
"We're aware of that, John." Travis put a hand on his shoulder.
"The police protection for Parker will be more than enough to handle anyone coming for him." "You said the rest of the key people have been alerted?" John asked.
"That's right." John looked him in the eye.
"What about family, friends? You need to make sure we don't leave any innocent lives exposed."
"You're right," Travis said, fishing his phone from his pocket.
"My goddaughter, Emily. You need to make sure she and her mother, Jennifer Colt, are safe."
Travis nodded.
"I've got some calls to make." "Thank you."
John watched the mystery man step outside, scrolling through his contacts. He pressed his lips together in a tight line before turning to head toward one of the side exits of the hospital.
"With Travis busy moving his people around, I'll make sure Blanchard pays for what he did, Parker. I promise."
Chapter 3. John's phone buzzed as he gripped the door handle to the facility Travis had set up as the team's temporary base of operations. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, John pressed the button to decline the call.
"Sorry, Travis."
He stepped inside and looked around. Though the building was older, the plastic smell of new carpet wafted through the halls. The sun had started its descent, giving the space a fiery red-orange glow. John tapped the keyboard of Parker's computer only to come face to face with the login screen, guessing his password would be a futile attempt, and swimming through the documents inside would probably prove to be an even more daunting task.
The hard copies, John thought as he made his way to the small briefing room he and Parker had used to work out the progress of their investigation.
The map on the wall drew his eye, with the crisscrossing red thread winding around an assortment of points connecting individuals with their various roles. John already had an idea of who he would be looking for, and this web only confirmed his gut feeling. Damien Blanchard had strong ties to the car group. Shutting them down was a massive blow to the man's operation. Adding to that his association to the mercenary company INSEC and its CEO, Barrett Anderson, provided Blanchard access to the talent necessary to pull off the assassinations of Shane Weiss and Glenn Tannen. The air grew colder as John's stomach knotted up. Parker was still at the hospital, fighting for his life because of men like Blanchard and Anderson. That changes now, John thought. He made his way to the desk, glancing at the neat piles of paper, organized in stacks, based on the various stages of the investigation. Resting a hand on one of the piles, John found the pages detailing the order, a shadowy cabal pulling the strings in all of this. With an animalistic roar, John swiped his hand across the desk, flinging several stacks in the air. He gripped one side of the table, ready to flip it over when his muscles locked up. No, not like this. John pressed his hands flat on the surface and looked at the pages scattered about. He stepped over and crouched down, gathering the paper into loose piles, trying to organize them as best he could on the low pile carpeting. He sat holding one of the pages, staring at the name at the top. Damien Blanchard had to be the one behind the hit. He was the man directly responsible for Parker's condition. The paper had detailed information about the man, but John's eyes stayed fixed on the address for one of Blanchard's homes, a lakeside compound further north. That's where he's going to be. Memories of another event, almost a lifetime ago, ended in the lakeside home of Warren Ratcliffe, the man that had kidnapped John's goddaughter, Emily. John could feel it weighing heavy in his gut. That was where he needed to go. Scum like Ratcliffe and Blanchard always hide in places like that, thinking the remote location will keep them safe. You want this fight so bad? I'll grant your wish, Blanchard. John's fist tightened, crumpling the page in whitened knuckles. He glanced down at his watch. It would be a 10 or 12-hour drive. John pulled his shirt off, looking at the dried blood of his friend still in the fabric. His eyes lowered to the dark, reddish-brown stains down the lower legs of his pants, where he knelt in the spreading pool on the floor. Heading to his locker, John pulled out a pair of durable black BDU pants and a fitted black T-shirt. After grabbing his boots, John headed straight for the armory. He finished dressing and lacing up his boots before securing a gun belt around his waist, slipping a Colt 1911 into the drop-leg holster along his right thigh. A K-bar fighting knife sat in a sheath to the left side of the buckle, accessible by both hands. Hanging a tactical vest on a hook, John stuffed several magazines for his M4 carbine into the pockets in front. He looked at the weapons on the racks, planning the mission out in his mind to determine the loadout. Unlike the assault on Ratcliffe's home, John wasn't trying to get in quietly to rescue someone inside. He wouldn't need suppressed weapons for this fight. Yanking the zipper of a black bag open, he stuffed his M4 inside, making room for the vest and a Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun. He tossed in a set of binoculars and paused, holding the radio with throat mic in his hand. After a moment of thought, John set it to the side. He pulled the strap over his shoulder and stood up. Stuffing a flashlight in his pocket, John also made sure to clip the pouches for his spare pistol mags on his left hip. Prepared for his war, John made his way to the front entrance. He wrapped his fingers around the handle, pausing before exiting the building. For almost a full minute, John stared out the window. He didn't know what he was looking for, but something buzzed at the back of his mind. He eyed the GMC Yukon in the closest parking lot, the vehicle's keys clutched in his hand. John took a step back, dropped the keys on the nearest desk, and turned to head out the rear exit. He circled around to the old pickup truck he had arrived in and set the loaded bag onto the passenger seat before climbing behind the wheel, easing the aged engine awake. Though he didn't know for sure, John could only guess that Travis had ways of tracking the vehicles in their fleet. The last thing he needed was a tax squad showing up to stop him before he reached his target. Marlinton, West Virginia. The Bell 505 Ranger touched down with a thunk onto the roof of the lakeside compound. Damien Blanchard hopped out and strode to the rooftop entryway, shoulders back, head held high. Everyone else around him, including the man in charge of security, Russell Tatlock, kept their postures hunched to avoid the still-spinning rotors of the aircraft. Brushing a hand down his beard, Blanchard walked down the short stairs leading inside, taking the steps two at a time. Tatlock waved to the pilot and watched as the helicopter lifted off. With the powerful thumping of the rotor blades proceeding, the tip-tap of expensive dress shoes took over, as Blanchard's confident pace forced the others to keep up. "Are they here yet?" he asked. "Yes, they're waiting in the dining room," Tatlock said. "Good. Have some wine brought in." "Very well, sir." Tatlock glanced down at his watch. Damien straightened his tie and turned the corner as he entered the dining room. Gabriel had his back turned, looking at the mounted head of a buck on the far wall. Micah stood as Blanchard walked in. "Have a seat, gentlemen. I just need an update on matters," Damien said. Gabriel winced as he unbuttoned his jacket, taking a seat next to the other assassin. Blanchard stood behind the chair at the end of the table, resting his hands on the high back, as a smile spread across his face, pulling at one corner of his mouth and then the other. "Well?" "Don't keep me in suspense," he said. Micah cleared his throat. "Targets 1 and 2 have been—" "I know about those two already," Damien interrupted. "I need to hear the grisly details about John Stone's demise." He circled around to the front of the chair and sat. The Alphas exchanged short, cold glances before Micah continued. "Mr. Blanchard, John Stone is still alive. That's why we are here." Blanchard's knuckles whitened as his fingers dug into hardwood handrests. His face hardened, tracing lines along his features to stand out in the faint lighting. Gabriel leaned forward, putting his hands on the table. "Parker Lewis was hit in the fight, but he has been transported to Flagler in St. Augustine. Our contacts say he's in critical condition." "So you couldn't even take out the nerd?" Damien took in a sharp breath and released the chair. "How did this all fall apart? You two are supposed to be experts, highly recommended by your boss." Micah answered. "Unforeseen circumstances. Sometimes the target makes an unexpected movement just as the shot breaks. Outside of our control, but it does happen." "We switched to an aggressive stance, approaching the targets to engage in close quarters," Gabriel said. "But Stone established a formidable defense, thwarting our attempts until the police arrived," Micah finished. Damien mulled the information over, leaning back in his chair as he ran his tongue across his molars. He'd never expected these assets to be able to best John Stone without a well-funded assault. Still, their failure to eliminate Parker was a disappointment. Removing one of Stone's most valuable allies would have moved him one step closer to finally destroying the Order's greatest threat. Gabriel straightened his shirt and sat upright, almost reading Damien's thoughts. "We can still reach the computer specialist. We've got the intel on where he is, and the police presence is rather light." "No," Blanchard said. "Stone will most likely still be by his friend's side. It's not worth the risk. You've taken Parker Lewis out of the fight for now. That should be enough to move ahead." "And the next target?" Micah asked. "Shall we target the detective? The shadow courier?" "No. We focus on chipping away at Stone," Blanchard said. "His family?" Gabriel asked. A corner of Damien's mouth twitched, almost pulling into a half-smile. "Plans are already in motion to address that. Right now we sit tight." He stood and fixed his tie before buttoning his jacket. "When we are ready to go after John Stone again, I'll call you back." "Sir," Gabriel said, rising to his feet to leave. Micah nodded and followed his teammate out of the dining room. Chapter 4. John's phone rattled and vibrated again. The truck skidded to a stop, tires scrabbling across gravel and dirt before coming to rest. He took a deep breath through his nose, exhaling before making the decision to answer. The caller came up as unknown, but for the last 8 hours it was the same number that had tried to reach him.
"What is it, Chambers?"
"John, where are you?" Travis asked.
"I'm in the middle of something right now," he said. "I'll be back at the hospital afterward. Just make sure the police keep Parker safe until I get back."
"I'm fully aware of what you're planning," Travis said. "My men logged the missing weapons and gear. But it's still not too late to come back.
Once I take care of the immediate threat, we can catch our breath and plan the next move. Until then, have your men fall back and protect the others."
John stepped out onto the gravel.
"John, I know you think you're doing the right thing, but this has to be done," John said before ending the call.
Within seconds, Travis called back, but the phone crunched under a massive boot and fell silent. John took the gear from inside the cab and set it on the open tailgate of the old truck. He unzipped the bag and pulled the weapons out. Checking that spare magazines still sat in the pouches, he secured the tactical vest with the hook and loop enclosures along his ribs to ensure a tight fit.
"Got him," the technician said. She pulled her headphones off and pointed at her laptop display.
"Is he on the move?" Travis asked.
"No, sir. The signal is dead now."
"He must have powered his phone down," she replied.
"Where is that?" Travis asked, leaning in for a closer look.
"Looks like the mountains."
"Zoom out."
Travis crossed his arms and placed a finger over his lips. The satellite image on screen widened, showing more of the surrounding area as everything shrunk. Travis's brow furrowed.
"Blanchard," he said. "Get a team there now."
Chapter 5. The M4 clicked as the charging handle slid back, sending the bolt forward to chamber around in the carbine. John let the weapon hang from its sling as he checked the paracord lashed tightly around the steering wheel of the truck. Sitting on the road, pointing ahead, the route of the vehicle would be locked into a straight path. With a grunt, he pushed off of the balls of his feet, giving the truck a nudge in the right direction. The gradual decline would afford the 3-ton battering ram plenty of time to build up speed and momentum, but the distance gave John the window he needed to get into position first. The old metal beast rattled and groaned as it barreled ahead, bouncing along the road toward the front gates of Damian Blanchard's compound. The guard posted out front stood in front of the approaching vehicle and raised a hand, resting the other on the shoulder strap of his submachine gun. The man's eyes widened as the truck gained speed, still hurtling toward him. He scrambled and dove to one side, barely escaping the steel bolt as it bounded past. The wall shook as one of the gates tore free, flying inward. The truck had veered to the side, slamming into a support pillar, but a chunk of the wall crumbled into the compound from the massive impact. The collision lifted the rear high enough to crack the axle as it slammed down again. The guard rolled to his back and opened fire along the passenger side of the battering ram. 2 more guards rushed in, their weapons joining into the fray. A hailstorm of bullets tore into the rusted metal body of the intruder, ripping through the door and shattering the front windshield. They dumped entire magazines before reloading and repeating the process. "Hold fire!" the guard on the ground shouted. "I said hold fire!" The shooting stopped, but the hissing and popping from the vehicle continued. Fluids poured from underneath the engine as oily, black smoke billowed from the deformed hood. The lead guard climbed to his feet and approached, weapon held up to his shoulder. He peered inside through the remnants of the front windshield, squinting as he spotted the cordage around the steering wheel. "There's no one inside." "Is it gonna blow?" another guard asked as he scrambled to get further away. "Get back just in case," the first guard said. He turned to face the rest. "Raise the alert level. We've got possible." The radios crackled to life. "Intruders! Intruders! There's someone inside the compound!" Faint shots popped in the distance. The guards at the front gate reloaded their weapons and took cover. The lead man raised his radio as the gunfire halted. "What sector?" he asked. "I repeat, what sector is the intruder in?" After a moment of silence, the stunned guards exchanged panicked glances. "The compound is under attack, sir," Russell said. "We need you to get out of here." Damian Blanchard shrugged the man's hand from his arm. "You want me to run from my own home because someone crashed a truck into the front gates? Where are Micah and Gabriel? If your men can't handle this, they can." "Mr. Blanchard, the Alpha assets left 20 minutes ago." "Well then, get them back here, you dolt." Blanchard straightened his tie. "Tell your men to stand and fight. It can't be more than a couple of men out there.
An explosion rocked the house, rattling the bullet-resistant windows around them. Damien's eyes widened as he looked at his head of security. The man stared back, his eyebrows raising slightly, hoping to convey the danger of staying in the house. "The southern sector is down. No one is reporting back." The voice of the guard warbled, a mix of fear in his words and the crackling interference on his radio. "An explosive detonated near the main gate, just took out 2 more. We're under attack."
"Sir, I must insist that we get you to the roof. You should get out of here now," Russell said.
Damien's eyes narrowed again, weighing the words. "They're inside the house! The intruders are—" Both men flinched as the radio squawked before falling silent. Gunshots echoed from deeper inside the compound. The muted pops and crackles reached them from the other side of the mansion. "Let's go," Damien said. "Get me out of here." John's feet thudded on the grass just as the truck slammed into the wall. He had moved further south, scaling the wall as the battering ram built up the momentum it needed to crash the party. The diversion served its purpose perfectly as the guards on this side of Damien Blanchard's compound turned their attention to the chaos in the front. Holding the M4 carbine close to his chest, John ran to the nearest door, moving straight across the well-manicured lawn. Out in the open, it wasn't hard for one of the men on patrol to snap out of his stupor and turn his attention to the wall of muscle heading his way. John had the rifle up, trained on the man as he approached. "Put the weapon down, son. You don't need to die for Blanchard." The guard's face contorted, swirling from intense fear to anger to incredulity before he reached for the submachine gun on his hip. A double tap to the sternum put the man down before he could bring his weapon up. Still on the move, John twisted his body slightly to the side as another guard attempted to return fire. 3 quick presses of the trigger punched a triangle pattern into John's target, just as the man's UMP stuttered, throwing rounds wide into the grass. "Intruders! Intruders! There's someone inside the compound!" a third guard shouted into his radio as he ducked behind the base of a statue near the patio. John's thumb found the selector switch, snapping it to full auto. He knelt and took aim. The lone sentry had found the strength he needed to join the battle, but his rounds lacked the accuracy, fear still controlling his weapon. John worked the trigger with precision. The M4's rapid rattle sent 2 bursts, tearing away flesh and concrete, as the 5.56mm projectiles eliminated the threat. A voice from the dead man's radio called out, "What sector? I repeat, what sector is the intruder in?" Pushing himself up, John ran for the entrance and pressed himself against the wall before retrieving a detonator from his belt. He thumped his palm against the lever 3 times, the signal answered by a boom in the distance. Debris rained down across the property, even reaching his position, as the Semtex package shredded what was left of the truck at the front gate. Letting his carbine hang from the single-point sling, John pulled the Mossberg 500 from his back and pivoted to face the mansion's side entrance. Even though the door had an ornate hardwood facade, it was clear that it was reinforced. Taking aim at the lock, John fired a slug and worked the pump before firing again. He kicked the steel core barrier inward, racking another shell into the chamber as he entered. A man and a woman bounded around the corner with their weapons already drawn. They came face to face with the war machine that had just barged into their compound. The pops from the submachine guns were drowned out by the thunder from the Mossberg. A slug struck the first man's center mass, staggering his body back into the woman behind him. She shoved him to the side for a clear shot, but John unleashed another slug as the ejected shell bounced off the wall next to him. With the entryway clear, John pulled the shotgun across his body and brought his M4 up again. Keeping his target at the top of his mind, he stalked forward, looking for Damien Blanchard. "That's inside the house," Russell said as more automatic gunfire echoed in the distance. "It's Stone," Blanchard said. "I just know it." "Be that as it may, we are not prepared to face him right now, Mr. Blanchard. We need to get to the roof." "This man has the nerve to step foot onto my turf. I'll have his head for this." Damien's eyes were alight with fire and rage. "Another day, sir," Russell said. "Fine. Let's get to the roof." Damien let his jacket drop to the floor. He tugged at the Desert Eagle in his shoulder rig and unbuttoned his cuffs, rolling up the sleeves as they left the office. Deeper in the house, 3 more of Blanchard's men tried to stop John. A man focused solely on a single objective. He moved straight down the hallway, carbine braced to his shoulder as he worked the trigger with precision. Another guard fell as 2 more dropped back. With a surprising bravado, one of the men pivoted out and opened fire as John dropped his spent magazine.
The bullets whipped past him, chewing up the walls and ceiling. John sidestepped into a nearby doorway and slammed the reload home, thumbing the paddle to send the bolt forward. He leaned out and fired a burst to dissuade the guards from regrouping and pressing the attack. With the path clear, John once again proceeded forward, fixing the front sight where the guards retreated behind the corner. Only meters from cover, a voice barely reached his ears through the sounds of battle. "Frag him!" Again, one of the men turned into the hall, but before John could fire, he watched the guard toss something in his direction. Not expecting the intruder to already be so close, the grenade left the man's hand in a high arc toward the doorway farther back. Out of instinct, John's hand left the grip of his weapon and caught the explosive before it bounced off his chest. Time stretched out, milliseconds, filled with 1,000 possible choices as the two combatants locked eyes. Both acted simultaneously. The guard's hand fell to his SMG. John circled in a tight arc, hurling the grenade like a baseball. On the move in a flash, the Army Ranger's shoulder bashed another doorway in as the metallic case rang off the enemy's face, cracking several teeth. The powerful blast pulsed out, but with his hands over his ears, John mostly felt the thump through his body. Bits of shrapnel tore up the walls, but the furniture inside the room he barged into absorbed the deadly force. Plaster and wood sprinkled down like rain as John's breathing filled his ears. He pushed himself up and shouldered the M4, continuing his hunt. Leading with the muzzle of his carbine, he prepared to face any survivors, but the explosion eliminated all three guards. Deep in the mansion, the resistance had lightened, with most of the private security either fleeing or possibly moving into position to protect their boss. John's boots thudded up hardwood steps as he reached the second floor. He heard more commotion on the next level, so he continued up the next flight. A pair of soldiers opened fire from the end of a long corridor. They stood their ground, protecting a set of heavy-duty double doors leading to the roof, if John's memory of the floor plan was correct. A bullet slammed into the chest of his tactical plate, but John's carbine had already spit a pair of bursts that tore into the men on the left. The other guard hesitated for a split second, his eyes snapping to his fallen teammate. Seizing the advantage, John pressed forward. His finger pinned the trigger to the rear as he leaned into the M4's stock, absorbing the recoil. The remaining rounds in his weapon stitched a tight zigzag pattern of holes into the soldier's body from hip to throat. John reached the door as he patted his vest for another magazine. His rifle ammunition used up, the big man barreled through the double doors and drew the 1911 holstered on his thigh. The pilot snapped several switches above him, and his hand fell to the controls as the helicopter rose off the deck. John pressed the pistol between his hands and took aim, firing 5 rounds into the aircraft. He shifted his sights to the passenger, recognizing the man inside. The last 2 rounds cracked the glass as Damien Blanchard flinched, ducking from view. The empty mag bounced at John's feet as he slammed another in. Thumbing the slide release, he emptied another 7 rounds into the fleeing chopper as he walked forward. The .45 caliber slugs tore into the craft, causing it to lurch as a stream of smoke spewed from the engine. John reloaded again and dumped all of the rounds into the hull. The helicopter lost altitude, spiraling in a slow circle. His hand fell to his belt, unable to find another pistol mag. He watched as the pilot regained control of the craft just before they crashed into the hillside below. Before John could unsling his shotgun, the fleeing chopper dipped below a ridgeline in the distance. The muscles in John's jaw tightened, threatening to crack something as he watched Damien Blanchard escape. The rushing blood filled his ears, almost drowning out the approaching sirens. Chapter 6. Travis Chambers checked the time on his watch, pinching the bezel of the tag hewer between his thumb and forefinger to hold the face still. An officer approached the bench where he waited. "Mr. Chambers?" "Yes. Is my friend out yet?" Travis asked as he stood. "Not yet. The captain wants a word first," the officer said. Travis let his smile widen, masking the frustration, as he nodded and followed the young man to an office deeper in the precinct. The man inside spoke before Travis crossed fully through the doorway. "I don't know what kind of trouble you brought into my house, but I gotta tell you, I really don't appreciate it." Travis looked at the captain sitting across the desk as he sat. The man had to be roughly the same age, but carried an additional 40 pounds of mass, a fair mix of muscle and body fat. Bouncing his gaze quickly off the placard on the desk, Travis answered. "Captain Schiff, I assure you that this situation will not escalate any further." The grizzled old man closed his eyes and let out a short breath through his nose.
his mustache wiggling from the rush of air. "If it were up to me, your man would be rotting in my cells." Travis's eyes softened. If it were up to me. He knew that meant the captain had no real authority in the matter. "Your guy must have some connected friends well above my pay grade," Captain Schiff said. "What are you, CIA or something?" "Or something," Travis said with a smile as he rose to his feet. He extended a hand, and Schiff took it in one of his own. "Again, you have my assurance that this will not continue any further," Travis said. "At least not in this state," he added in his mind. "Please see to it that it doesn't," the captain said, his eyes growing weary, knowing that this entire situation was far beyond his reach. By the time Travis made it to the front desk again, John was waiting for him, rubbing his wrists where the cuffs had dug into his flesh. The look in the Army Ranger's eyes was one of borderline rage, the man's anger ready to bubble up and launch him into another mission of vengeance. "Took a lot of favors to get you out," Travis said as they left the precinct, stopping in front of the glass double doors. "I told you to stand down. You shouldn't have done anything that rash." "And I told you Damian Blanchard had to be stopped," John said, continuing down the steps toward the waiting black Escalade. Travis opened the passenger door and climbed inside. Curtis Clark looked over his shoulder at John in the back seat. "Save some fun for the rest of us?" he asked. Travis shot Lieutenant Clark a not now look, and Curtis smirked, facing the front again as he drove the SUV out of the precinct lot. Damian Blanchard struggled with the cap to the whiskey bottle. His hands shook and his breaths came in short, ragged huffs. He wiped the sweat from his mustache and cursed, ready to hurl the bottle across the cabin of his private jet. "What's taking so long?" he asked. "Get the plane in the air right now." Russell brought another bottle of whiskey, already opened, and poured some into the tumbler on the table next to Damian's seat. "Sir, your old compound is currently being prepared for our arrival. Get some rest. The trip will take a while, so you've got time to relax." Damian sat back in the seat, taking a sip of the whiskey with his eyes closed, unable to admire the cream leather and hardwood interior around him. He needed several more breaths before he could regain control of his emotions. "Call Barrett Anderson," he said. "Have him send Gabriel and Micah to meet me at the compound." "Right away, sir," Russell said as he made his way to the back of the aircraft. The engine increased in pitch as the air around Damian finally started to stir. The plane rumbled gently as the pilot turned onto the runway for takeoff. Fingers easing their grip on the tumbler, Damian felt the tension in his neck and shoulders finally subside. In the air, he would make the necessary arrangements to continue the hunt for John Stone. John stepped through the door, walking into the darkened room. Travis followed close behind, flipping the light switches and bringing the space to life. John dropped his bag in the corner and moved his joints to alleviate the stiffness of the flight and drive. A moment later, Curtis came in to join the others. "I'm never going to get used to this Florida humidity." "It's good for your skin," Travis said. "I get some serious dinosaur elbows whenever I have to leave." "We need to find Blanchard now," John said, ignoring the casual conversation. "What's Parker's status?" Travis rubbed his eyes and put his hands on his hips. "If you're thinking of getting his help in this, I don't think that's a good—" "No. I just need to know that he's all right," John said. Travis relaxed, softening his expression. "Of course. I'll have someone send us a detailed update." He put a hand on John's shoulder. "Our men and women will keep him safe. Parker is in good hands." "Thanks," John said with a nod. "What's the next step, then?" Curtis asked. "Track the Alphas," a voice said, catching the group off guard. Curtis flinched and jumped forward, turning to face Millie. "Christ, girl. Don't sneak up on people like that." Millie raised her brows. "I walked in the same door you did. No sneaking involved. In fact, I intentionally made some noise so I wouldn't frighten you like a little mouse." "Yeah, well, you need more practice at it." Curtis still clutched his hand to his chest as he moved to stand next to John. "There were no complications in your last task, I take it?" Travis asked. "None, sir. They're at the safe house now," Millie said. "What task?" "Who was at the safe house?" John asked. "Emily and Jennifer," Millie said with a smile. John's shoulders visibly slumped, an unseen tension draining away. "Where?" Travis smirked. "If we told you that, it wouldn't be much of a—"
Virginia, Millie answered, not far from Langley. She looked at Travis and Curtis. What? He deserves to know.
Thank you,
John said, shaking Millie's hand. My pleasure. That little girl is a lot tougher than she looks.
Yeah, her father taught her well.
A smile materialized on John's face. He turned to Travis.
I need to talk to them.
Of course, Travis said, already scrolling through the contact list on his phone.
We can talk afterward.
We're good. There are plenty of armed people around, Jennifer Colt said. And Emily really likes the pantry. It's full of all the junk food I won't buy for her normally. John bellowed in laughter.
That sounds like her all right. Make sure you get to know everyone around you. The same goes for Emily, too. If
I see anyone I don't recognize, bring it up to the other agents. I got it. I'd like to think you're too paranoid. But the past couple of years has been pretty crazy, though.
It'll all be over soon, John said. I promise.
Thank you again. And please, be careful, John, Jennifer said.
I will.
John wiped a hand across the front of his pant leg and flexed his fingers to spend more of his nervous energy.
Can I talk to Emily?
Of course. Through her words, John could almost hear her smile. Jennifer called out to her daughter in the background. A few seconds later, thudding footsteps raced toward the phone. Uncle John, they have real cookies here. Not those Oreos like old people eat. Emily's words streamed out fast, trying to match her pace running to the phone earlier.
Hey, I like Oreos. And I'm not old, am I?
Yeah, but that's okay. You're not fat like Emily. Jennifer was already on the other side of the room, but John could hear her clearly as she scolded the young girl. He laughed, forgetting the dangers all around them for that moment. Anyway, the TV is huge. It's got all the channels. And I think there's a pool out back.
It's too cold to go swimming, isn't it? John asked.
Maybe, but I need to keep up my training. Like you and Daddy told me to, Emily said. I started jiu-jitsu, too. It's so much fun.
Yes, your mother told me already. Make sure you respect your training partners. You're supposed to make each other better, not show off your skills.
They continued talking about everything and nothing as Emily dominated the conversation, giving John a verbal description of the furniture, her room, and all the food in the house. John felt a surge of joy wash over him as he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye with a thumb as he ended the call. Emily deserved a life like an average child, but now she had to spend far more time training with firearms and hand-to-hand combat than most her age. Instead of spending a few days a week building a decent base to build on later in life, the young girl had to devote hours a day studying war. It wasn't the upbringing that he had wanted for her. Chapter 7. Coming into the briefing room, John could see Millie and Curtis smiling as they watched him enter. The happiness from his all-too-brief phone call still left a visible joy in his expression, and they picked up on it clearly. He handed the phone back to Travis and took a seat at the desk, taking in a deep breath to prepare his mind for the mission at hand.
As I asked earlier, Curtis said. What's the next step, then? Blanchard, John said. We track him down and drag that cockroach out into the light to expose his crimes.
Travis placed his palms on the table. Parker's research is extensive, with a lot of remarkably valuable intel, but it's a lot to pore through right now.
So we start digging through it, John said. He's got to have some leads on where Blanchard has run to.
Or, Millie started, we track his assets. Money, contacts, alphas. The assassins, Travis said, looking at John. I had Millie join us because, as you know, she is the most knowledgeable person that we know about the Order and their Greeks. The screen blinked to life as she linked her laptop to the larger display so the others could see what was on her computer. An image came up showing two armed men approaching. The quality matched resolutions from most commercial security cameras. Another screenshot replaced that one, showing one of the men from the previous image, with a second person too far away to recognize. These are screenshots from the security cameras where the assassins attacked the first two targets, Travis said. The next one is from their attempt on your life. When the third image popped up, John's muscles tensed. The image quality was sharper, showing a little more of the facial features, but not as good as the human eye at the same distance. Still, he had no trouble recognizing the assassins as they approached the garage where Parker had been shot.
Do we know who they are? John asked.
Not yet, Travis replied. I'm working on it, though. I've been digging into the whole program for a while now, Millie said. Travis approached the display hanging on the wall.
As you all know, Millie has insider knowledge, but the Order has done a good job of keeping the different programs separate.
What do you know up to this point? Curtis asked. About these two alphas, I mean. Not much, but I can tell you that these men are from a much earlier group than I was, Millie said. In fact, judging by their relative ages, I would say the two are from different groups as well. The screen zoomed closer on the assassin in front of the last image. This man, the spotter, is older than the actual shooter. He's the leader, she said.
What does that mean for us? Curtis asked.
Millie pulled her mouth into a tight, straight line and looked at Travis before answering.
Nothing right now, Travis said, but it confirms Millie's theory that the program has been active for longer than we originally believed.
The Alpha program was the Order's first, Millie said. It has been in operation for decades.
A series of images came up showing the aftermath of high-profile murders and espionage in war-torn nations. Wait, so the Order is responsible for assassinations sparking war all over the globe? Curtis leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Next, you're going to tell me John Wilkes Booth was an Alpha asset.
No, nothing that crazy, Millie said.
And this isn't crazy? Curtis gestured to the display. All these bodies and conflicts attributed to the Order and their assassins. And we've never crossed paths with them until this point?
Again, Millie looked at Travis before she spoke.
Not exactly.
She typed out a quick series of commands and a new set of images came up. The first few showed autopsy photos of a tall, light-skinned black man with a sprinter's build. The last showed the cause of death, as he lay impaled on the base of a broken oak support column.
Curtis looked away. Hey, maybe warn me before you start showing this stuff? I just ate.
John stiffened and folded his arms across his chest, sitting up straighter. The recognition ignited a new fire in his eyes.
You know this guy? Curtis asked, noticing John's look. Gordon, John said. Warren Ratcliffe's bodyguard. Hired by Price Wyndham.
Not hired. Created, Travis said.
What, like a clone? Curtis asked.
Millie shook her head. Mr. Chambers means Gordon was most likely kidnapped as a child and raised as a weapon in the Order's Alpha program. Maybe one of the first. They made him.
I'm sorry, but I feel like this is all too much to process, Curtis said, pressing his fingertips into his temples. Alphas, assassinations, warlords. How does this all connect to this Blanchard guy? Damian Blanchard has close ties with key members of the Order, John said. It was something Parker had been researching when we were attacked.
What kind of ties?
He's possibly one of the major players in the Order, Travis said. I feel like you know where I'm going with this, but what is the Order? Curtis asked. None of this appeared in any of the reports when we were with the Hostile Response Division.
It's a small group of powerful and influential people that want to control the world, Millie said. They claim that they want to bring order to the globe, but it's basically just a power grab.
That's the same plans as a cartoon villain, Curtis said. Except the Order has accomplished far more than anyone expected, John said. We can't underestimate them. So this Damian Blanchard is connected to them, and possibly Price Wyndham.
Curtis stood and paced the room. Who else?
Parker's research showed only two possible candidates, John said. Barrett Anderson and Rebecca Flair.
Curtis spun to face the front.
Anderson? The insect guy?
Yes, Travis said.
Barrett Anderson is the acting CEO of International Security. What about Flair? Curtis asked.
What's her deal?
We don't know, Travis said. Parker wasn't able to dig up much about her, John added.
Maybe it's just a way to make people think there's someone else, while those three yahoos are running the show, Curtis said.
Is this Rebecca Flair even real?
Yes, Millie said. Eyes narrowed as she kept her gaze fixed forward.
Oh, well, I guess that's good enough for me then. Care to elaborate? Curtis asked.
Not particularly, Millie said. But trust me, she's the one pulling all the strings. The others are there to provide their resources to the Order. She may not have started the Alpha program, but she is directly responsible for expanding it.
The Greeks, Curtis said, connecting the dots in his head. Do we know if the other programs have assets out there that we should be worried about? I mean, maybe they don't even have any recruits ready for the field.
We left it out of the report, but Captain Donovan Hawke was a beta asset, Travis said. Trained in the use of all small arms and military tactics. A battlefield specialist.
He may have been the first, but he won't be the last, Millie said.
And how about the Gamma assets? Curtis asked.
The program has been eliminated, Millie said. I don't foresee any contact with any other Gammas in the near future.
And where is she getting this information from? Curtis rubbed his face, growing more exasperated. How is she able to get this information when Parker couldn't even find it?
Travis raised his brows, giving the lieutenant an introspective look.
What, you mean this girl? She's a Gamma? Curtis asked. Feel like I'm in the dark here. I'm going to need a lot more information if we're going to continue our hunt for Blanchard.
Don't worry. We'll catch you up, John said. We need you on this hunt, brother.
Damien's seat bounced and creaked as the small propeller plane rolled to a stop. The flight was far less comfortable than the private jet in which he started the journey, but it was the only available craft to reach this far into the country. The pilot wheeled the Cessna toward a waiting line of jeeps before killing the engine. Trading his suit for a more comfortable shirt and a pair of khaki pants, Damien stood and rolled up the sleeves, securing them with the tab and button built into the garment. He grabbed the hat from the seat next to him and exited the plane. Stepping down, his boot hit the dusty surface with a soft tap.
I'm home again, he thought.
Mr. Blanchard, welcome back, a man in mirrored aviator sunglasses said. He took the sunglasses off as his smile pulled the corners of his mouth and eyes, showing the wrinkles of his sun-tanned skin. He had flecks of silver running through his sandy blonde hair, but his body showed those around that the man maintained a high level of fitness. Damien shook hands as the man's steel cable forearms flexed.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers.
Hanging the sunglasses in the collar of his shirt, Zane Bowers turned and shouted a few commands to the men behind him. The crew leaped into action, running to retrieve the bags from the plane and stowing them in the waiting jeeps.
Gabriel and Micah are on their way as well, Zane said. I'll make sure that they reach the compound personally.
Damien smiled and nodded as he looked out across the landscape. Africa's plant and animal life were hardy and enduring, growing strong in what most consider a harsh climate. He liked to think it was just nature's way of testing them. The thought made him feel more at home. Chapter 8. The cold water splashed across John's face. He pressed his hands over his eyes and wiped down before drying them. Walking out of the bathroom, John made his way to the kitchen, greeted by the aroma of the coffee maker finishing the first brew. The air in the small apartment was much warmer than what he was accustomed to at home, but it was a welcome change. He filled the mug and grasped it with his fingertips along the top edge as he took a seat at the kitchen table. John glanced down at his watch. 4:48 a.m. He knew Travis would be awake already by now as well. John took a breath and reached for the phone, dialing Travis Chambers, looking at his watch one more time as it rang.
Morning, John,
came the reply after the first ring.
I was expecting the call a little sooner. Did you sleep in? Just figured you needed the beauty sleep, John said with a wry smile. Are you calling about the plan to go after Blanchard? No, not yet anyway.
John closed his eyes and took another sip of coffee.
How's Parker doing?
There was a long pause. John's heart thumped faster. He could hear Travis reaching over for something.
Sorry about that. Just had to grab my laptop. Last I heard he was improving, but let me check the latest.
John gripped the edge of the kitchen table, the wood creaking.
He's showing a remarkable recovery, actually, Travis said.
The wood creaked as John eased his grip, the table almost sighing from the relief.
I need to talk to him. Tell him I'm sorry I wasn't able to keep him safe.
They're keeping him sedated. He won't know you're there, Travis said. He's doing much better than they expected, but he's still not out of the woods yet. His blood pressure is still very low.
John, you've got nothing to apologize for. You saved his life. Even Parker would tell you the same.
John's jaw tightened as he let out a breath through his nostrils. I know you don't need me telling you this, But the mission is all you should be focusing on right now. We're going into the enemy's territory, and second-guessing yourself is dangerous." Sitting back in his chair, John looked out the window, watching as the red glow shifted to orange on the horizon. These people, the Order, had tried to take so much from him, turned his world upside down. Every step of the way, the fire inside John burned bright, driving him forward. But unlike his time as a ranger, this fight was continually close to home, always threatening his friends and family. It hollowed him out. "Look, if you need to sit this one out, no one would blame you," Travis said. "We've got more than enough manpower to bring Damien Blanchard in." John knew that Travis could hear the weariness in his voice. That intense fire in his gut could no longer be the sole driving force to bring an end to the Order. It was the team's mission now. John sat upright again. "No. I see this through to the end. All the way to Flare," he said, a clinical coldness in his words. This was always personal. It was what Blanchard was counting on. There was no way to separate that, but John needed to wall off his own feelings if the hard core was going to win the war. "I've got something," Millie said, as Travis and John walked into the briefing room. She sat cross-legged on a table with the laptop balanced on her knees. John noticed the workout clothes she wore and the thin sheen of sweat along the back of her neck, where her hair had been gathered into a small ponytail. Her work ethic was precisely what the team would need to win this war. "What have you got?" Travis said, draping his suit jacket over the back of a chair as he sat. "The Alpha assets," Millie said. "They were spotted at a private airstrip yesterday evening." "How did you find them so fast?" Travis asked, leaning to look at the laptop display. She rubbed her hands together and looked up at them with just a hint of a smile. "Parker's mob recognition program." John felt a twinge of pride and let the smile spread across his face as well. "Even after the attack, you're still helping us out, kid," he thought. "You're able to run it on that little thing?" Travis pointed to the small computer in her lap. "No," she said. "Well, yes, I could if I needed to. It would have just taken longer to get the same results. I got the program from Parker after we took down the car group. A few friends in my network got it up and running after that." Travis rubbed his temples. "Are we going to have to worry about his software falling into the wrong hands now?" "Where are they headed?" John asked, ignoring Travis's concern. "South Africa," Millie said. "Johannesburg, to be more precise." "What are they doing there?" Curtis asked, pulling a sweatshirt over his head as he entered. "Is that where we're headed?" "That's most likely not going to be their final stop," Travis said. "Our intel says Blanchard operates out of the more remote regions. We just don't know where yet." "We're already several steps behind," John said. "We should head there now and continue the pursuit as more information is available." "John, listen. We should sit tight and connect the dots first," Travis said. "We can't fly down there on your gut instinct unless we know Blanchard is there as well." "Well then, book the flights," Millie said, turning her laptop around. The display showed the results of another mob recognition result still feeding data to her computer. The image showed Damien Blanchard standing on the tarmac of an airstrip. "Same airport 2 days ago," she said. "Same plane, same destination." "Johannesburg," John said. Travis rubbed his earlobe with a sigh. "I'll go make some calls. Get your gear ready, team." Chapter 9. South Africa. Warm winds snapped across the land, sending reddish dirt spiraling around. The jeep skidded to a stop, adding to the cloud. Gabriel stepped out first, his dress shoes crunching in the pebbles. Micah followed, squinting his eyes as he reached into his jacket pocket for a pair of sunglasses. The two alphas strode toward the group of people awaiting their arrival. "Mr. Blanchard," Gabriel said. Micah nodded and rolled up his sleeves. "Gentlemen, I trust that the flight was comfortable," Damien said. "Yes, it was," Gabriel said. "The drive here, not so much," Micah added. The fake, accommodating smile never wavered from Damien's face. "I'm sorry to hear that. It's difficult to arrange transportation this far away from the city, but the remote location is necessary for our security." He turned and nodded to the men behind him. "My men will see to your bags. Please, join me so I can show you around."
This is an impressive little piece of land, Micah said, looking around with an almost sarcastic expression. Glossing over the site, Damien continued. As you can see, we've got plenty of manpower with the firepower to match. The central courtyard stretched out into a clearing where an assortment of wild animals calmly walked around, grazing on the grass. The field ended at a wall of trees, continuing for hundreds of yards to the east. Exotic birds squawked and cawed from their perches inside large, ornate cages, closer to the house. Gabriel removed his jacket and slung it over his shoulder as the tour continued. Damien took them to a section of the grounds where several men were function-checking a variety of weapons. The arsenal comprised mostly of older AK-74 rifles and Glock handguns, but there were also a few shotguns and revolvers thrown into the mix. At the far end of the armory, 2 men in particular stood out. Zane Bowers, an older man with leathery, tan skin, rubbed a paste over the length of a bullwhip, working it into the crevices with his thumbs. Next to him, equal in height but far more muscular with much darker skin, Retief Khan leaned in to inspect the connections to the fuel tank of his flamethrower. He had a cigarette dangling from his lips as he wiped grime away from the ends of the lines, screwing them in securely. "That tank is empty, I hope," Gabriel said to the soldier with the flamethrower. "Of course not. Just topped it off," Retief said, his voice a deep baritone. "Always need to be ready." The lit cigarette bounced as he spoke, tossing ash and embers with each syllable, before he pinched the filter with his lips and sucked in another deep lungful of smoke. Gabriel and Micah exchanged amused glances and continued following Damien. "How many men do you have working for you?" Gabriel asked, pointing a thumb at the mercenaries behind them. "On these grounds, a couple dozen, not counting the normal staff to prepare the food and keep the house in order," Damien said. "All well-trained and armed, as you can see. I've got more in the neighboring cities and villages as well. With a snap of my fingers, I can have a fighting force of hundreds." He snapped his fingers for show. Gabriel smiled. "Impressive." "That thing looks like a lot of fun," Micah said, pointing to a pickup truck parked at the end of the walkway. It certainly is an enjoyable experience," Damien said. The tires came up almost to his shoulders as he stood proudly next to the machine. The suspension raised the vehicle's body even higher. "We'll have to take a ride and do some hunting." Damien looked up toward the bed of the truck. "It's a great vantage point for taking down some big game." "Sounds like a blast," Micah said, his voice flat. "Come, let's head inside. I'm sure you two are quite famished." Florida. "Bingo," Travis said, dropping a stack of pages onto the kitchen table in John's apartment. "What's that?" John asked. "Flight manifests, FAA records, the works." "Pulled some more strings, I see." John grabbed the top sheet, skimming it. "Looks like this confirms Blanchard's flight to South Africa." "That it does," Travis said. He rifled through the pages until he found the one he was looking for. "And this gives us a little more intel." John set the first page down and grabbed the offered report. He read the first few paragraphs before sitting down. "Blanchard has a compound there?" he asked. "He did when the CIA put these reports together," Travis said. "I didn't have the pull to get more recent intel. My guess is that he's running scared. If that compound wasn't active before, it's most likely up and running again." "This is north of Swaziland. Lots of game preserves there," John said. "And lots of open wilderness," Travis added. "In the 80s, our friend was an avid big game hunter. He also ran with a few warlords in the area, terrorizing some of the smaller cities and villages there." "Aren't warlords further north? In Central Africa?" "Money and power," Travis said. "Blanchard ran his own private army, probably to keep his hunting activities protected." John stood. "This is perfect. We fly there, gear up, and drop right in on top of their heads. Perfect? You're talking about parachuting into Damien Blanchard's compound. That's borderline insane." "It's a lot simpler than the plan to take out the car group facility in New Mexico," John said. "We need to move now before he can gather his strength. If we wait, he could have a couple hundred mercenaries watching over him." "He could have that now," Travis said. "You seriously want us to execute a military-style raid flying through the airspace of a sovereign nation?" "We can't let that rat dig in now.
Travis sat, his body settling heavy with a sigh. He read through some of the other pages in the stacks, not looking for anything in particular. I can maybe reach out to some friends in the UN. Damien Blanchard isn't the most popular guy around over there. He saw the look in John's eyes harden. Whoa, I'm not suggesting that they rush the compound. He's our target, John said. No one else gets hands on him but the hardcore. Of course, Travis said. I'm only suggesting that we do this through the proper channels. Damien Blanchard has racked up quite a few charges, with maybe a few bordering on war crimes. My friends can hook us up with a small armed force as an escort. Get us to the compound? That could work, John said. And if he's already got a couple of 100 rifles working for him, they can even lend a helping hand in the fight, Travis said. If we leave anything for them, John said. Chapter 10. Mechanical clunks and whirring from fans and other equipment gave the room a sense of calm. The filtered and processed air was warm but more comfortable than the stifling humidity outside. John's thumb pressed the last round into the magazine of his M4. His fingers brushed across the brass before seating the mag into the rifle. He worked the charging handle to chamber the first round, adjusted the sling, and scratched at the itch along his neck. John let the weapon hang and secured his hearing protection before adjusting his safety glasses. The outdoor rifle range would let him stretch the weapon out, shooting at targets up to 250 meters away. But he was preparing for an assault in Damien Blanchard's compound. Most of his opponents would be well inside of that distance. Squared up against a series of targets, John let out a slow breath. He opened and closed his fists several times, shaking out the tension. His finger clicked the button on his timer. At the beep, his hand snatched the rifle. His thumb settled on the fire selector, snapping it to semi-automatic as the butt mated to his shoulder. John's eye tracked the red dot in his sight as the muzzle tracked the first target. The air shook as his weapon cracked. The reports echoed off the walls with a springy metallic rattle as he fired at the targets in sequence. When his M4 fell silent, the faint rumble continued for another few seconds, joined by the selector clicking back to safe. John removed his earmuffs and pulled the plugs from his ears. Not bad, Curtis said, walking into the range behind him with a bag slung over his shoulder. John looked down at the timer. Not good enough. It was a solid performance, and he knew that it would only improve with more repetition. But John knew the time that mattered the most was his first, when he was cold with no practice. Great shot placement, though. John glanced back over his shoulder. If Blanchard has an army of cardboard A-zone targets, then they won't stand a chance. Curtis chuckled. He sat on the bench next to his range bag, pulling his gear out. Removing a pair of safety glasses from a soft pouch, he stopped and looked up. John, I know what you want to do, Curtis said. Fly in with the cover of night, drop into the compound, and squeeze the life out of Damien with your bare hands. But you know that's reckless. John smirked and shook his head. Travis tell you that? No, I just know you. I know your style. Curtis blew a speck of dust from the lens of his glasses. I had to hunt you down, remember? John unslung his carbine and set it down on the table at his lane. And what's your point, Lieutenant? Are you here to tell me to stand down? Hell no, Curtis said. If you were crazy enough to convince Travis to go with your plan, I would have been dropping in with you. Parker is part of the team. You're not the only one that wants revenge. Justice, John said, looking up at Curtis. Not revenge. I'll settle for revenge. Justice is just the byproduct. Curtis took the rifle from his bag. What do you think of the actual plan, though? It's credible. Makes sense having a local presence to add some legitimacy to the operation, John said. But once the shooting starts, we have to be prepared to do the heavy lifting. We can't expect them to fight for us. Agreed. However, I think they have just as much motivation to take Blanchard down, too, Curtis said. He's dug in at his military compound, but maybe the friendly forces see us as a way to help them root that tick out for all the wrong he's done over there. When did you get so smart? John asked with a grin. Did you get hit in the head on your last stop? Seriously, John. The order is too big for any one man to bring down. grown powerful by controlling other powerful people. We're going to need all the help we can get. Curtis wrapped his earmuffs around his neck. Come on. Let's get some more rounds in before lunch. Miami International Airport.
How long is the flight again? Millie asked.
About 18 hours, Travis said, stowing his carry-on in the overhead compartment. She looked out the window.
And how far is that, in miles?
8,000, give or take.
Do they have enough fuel to make it that far? She asked.
Are you going to be okay? John asked, leaning across the aisle to keep his voice low.
I guess we'll find out, Millie said.
Haven't you flown before? Curtis asked. Didn't you guys fly down to New Mexico last year?
Yes, I've been in planes before.
She looked out the window, checking the condition of the wing for the 10th time in as many minutes.
Just not over that much water.
Don't you have some kind of ninja training to keep you calm during the flight? Curtis asked. Millie shot him a glare. Or maybe something you could take to knock you out, he added. All right, ease up, Lieutenant, Travis said. Everything will be okay, John said. You won't even see the water if you're not looking out the window.
I know it's there, though, Millie said. I just don't like giving up control.
Maybe Curtis is right, Travis said. How about a little vodka before the flight to take the edge off?
I'm not old enough to drink, she said with a half smile.
That's where you draw the line for committing crimes? Curtis asked, chuckling. Don't you have a forged passport? It's not forged, Travis said. It has been provided by the proper officials. It just doesn't have all the correct information.
Look, it's fine, guys. I'll survive, Millie said. I'll just have to keep my mind on the mission at hand.
John gave her a nod and sat back in his seat. He thought about what they would be heading into by flying to Damian Blanchard's home turf. In his mind, John put potential actions together, trying to account for a variety of situations. He could hear the others continuing their conversation as the plane rumbled, rolling toward its designated runway for takeoff. Their words joined in the background noise, droning on just at the edge of his awareness. John thought about Parker, still in the hospital. He had never been on a major operation without the computer expert's guidance since they teamed up to rescue Emily, his goddaughter. She was also still very much in danger. John felt a tightness across his chest as the plane sped up. He wouldn't be nearby to protect them if something were to happen. His heart raced as the Boeing 747 lifted off the runway. John gripped the armrests tighter and squeezed his eyes shut. It took several deep breaths to regain his composure, but John knew that he would have to trust Travis's network to keep everyone safe while they were going to bring down Blanchard. One more pillar to help bring the Order's entire operation crumbling to the ground. His heart leveled off, and his breathing slowed. John felt the cold, mechanical calm drape over his body, pulling the tension from his neck and shoulders. He resigned himself to a sleepless journey, unable to let his thoughts stray from his single-minded purpose. Chapter 11. South Africa. The flight sapped the energy from John's muscles and tightened his joints. He was unable to get any sleep during a long trip, but didn't feel the fatigue. Driven by purpose, John found the energy he needed to stay sharp and alert as he stepped off the plane. Waiting with the others, he had his bag draped over one shoulder, watching Travis off to the side, talking to someone on the phone. Millie stretched and bent down to place her hands flat on the ground. Even though the young woman had an obvious issue with the long journey over the open sea, she still could regain control and maintain the necessary composure to make it through with minimal stress. Where they would be headed, that kind of anxiety could get people killed. John felt a sense of reassurance knowing he would be fighting side by side with people that have proven themselves in previous battles. It served to further put his mind at ease. 3 minutes or so, Travis said as he came back. Once the trucks skid here, we'll meet up with my contacts, who should have our gear prepped and ready. Sounds good to me, Curtis said, pressing his fist into the side of his jaw as he turned his head and cracked his neck. They say anything about dinner? Maybe you should reset your watch, son. It's 4 a.m., Travis said, glancing down at his wrist.
I take it since we weren't able to bring our own weapons, there won't be any special requests, Millie said, crouched on the curb, hugging her knees.
I did what I could as far as weapons, but it looks like we haven't got much to choose from, Travis said. Aren't you trained with all small arms, though?
Aren't you able to pick up a suit off the rack? She asked in response. We've all got our taste. But yes, I'll be fine with whatever we can get our hands on.
John should be fine, Curtis said. You know they've got a 1911 sitting around, waiting for an old man to pick it up. John smiled. It's got a legacy. Maybe you'll learn to appreciate that in your old age. If I live long enough to pick a 7+1 capacity over a Glock 21, do me a favor and check me into the old folks' home, Curtis said with a smirk. A pair of well-worn SUVs with a healthy coating of reddish dust rounded the corner. Their rumbling engines dominated the early morning air as they growled to a stop. This is us, Travis said. Let's get our gear stowed and head out. We'll discuss the plan on the road. John pulled the rear hatch of the lead vehicle open, smiling and nodding to the driver as he came out to assist. I've got it. He put his bag in the back and turned to help Curtis and Millie stow their gear as well. They told me you were still in one piece, but I had to see it for myself, a voice said from the second vehicle. John turned to face the speaker. Jimenez? Yeah, the man said, taking his hat off and walking over to offer his hand. I mean, I knew you were tough after the Russians dropped that building on you, but when the other stories kept coming in, Jimenez let out a whistle. You certainly live up to your name, Stone. Thank you, John said. And thank you for all your help. Did the Army just dump the bottom of the barrel on us? Curtis asked, walking around as he recognized his friend. How have you been doing, Jimenez? How's the leg? They shook hands and exchanged a brief hug. The leg is fine, Jimenez said. Shouldn't slow me down. So what's the deal? I didn't know we were allowed to pull personnel from the military for this mission, Curtis said. I'm retired, Jimenez said. From active duty, anyway. It's tough finding people capable of doing things the way we do, Travis said. Let's say that Jimenez received a suitable offer to join our little crew. Wait, we get paid? Curtis asked. And how did you get here before us? I was in Germany when Travis called me. Just finished getting all the paperwork to join the Hard Corps as a contractor, Jimenez said. I got here just before you did. These guys showed up and told me they were my ride. I'm glad you made the decision to join us, John said. We need a lot of talent behind the scope. Who's this? Millie asked. I'm Corporal Jimenez. I ran alongside these two for a mission a little while back, he said. No offense, but you don't look old enough to be a doctor. So I'm guessing you're not Spencer. Millie, Travis said. Jimenez held his hand out. Millie, he drew the name out. Just Millie. She shook his hand. Pleasure to meet you. Hey, so can we get the show on the road? Curtis asked. I need some breakfast. Can't survive on just airline peanuts and pretzels. The warm breeze blew across the covered patio where Damian Blanchard sat, sipping his coffee while waiting for his breakfast. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes before opening them again to watch the sunrise. This day would be devoted to relaxation. Tomorrow he would start planning on how to handle John Stone. One of his servants walked over holding a tray. Hungry for his meal, Damian shook the cloth napkin and draped it over his lap, taking another sip of his coffee. As the man approached, Damian could see a look of concern in his eyes. The tray didn't have a plate of food, as he expected. Wonderful. I've got to waste my morning dealing with incompetent kitchen staff, he thought. It wasn't until the servant was within speaking distance that Damian noticed the object on the tray was a telephone. His jaw tightened. Who dared call him at this hour? A list of appropriate responses passed through his mind as he prepared to tear into the idiot on the other end. Sir, you've got a call, the servant said, struggling to hold his hand steady. Yes, I can see that, you half-wit. Damian picked up the phone. Do you have any idea what time it is? If it's not important, I'm going to personally— John Stone is there, the voice said. He landed in Africa a couple of hours ago. A lump formed in Damian's throat. His vision blurred as his heart thumped in his ears. He clenched his teeth and gripped the cordless handset tighter. It took several deep breaths before he could regain control. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? He asked.
The digitally altered voice on the other end said, "John Stone has landed in Africa. He's got a group with him. You are to deal with him there. Make sure he does not make it back to the U.S." There was a click on the other end as the caller hung up. Damien stood, looking down at the phone in his hand. Baring his teeth, rage filled his body as he hurled it into the field. The impact on the rocks and dirt sent a few of the animals scattering. How? He thought. How did Stone know where I am? It didn't make sense to Damien. Without the computer nerd's support, he believed that the American lacked the ability to gather that kind of intel. The Hostile Response Division died with Marvin Van Pierce. Stone didn't have the connections to pull this off in such a short amount of time. Turning to the man with the tray, Damien wrapped a hand around the man's neck, pulling him close. "Get Zane here, now!" he growled, shoving the servant away. The SUVs pulled into a small compound surrounded by a mix of old wood slats and chain-link fences. People inside moved with purpose, stacking crates along one side of the main building. Several pickup trucks rolled out of their way, their cargo already unloaded. John stepped out and worked the kinks from his joints, stretching his muscles again. Travis exited behind him and patted his shoulder before heading to a small group of men issuing orders to the people in the compound. Curtis and Jimenez continued their conversation as they walked over to the main structure, where they were told the food would be waiting. "What does your gut tell you?" Millie asked, already pulling her backpack over her shoulders. "You think this is a good plan?" John looked at her, then back to Travis as he spoke with his contacts. "It's as good as we're going to get. We'll have to make it work." Millie gathered her hair into a small ponytail. "We'll make it work." She put on a pair of sunglasses and made her way to the building. Travis turned and joined John again. "Looks like we just sit tight for further orders. Things are changing a bit." John raised an eyebrow. "Not enough weapons?" he asked, jutting his chin toward the crates stacked along the wall. "Definitely not enough," Travis said. "As in no weapons at all yet. Those are aid packages for local villages and farmers." "How exactly have things changed a bit?" Travis wiped the back of his neck with a handkerchief before tucking it into a pocket and removing his jacket. "The local government is asking for some favors in order to allow us to conduct our operation here. Turns out Blanchard's warlords have been a consistent nuisance, even after he left. And now they want us to deliver the aid that Blanchard's goon squads have stolen from the locals," John said. "Yeah, but before you... We'll do it." Travis cocked his head to one side. "Huh. I had a whole speech prepared and everything. I understand that we're not here to just stop Blanchard, but undo the damage that the Order has inflicted on innocent lives," John said. "Maybe you can use your speech on the others." "Maybe," Travis said. "Or I can just tell them you're on board. No one is going to question you." John smiled and watched as more trucks pulled in with pallets wrapped in plastic. "Please tell me the weapons are on the way, though." Travis returned the smile. "Weapons, soldiers, and transportation for hauling all of that." "What are they providing as far as wheels?" John asked. "A few Mamba Mark IIs to lead the way, a Samuel 20 for the extra bodies, and a Samuel 50 for the cargo." "That should work," John said. "Go grab some chowstone. The next few days are going to be rough." Travis fished his phone out again as he walked away. John put his hands on his hips, looking around. He saw several of the trucks leaving, but none of them had been parked off to the side, the driver heading over to help the others unload more supplies. The muscles in his neck and jaw flexed and relaxed. John scratched his chin and made his way to the older vehicle. Settling into the driver's seat, he could see that the keys still dangled from the ignition. "What are you doing, John?" Curtis asked, approaching the truck. "We're just about to eat some breakfast. Thought you might like to know that they've got bacon and eggs just for us. At least I think that's what it's supposed to be." John leaned out the window, resting on the door. "Plans have changed. Ask Travis. He'll tell you all about it." "You're not going after Blanchard without us, are you?" "No. I just need to get a feel for the area. See what we might be getting ourselves into." "Not without me, you're not," Curtis said, stepping around to the passenger side. "Clark, just stay here with the others.
I'm not going to do anything stupid, John said. Well, then you won't mind me joining you. John wiped a hand across his cheek and scratched his neck. I promise. I'm just going to ask around to see how the locals are living. We could be destroying lives if we're not careful.
Cool. Curtis pulled the seatbelt across his lap and secured it in the buckle.
Let's roll. I'll call Travis and let him know what we're up to.
Shaking his head, John secured his own belt and started the truck.
Have it your way, Clark.
Hey, maybe we should at least grab a pistol or two before we leave, Curtis said, pointing to the crates.
The weapons aren't here yet,
John said as the truck rumbled to life.
Still not too late to change your mind and stay here.
Curtis pressed his lips together and processed the new information. He pointed forward.
Let's roll out.
Zane ducked as he entered the room, even though his head cleared the high entryway by almost a meter. He removed his hat and brushed a hand along the brim as he took a seat at the table. Damian Blanchard sat at the far end, lightly pressing the tip of a knife into his finger, twirling the blade back and forth with the other hand. His head of security stood to his left, arms folded over his chest. Gabriel and Micah were already seated, both on the same side, near Damian. Retief and his second-in-command, Cameron, followed behind Zane, also removing their hats and glasses before joining the rest. Grabbing the knife in an ice-pick grip, Damian tapped the blade down into the table, testing its strength.
No need to mix words, he said. John Stone has chased us to our own turf.
Gabriel and Micah looked at each other, then back to Damian. Are you certain? Gabriel asked.
Quite, Damian said. He and a small group landed this morning. They've been taken north of Johannesburg. I don't think it's a coincidence.
He's coming here? Zane asked. How does he even know about this place?
It's not exactly the lost city of Atlantis, Damian said. We've never advertised the location. But someone was bound to find it.
Let us take care of him right now, Gabriel said. We'll have his head on your table by breakfast tomorrow morning, Micah said.
No, we can't risk tipping our hand. Damian turned to Cameron and Retief. I need you to go out and assemble the rest of our men. Tell them to cease all activity in the region and prepare for a fight.
Of course, Retief said. I'll prepare the rest of the men here, Zane said.
Good. Get on it, Damian said.
His three captains each gave their verbal acknowledgement and turned to leave. After their departure, he addressed the two Alpha assets.
When Stone and his team get here, I'll need you two in an elevated position. One of the rooms on the top floor should provide an adequate line of sight.
You want us to make a long-range shot in the heat of battle? Gabriel asked. Damian's face grew incredulous.
Isn't that what you do? Aren't you experts at that type of shot? I thought Flair trained you personally.
Gabriel leaned in, his expression cold. We are trained to eliminate the target. We can make the shot.
Excellent. Then shall we—
But you are introducing too many variables, Micah interrupted, making too many assumptions. How do you know Stone will be out in the open when the battle commences? What kind of armor will he be wearing?
What do you propose?
Damian asked, the frustration evident in his tone. Let us accomplish this task our way, Gabriel said. Give us the weapons we need. Micah and I will hit Stone before he realizes we know he's here. The leader of the Alphas maintained his gaze. Damian reciprocated, locking eyes with the assassin. Tense moments passed before he spoke.
Very well. You can try it your way, Damian said. But if you screw up and surrender the element of surprise, I don't care how valuable you are to the Order. I'll add you to my collection.
He gestured behind his chair to the mounted trophies. Lifeless heads of big game animals adorned the hardwood walls along the back of the room, above the mantel of the fireplace. You'll find that we are much tougher game than you are used to, Micah said, as he put his sunglasses on. The Alphas left, closing the door behind them. Damian slammed the knife down, plunging the blade into the wooden table. He let out a furious roar, angry at both Stone and the arrogance of Rebecca Flair's Alpha assets. Chapter 12.
All right, we've been driving out here for almost an hour, Curtis said. Can you tell me what you're really looking for? No ulterior motives, John said. Just trying to get a feel for what the people out here actually go through. And we couldn't do that by asking around at the base? John pulled into a small village. Chambers said that Blanchard's warlords are still operating in the area. Curtis closed his eyes and pressed a hand to his forehead. Please don't tell me we're out here hunting for the bad guys, completely unarmed. We're going to stay out of trouble. I promise. John stepped out of the truck, pushing his sleeves up to mid-forearm. Curtis hopped out and joined him. John looked at Curtis. Blanchard's men have been stealing the aid supplies sent to people in need. And when Travis's contacts found out what we would be doing here, they sent a shipment to deliver while we tracked our target.
So all of those crates were food and medicine? Curtis asked.
Yes, as well as water filtration and other technology, John said. The kind of stuff that would help these people provide for themselves without needing to provide slave labor to Blanchard's men to make ends meet.
Wow. This guy's dossier gets rosier every minute, Curtis said.
An older man approached, with a teen helping him cover the distance. He waved at John and Curtis, saying something that sounded friendly enough, but it was in a language that neither understood.
What's he saying? Curtis asked.
How would I know? John retorted.
This was your idea, Curtis whispered as the man reached them. I thought maybe you spoke whatever language they're using. What language are they using anyway?
Afrikaans, the teen said. And my grandfather is saying hello.
Is that all? Curtis asked. It sounded like he said a whole lot more than that.
Well, he said it a couple of times. He also said he would bring some men to help unload the truck if you need him to. Although he also mentioned that you two looked strong enough to do it all yourselves.
John nodded and thanked the man, but then his face softened.
I'm sorry, but we don't have any supplies with us. The teen translated, and the old man's face grew somber. I mean, we don't have it in the truck right now, but we will be bringing it soon, John said.
Again the teen translated, and the old man replied.
He asks why you are here now, then, the young man said.
John looked down at the screen of his phone, bringing up a photo.
Does he know this man?
He turned the device, letting them see the picture of Damian Blanchard. The old man nodded and spoke to the teen. I think that's a yes, Curtis said. Fire and fury grew in the teen's eyes.
Yeah, we know him. That's Damian Blanchard. We call him the hyena. Not to his face, though.
Has he been around here lately? John asked.
Grandpa says no. Says he tucked tail and ran a few years ago, the teen said. But his men have never stopped terrorizing us. Are you going to run them off too?
That's the plan, kid, John said. But I'm afraid that the hyena is back. The old man's face paled. It was clear that he could understand only a little of what they were saying, but John's last statement hit him hard. He clutched the teen's hand, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. The kid replied, trying to calm his grandfather. What's he saying? Curtis asked.
He says we need to get out of here.
John shook his head and looked the old man in the eye.
No, you don't need to go anywhere. We're here to end this. To hunt down the hyena.
Millie pulled the brim of the worn ball cap low to block the sun. She ran her fingers underneath each side to tuck more of her hair up. With the toe of her boot, she kicked a large plastic case open. A truck had arrived to deliver the weapons and gear that they would be using, and Millie was there to inspect the merchandise.
It's a little old, but they should be good to go, Travis said as he approached.
Millie crouched, getting a closer look at the rifles.
A little old is putting it mildly. I think these guns are older than you.
She lifted one of the AK-47s from the rack inside, working the bolt several times before looking down the iron sights.
Practically relics.
Funny. Travis opened up another case, removing a box and setting it on top. At least these are newer, compared to those AKs anyway.
Wow. Are those Gen 1 and 2 Glocks? Millie asked, peering in the box.
We roll with what we've got, Travis said, closing the box. Sorry, we couldn't get Gen 5s or any Smith & Wesson gear for you.
These should work, she said. Looks like they've been maintained properly. Wait a minute, what's this?
Digging down along the far end, Millie pulled another weapon from the long case, She plucked the loose straw-like packing material free and turned the firearm around to get a good look at it.
"Judging by the look in your eye, I take it you've claimed that weapon," Travis said.
She brought the MP5 submachine gun up to her shoulder, checking the sights.
"Yep."
Jimenez joined them, adjusting his hat before putting his sunglasses on.
"Got any cool toys for me?"
"I think there are a few in that bag over there," Travis said. "I asked for something in .300 Win Mag for you, but they didn't have much to choose from." The canvas bag ruffled as the old zipper peeled open. Jimenez pulled the rifle and looked it over. The dents and scratches on the wood stock and forearm showed the Dragunov rifle's age. He fished a second weapon out and set it on the table next to the first.
"Which one tickles your fancy?" Travis asked.
"I'd go with door number 2, Millie said.
"Yeah, I'm with you, kid. I'll take the Remington 700, Jimenez said. "The 308 will work just fine, and I'm better with the bolt action."
He took a flashlight from his pocket and inspected the insides. "So far, these are in decent shape," Millie said, helping one of the soldiers with the ammunition boxes.
"Where are John and Curtis?" Jimenez asked. "I noticed they left while we were eating." "Wait, they weren't with you two?" Travis asked.
Millie pursed her lips and shook her head. "I figured John was out here talking to you."
"They hopped in a truck and took off about an hour ago," Jimenez said. "I thought they had spoken to you about it. I'm not sure how the team operates now."
"Get him on the phone now," Travis said to Millie.
"We need to know what John is up to before he does something to compromise the operation."
"Say again?" Curtis pressed a finger to his ear as he stepped away to hear the call clearer.
"I'm sending you the location of our forward operating base," Millie said. "Make sure you get John there before he does anything rash."
"Roger that. Just make sure you set aside a Glock 17 for me," Curtis said.
"I'm serious, Clark. Don't let John storm the castle without us," she said. "These supplies are just as important as finding Blanchard."
Curtis looked back over his shoulder.
"It's not going to be a problem. He understands how important those supplies are."
He slipped the phone into a pocket on his thigh and joined the others again. John had driven them to 2 other small towns, each time asking about their experiences with Blanchard's private army. Both had similar stories. The hyena and his army seized control of aid distribution by bribing officials. He used the care packages to convince willing soldiers to join his ranks. With the rest of the community suffering, they were forced to provide slave labor to earn the food and medicine that their families needed. With control of key people at the top, any inspectors sent to see how the people were doing always reported that the deliveries were helpful. John thanked a man and his wife for helping him communicate with the rest of the people in their town. He offered up promises to take Blanchard out, then help them eliminate the corrupt officials in charge of their aid. As the sun settled behind the horizon, John could feel the air cooling. He pushed his sleeves down to his wrists as Curtis reached him.
"What did he say?" he asked.
Curtis buttoned up his shirt.
"She says sorry, they don't have any 1911s, but she can check local archaeology sites to see if they dug any up."
John smiled, unable to hide his amusement.
"I imagine Travis isn't too pleased with us. He's been trying to call me all afternoon. He's so upset he might even have a hair out of place. Millie sent me the location of the forward operating base they're going to set up."
Curtis checked his watch.
"I think we're only half an hour out, so we should be able to reach it before they do." "Good. That means we have time for one more stop," John said.
"One more? I think you got a pretty good picture of what that weasel Blanchard has been doing here."
"Just up the road, there's another village."
John looked back at the families he had just spoken to.
"They heard about us, and a few of the other town elders and community leaders want to meet up personally. They want to make sure we know exactly what horrors Blanchard's been inflicting on these people."
"Hey, man, you only get to kill this guy once," Curtis said. "I think he's earned his bullet already." John looked at him, his eyes cold and hard.
"Just one more stop. This is about more than just Blanchard now."
Chapter 13. The fire crackled as embers floated toward John and Curtis, seated on a small log along one side. Several other men and women sat around with them. A larger group of bystanders gathered at the edge of the warm glow, listening.
"My father says the hyena took his brother years ago," a young woman said, translating. "They found his body the following summer. Animals had already shown up to
She lowered her eyes.
Scavenge.
Was it reported to the authorities? Curtis asked.
They said there was nothing they could do.
The woman's eyes met his.
The death was ruled an accident.
Blanchard's control extends well beyond a few aid inspectors, John said to Curtis.
An old woman stepped into the fire's light.
They are taking our boys. As soon as they are strong enough to work, we must let them go with the hyenas men. It's the only way to keep them from hurting more of us.
Are they training them to fight? Curtis asked.
As soldiers?
She shook her head.
They work in the hyena's land, keeping his house clean and feeding his animals.
Curtis rubbed his hands along the side of his neck and leaned his head back.
You're right, John. This all needs to end now.
John nodded and stood up. He turned to the old woman.
What about the men in your village? Can they fight?
Her eyes shimmered in the flickering light. A tear rolled down her cheek.
They are gone. Hunted down and killed.
Curtis gritted his teeth, barely able to relax enough to talk.
They came to your village and killed all the men?
No, you do not understand, the younger woman said. The hyena kidnapped the men one at a time and hunted them for sport.
Curtis looked at John, the fire in his eyes matching the pit they sat around. John returned his gaze and just gave him a short, almost imperceptible nod.
We need to get back to the others, Curtis said. Blanchard's army needs to be wiped off the face of the planet. I think we've learned the hard way that men like the hyena only infect those around him, John said. First Blanchard, then we help root out the corruption. If we merely remove him, the infection will still spread.
They thanked the townsfolk and headed to the truck.
Travis and the others should be at the rally point by now, Curtis said. Listen, Stone. I'm really sorry about Parker. I just want to let you know that I'm with you all the way. Thanks, Clark. That means a lot, John said. I mean it. All the way to the top, Curtis said. After we wipe out Blanchard, we're going after the Order. Anderson, Flair, and anyone else that stands in our way.
The laughter of children mingled with commands issued to the men unloading supplies from the 5-ton Semel 50. Millie ran alongside a group playing soccer. Her physical ability allowed her to keep up, but her lack of knowledge of the sport only served to entertain the children every time she messed up. Her smile beamed, and their infectious laughter reached her as well. Travis watched from the sidelines while coordinating with Kofi Nkosi, the commander of the soldiers with them. He and Travis watched over the group, making sure the proper supplies would be handed over to the small town. Travis looked down at a clipboard, checking off another box and pointing toward the soldiers unloading the previous cases.
How are we looking, Jimenez? He asked.
It's clear so far, the sharpshooter said.
I've set up a perimeter with a few men on patrol, but I think we're far enough from Blanchard's turf that we should be fine. Great. I don't want anyone sneaking up on us. This place is surrounded by a wide, flat expanse of land, so we would spot anyone creeping up with no problem, Jimenez said. But with the sun setting, that advantage is going to go away soon. We won't be here much longer, Travis said. Kofi and I are going to make sure the townsfolk are going to be okay with what we've brought. Copy.
Several children tugged at Millie's clothes, pleading with her to stay as she stepped away from the game. She knelt down, reassuring them that she would only be gone for a few minutes. Wiping the sweat from her neck with the collar of her shirt, Millie stood by Travis's side, glancing down at his clipboard.
How's it looking?
Smooth, so far.
Travis kept his eyes fixed to the page, tapping the rows with the tip of his pen as he counted.
I hate to be a naysayer, but we're losing light, Millie said. Are we planning on continuing these deliveries into the night?
Travis looked up at her.
No, this is our only drop for today. It's a bit of a drive to reach the rest. We'll be heading straight for the forward operating base further north.
Is it safe enough? She asked.
Yeah, we should be fine. Here, take a look. Travis walked over to the map spread out on the hood of a nearby Mamba. We're right here. He pointed to the map.
And this is the route we're taking?
Millie traced a finger along one of the main roads. That's the one. We'll be on Provincial Route R71 until this point, Travis said, indicating where their path diverged. It's rougher terrain after that, but still outside of Blanchard's known territory. We'll be on the road for about an hour.
Perfect. I can sleep on the way then, Millie said.
Right now I've got a game to finish. The smile grew on her face again as she jogged back to the children. Travis chuckled as he heard them cheer her return. Chapter 14. The worn shocks on the Mamba Mk2 transmitted every dip and bump on the road as Travis rocked in his seat. He looked into the rearview mirror at the back seat. Jimenez peered out the window, clutching his rifle to prevent it from bouncing around. "Everything okay, Corporal?" Travis asked. "Clear so far," Jimenez said. "But with the darkness and trees getting thicker, we should probably set up some spotlights on the vehicles." "We're almost at the rally point," Travis said. "I'll make sure we've got plenty of light while we're camping, though." Jimenez nodded and stared out into the darkness. Travis turned to look over his shoulder at the seat behind him. Millie had her arms crossed, head resting on her bunched-up shirt, propped against the window for a pillow. Even asleep, Travis could almost see the warrior inside ready to spring into battle. He faced the front and dialed John's number once more. "Pick up, John," Travis thought. He let the call ring several more times before hanging up. "What's up, boss?" Curtis asked, just as Travis was prepared to press end. "Where are you guys? Why isn't John answering?" "He's driving. Safety first," Curtis said. "We're just now hitting the road, heading to meet you guys at the rally point." "Good. No more delays," Travis said. "Roger that." Travis ended the call and slid the phone in his front pocket. "Those two are going to get rid of what few blonde hairs I've got left. I swear I'm going to look like Anderson Cooper inside of a month." "It's going to take a lot more than a head of white hair for that," Millie said, her eyes still closed. "I thought you were sleeping," Travis said. "I was, but we're almost there, so it's time for me to wake up." "What do you have, an internal timer or something?" She unrolled her shirt, pulling it over a tank top. "It's discipline." The light-armored truck lurched as the driver pressed the brake just a bit too aggressively. Travis propped his hand on the dash, looking out at the line of red lights from the vehicles in front of them. He glanced at his watch and looked out the side windows. "Why are we stopping?" he asked. The driver gave him an apologetic look and shrug. "We should be reaching a clearing before setting up the camp." Travis opened the door, ready to make his way up to the front of the line. "Stop," Millie said. "Something's wrong." "She's right," Jimenez said. "This looks like a trap. We're right in the middle of it." Gunfire erupted from the front of the line. Muzzle flashes popped and strobed from tree lines on either side of the road. "Contact! Contact!" someone shouted over the radio. "It's an ambush! They're shooting from the trees!" a panicked voice added. Travis picked up the handset and shouted his commands. "Get us through it! Keep moving!" A mismatched pair of old, unmarked pickup trucks pulled out of the shadows, blocking the path, as the occupants pointed door-mounted lights at the convoy. Each vehicle had a weapon mounted in the bed as the gunners turned to face the lead Mamba. The mounted FN mags spit a stream of 7.62 by 5 1mm rounds as the tracers drew a bright line from muzzles to targets, the heavier rounds delivering too much energy for the light-armored hull. The driver tried to pull out of the path, off to the side of the road, but the bullets chewed him to pieces before he got clear. The soldiers inside did their best to return fire at the machine guns, but the ambushers in the trees killed them before their R4 assault rifles could make a difference. The men in the Semil 20 opened fire into the attackers near the trees as the Mamba in front of Travis rolled backward, slamming into the front bumper of their vehicle. Jimenez grabbed his rifle and made his way to the gunner's turret. "Corporal, what do you think you're doing?" Travis shouted. "Someone needs to get those machine gunners out of the fight," the marksman said, already peering through his scope. "We need to get control of this fight," Millie said. "Everyone is just shooting randomly into the trees." The Remington 700 boomed above them, and one of the enemy machine guns fell silent. The soldiers around them continued shouting and firing wildly into the darkness while the enemy's attack persisted. Travis shouted more orders to the soldiers with the convoy, trying his best to regain control of the situation. Millie slipped out of the vehicle, picking up a nearby R4 from one of their fallen men. Whipping his head around, Travis watched everything around him unravel. "John, if you're out there, we could definitely use your help." The old pickup truck rumbled as it eased to a stop in the gravel in the clearing. John killed the engine, keeping the headlights on. Dust and dirt swirled in the beams, but the illumination ended at the thick foliage 20 yards ahead. "Looks like we beat them here," Curtis said. "Doesn't seem right at all." John looked at his watch.
and took a map out of the glove compartment. "Are we in the right spot?" Curtis stepped out of the truck, twisting his body side to side to stretch out his back.
"This is right where Millie told you they would be," John said, shining his small flashlight at the map. "This small wooded area is what we're looking at right now. We just passed the two larger forests along the southern ridgeline."
"Do you think they passed by us?" Curtis asked, looking for an alternate route they could have taken.
John shook his head. "This is the only road. Something must have delayed them."
"Millie said they were making a drop to one of the villages. Maybe the people there invited them to stay for dinner."
"Maybe," John mumbled, pushing the door open with his boot. He climbed out and walked around, checking out the clearing. It was a suitable position to set up a camp, easy to defend with minimal resources, allowing the convoy to rest, but not if they were the only ones there. "We can't stay here," John said. "Our best move would be to keep heading up the road to meet up with the others."
"Are you serious?" Curtis asked. "I don't think my tailbone can take any more of those old roads. That seat is all metal, no padding." He looked at John's expression. "Of course you're serious. Just give me a few more minutes to stretch."
"What was that?"
John asked, straightening his posture as he looked off into the distance. Curtis turned his head, closing his eyes to listen. The popcorn-like chorus in the air made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end.
"Gunfire," he said. "Machine guns."
John sprinted back to the truck, hopping into the driver's seat and starting the engine just as Curtis settled in beside him. The old pickup bounded over the rough ground, finally finding the dirt road. Curtis grasped the handle above the passenger side window, clutching the shoulder strap of a seatbelt with his other hand. "Maybe this is a bad time to remind you, but rushing headlong into a firefight unarmed is probably not the best idea," he said to John.
"Our friends could be in trouble. We've got no choice."
A fireball belched up from behind the trees against the horizon. Seconds later, the truck's windows and mirrors rattled as the explosive concussion reached them.
"No, you don't," Jimenez said almost under his breath. He tracked one of the ambushers as the man hopped up into the back of the pickup, pulling the dead man from behind the mounted weapon. The pad of his index finger pressed into the trigger, clicking it back with smooth, even pressure. The rifle snapped off another round, shattering the top of his target's skull. Jimenez worked the bolt and tried to take aim at the second machine gun. Taking both out of the fight would significantly improve his team's odds of escaping. Bullets sparked off the hull of the Mamba as the men in the trees shifted their fire toward him. He dropped back inside and pressed himself flat against the seat as more gunners joined in.
"Do you see Millie out there?" Travis asked.
"No. I thought she was in here still."
"She left when you took out the first machine gun," Travis said. "We need to get her back here and get the convoy turned around." Among the distant rattle of automatic fire, a steady, almost rhythmic series of pops joined the chorus. It stopped for a few seconds and started up again. "You hear that?" Jimenez asked.
"No."
"Exactly. The machine guns aren't firing anymore." He picked his rifle off the floorboard and popped up in the gunner's turret again. Travis sat up and saw a small figure in all black reach the Semel 20, issuing commands to the soldiers inside. The men acknowledged and used the walls of the truck for cover, taking aim before firing their weapons. The figure climbed up onto the top of the Mamba in front of Travis and slipped inside through the gunner's turret. The truck rumbled and rolled forward for a few feet before making a U-turn to head in the other direction. Illuminated by the headlights in the rest of the convoy, Millie stepped out of the driver's seat and helped one of the soldiers up off the ground, ordering him to take the wheel. She pulled a black scarf down from around her mouth and shouted at Travis through the windshield. "Get the convoy out of here! Follow him!" she said, pointing to the armored truck already rolling along the shoulder of the road, heading back the way they came. She disappeared into a pool of shadow as the other soldiers rose to their feet and retreated, continuing to fire toward the attackers in the trees. "Where's she going?" Travis asked. The Remington thundered again. "Back to the lead vehicle. There's someone alive inside. We need to help her." Travis shook his head. "I think she's better off without us drawing attention to her. We gotta get this convoy out of here." He gave the driver the signal as their Mamba turned to join the other vehicles. "How does she plan on dragging an injured man to safety without the enemy spotting?" Jimenez asked. Almost as if answering his question, a bright flash filled his vision as one of the enemy's pickup trucks exploded. A heartbeat later, a thunderous boom slammed into his chest, the blast wave shoving him back. The flaming wreck of the vehicle crashed down hard on the side of the road. Silhouetted against the flames, Travis spotted Millie in the rear-view mirror, with the injured man's arm draped across her shoulder. The large 5-ton cargo truck completed its slow looping turn as she and the other man reached the rear bumper, hopping inside as it rumbled along. Gabriel leaned against the red beech, bracing his weapon on one of its low branches. He scanned the battleground through his scope, watching the vehicles flee. He gritted his teeth and swept the optic across the road. Micah let out a short grunt. "I don't see Stone." "Neither do I," Gabriel said. "I don't like this." "Who was that girl?" Micah asked. "She was with Stone at Faust Kingston's Wolf's Den," Gabriel said. "She's one of Flair's former assets. One of the last Gammas." Micah lifted his eye from the scope and looked at his partner. "That was her? Why didn't you give me the go-ahead to take her out?" "It wasn't worth the risk of giving up our position, even if you did have a shot." He turned his head toward Micah. "Besides, our target is John Stone. The girl will have to wait." "What do you think Flair would say if she heard we passed up this opportunity?" Micah asked. Gabriel snapped the cap over his scope's lenses. "She would appreciate my professionalism, as she always does." Micah watched the senior Alpha asset as he walked away. Blanchard's mercenaries whooped and hollered, celebrating the successful ambush, as a few jumped into vehicles hidden among the trees to pursue the fleeing convoy. The scene around them was chaotic, but Micah slung his rifle over his shoulder, following Gabriel in the direction of the base, sticking to the trees for cover. Chapter 15. "Stop the truck," Curtis said, pointing to the column of smoke rising against the moonlit sky. "We're close." John pulled over and killed the engine. "We go in on foot from here." "No arguments from me." Curtis slipped out of the truck. The pair crept up to the wreckage through the trees, using the darkness for cover. As they approached, the shouts and cheers grew louder, with several men firing their weapons into the air. Orange and yellow light flickered off of the forest around them as they reached the scene of the conflict. John pressed his palms against the trunk of a nearby tree and leaned out. The flaming wreckage of a vehicle lit up the surrounding area. A second pickup truck sat near the burning husk. Two men worked to pull the bodies of dead men from the bed where a machine gun had been mounted. Not far from the roadblock, he spotted a bullet-riddled, light-armored truck. "That's the convoy," he whispered. Curtis crouched and peered through the bushes at the scene, digging through one of his pockets. "Are you sure? How can you tell?" "The uniforms of the dead men along the road," John said. "They're the same as the ones the men wore as they unloaded supplies where we left." Curtis brought a small monocular scope to his eye. "I think you're right." "What should we do now?" Curtis asked. John knelt down, watching as the guerrilla soldiers gathered up the weapons of the fallen enemy and ally alike, and piling them near a man that appeared to be their leader. "We need to take that one out," he said, pointing to a soldier with a bushy beard towering over the others. "That's a tall order," Curtis said. "Dude looks like he's 6'9" and 300 pounds. Plus, they've got all the weapons." "None of that matters if I can get to that machine gun." John pointed to the pickup truck near the flaming pile of twisted steel. "You can't be serious. How do you even know that thing still works?" Curtis asked. "The mount looks twisted. He may not even be able to swing it around." "That's why I need your help. We're going to disconnect it," John said. "Once I start shooting, I need you to take out the guys next to the trucks." "This is an awful plan, John. With no weapons, I don't see how it can possibly succeed." Curtis's voice grew more exasperated. "You've got a knife, don't you?" "Yeah, a pocket knife with a 3-inch blade," Curtis hissed. "Hardly a machete like that monster over there has." He pointed to the man John tasked him with taking out. "Then start with the monster and take his machete," John said. "I can't tell if you're serious," Curtis said, "but it's not going to work." "We've got the element of surprise," John said. He positioned himself ready to make his move. Something in his pocket buzzed, pulling his attention from the plan. He looked over at Curtis, who was patting his own pocket as well. "Someone is calling me," John said, pulling his phone from his pocket. "Me too," Curtis said, glancing down at the screen. "Jimenez, is that you?" John saw the number Travis had been using to reach him. He accepted the call and ducked back into the shadows, pressing a finger to his ear. "I'm here. We were ambushed," Travis said, almost shouting. "Blanchard's men were waiting for us. Where are you now? You and Curtis need to stay away." "We're at the site of the attack," John said. "I can see the mercenaries from where we are. How are you guys holding up? Torn up?" "Looks like we've lost almost half our men," Travis said. "We're going to have to scrub this mission." "No. If Blanchard's mercenaries are all focused on you, Curtis and I have a shot at breaking through and reaching your position," John said. "Don't be stupid.
You've got no support. As long as they focus their attention on you, I do. It's too dangerous out there, Travis said. Find a place to hole up and wait for a chance to sneak back. It's up to you to keep the others safe, Chambers. That's the mission now, John said. Millie should be able to help you with that. John, stand down. You and Curtis. He ended the call and dropped the phone in his pocket.
Listen, brother. Sit tight and keep an eye on the others, Curtis said to Jimenez. Sounds like John's got a different plan for us. Headlights in the distance bounced along as they grew brighter. Millie glanced around inside the back of the Samuel 50. One of the soldiers tended to the wounded man she brought in, while the others sat around stupefied, hoping for someone or something to bring order to the situation. "We've got company," she said to the nearest man. Her finger clicked the fire selector of the Galil-inspired Vector R4 as she braced it against her body. More lights joined the lead pursuer as flashes pulsed from the muzzles of their weapons. Bullets struck the road behind the fleeing truck, but a few sparked off of the bumper and tore into the fabric covering the entire rear section. One of the men dropped flat, trying to pull himself behind a stack of crates. Several of the others joined Millie at the tailgate and returned fire. She continued sighting her target, having difficulty with the front post in the low light. She settled her aim at the headlight as a reference point, then shifted the muzzle up to where she felt her rounds would have maximal effect. Two motorcycles screamed up, passing the lead vehicle chasing them. Millie kept her attention locked on the original target, pressing the trigger. Her rifle spit out a burst before she let up, reacquiring the front post again and firing once more. The driver swerved, almost clipping another pickup before careening off to the side. She lifted her aim to another vehicle, but one of the motorcycles pulled up alongside of the Samuel 50. The bike's passenger sprayed them with a MAC-10, tearing holes into the canvas and steel sides. Two of the soldiers inside returned fire, shooting blind through the fabric. The motorcycle dropped back to evade the rounds, putting them back into Millie's field of view. She leaned across the tailgate, trying to prop the R4 for a stable shot. The bumps in the road made the task far more difficult. Another motorcycle reached them seconds later, also adding to the first shooter's SMG. "Travis, I could use some help back here," she said into a radio. "Already on it," Jimenez said. The lead bike dipped, like the front wheel had hit a hole, but a split second later the fuel tank exploded, launching men and machine into the air, flipping forward. The faint crack of the sniper's weapon punctuated the kill. The other motorcycle swerved to avoid the fiery wreck as it slammed down. The driver pulled behind the truck, as the man in back leaned to the side, continuing his assault. "I'll take care of the second rider if you can flush him out." "No need for that," Millie said. "We've got him." Several of the soldiers with her all focused their fire onto the threat. Bullets riddled the driver's body as their 7.62mm rounds ripped and clawed away at the bike. The front wheel wobbled side to side before grabbing the rough terrain and whipping the other man into the ground, shattering bone and tearing away flesh. "They're still on our tail, but I think we've got some room to breathe," she said. "Travis, we're going to need to shuffle the line a little if we want to survive this." "Agreed. I've got an idea," he said. Millie listened as Travis relayed orders to the other Mamba. With the enemy closing in, they needed to get the cargo truck to the front and put more combat-capable vehicles in the rear, where they would be able to drive side by side, making use of the gunner's turrets. At his count, the two drivers split off to each side, stopping along the shoulders of the road and letting the big truck pass. As the nearest enemy vehicle closed the gap, several soldiers emerged from each of the armored Mambas and opened fire. The relentless stream of bullets cut the pickup truck to ribbons before igniting the gas tank. The fireball lit up the night sky, halting the other pursuers for a moment. The soldiers climbed back into the vehicles as the drivers caught up to Millie and the others. "We should stop up ahead," Travis said. "The road bottlenecks after that bend. We can set up a solid fighting position and hold them back." "Roger that," Millie said. "We're going to need to stabilize some of the wounded in here. That should be much easier without this truck bouncing around so much. I can set up where the road bends. There's a hill I can use to make them question their life decisions if they continue the chase," Jimenez said. "Perfect," Travis said. "We hammer them right when they come around the corner. Let them know we mean business. That should drive them back until we figure out where John and Curtis are." Chapter 16. Sparks danced and rose in the slowly dying fire as the burnt-up husk of the pickup smoldered. Keeping their bodies crouched low, John and Curtis reached the halfway point to the truck with the mounted machine gun. A pair of shadows crossed in front of the flames. John stopped as Curtis fell prone in the tall grass. The mercenaries exchanged a few barbs in their native tongue. After their raucous laughter, they split up, with one circling out to the tree line and the other heading to the intact truck. "He's going to drive that thing out of here," Curtis whispered. "We need to get to him now.
I'll go. Make sure the other man doesn't cause any problems, John said, pushing himself up to his feet. How am I supposed— Curtis stopped and watched as John covered the remaining distance in a handful of bounding steps. John made it to the driver's side door just as the truck's engine coughed and struggled to start. The man inside turned his head in time to see the beast bearing down on him. His eyes lit up. Then he struggled to reach for a weapon, not realizing that he had tossed his rifle at the foot of the passenger seat. His shout came out in a short bellow before John's hand clamped around his mouth. Grabbing the back of the man's head, John slammed his head into the steering wheel. He reared the soldier's head back again and rocked him forward, but the first blow had taken the fight out of him as his body slumped, causing his forehead to hit the horn. The sharp blast pulled the attention of the other soldier, who spotted John and unslung his rifle. "Hey, stop!" the man yelled as he clutched his weapon to his chest, running to help his friend. "Of course it can't just go smoothly," Curtis said under his breath. He popped his body up to a crouch, timing his attack with the other man's approach. Curtis pushed off the ground and bolted forward. He dipped his shoulders and struck the man's midsection just as they crossed paths. Curtis scooped the man's legs up and lifted him onto his shoulder before dumping the man to the dirt. Grabbing the forearm of the soldier's AK, Curtis pinned the man down with his own weapon as he drove a sharp left hand into his foe's jaw. He pressed his body weight down and followed the first blow with 2 hard elbow strikes, rendering the mercenary unconscious. John yanked the dazed man from the truck and climbed into the bed with a machine gun. Several more men jogged in their direction, trying to find out why the man honked the horn. They saw John's massive frame behind the mounted weapon as he whirled it around toward them. The FN mag chattered and lanced out with a line of tracers as John rode the burst into the oncoming men. The unlucky soldier at the edge of the group caught 3 of the rounds in his gut and chest, dropping him. Another took a tracer round through his shoulder and spun as he fell. The rest scattered, avoiding the lead storm. John cursed as the belt reached the end, his weapon running dry. He looked around for more ammunition, finding none. "We've got more rushing us," Curtis shouted as he grabbed the AK-74 from the man at his feet. The soldiers John had been firing at regrouped, aiming at the truck. He leaped out to one side and pulled the door open, reaching inside for the weapon in the passenger side. Bullets punched holes in the thin metal body, tearing up the upholstery inside. John fell back, unable to reach the rifle in time. Curtis stood and fired a burst at the closest man before helping John to his feet. "We gotta go!" John snatched the Beretta 92 FS from the holster of the man he pulled out of the truck, following Curtis, as they ran through a clearing toward a grove of trees. The soldiers shouted and fired their weapons wildly as they ran, their bullets zipping by. Dirt peppered John as one of the rounds hit the ground near him. The whipped crack of a supersonic slug let him know at least one of their pursuers had some discipline behind the trigger. "We need to slow them down," John said between breaths. "Once we reach the trees, find cover and return fire." Curtis only nodded as he continued sprinting ahead, holding the rifle against his body. Shouts and enemy fire continued as they reached the tree line. John dug his boots into the ground, skidding as he pivoted around, crouching behind the burly trunk of an ash tree. Curtis turned a semicircle, moving just a bit further into the grove before bracing the AK against the trunk of another tree. "No!" John shouted as his pistol bucked twice. He adjusted his grip, shifted his aim, and fired 3 more rounds, clipping the lead mercenary. The enemy's bullets struck a wide area around them, ineffective as they tried to run and gun. Curtis fired his weapon in 3-round bursts, each time making corrections. 2 more soldiers fell before the others scrambled, realizing too late that they were in the middle of a large clearing, with the only cover being where John and Curtis had hunkered down to initiate their counterattack. The men dropped to their stomachs, still trying to press the attack. They fired blindly from behind the tall grass. John worked the trigger repeatedly, sending several rounds before he turned to Curtis. "More coming," he said. "Let's move deeper into the forest. If they're foolish enough to follow, we'll pick them off." Curtis saw the truck rumbling over the field, bounding in their direction. He nodded and flipped his rifle to safe as they faded into the darkness. The bony crack of fist on cheek sent the crowd into another wave of frenzy. Russell Tatlock wound up and unleashed another hook, his fist digging deep into his opponent's stomach. Blanchard didn't know the name of the other man fighting, but knew that when he saw him working on the property, it would be an entertaining challenge for his head of security. The villager had worked to bring food and medical supplies home to his family, but when offered a large sum of cash to fight in Blanchard's arena, he could hardly turn down the offer, especially since it wasn't so much of a request as it was a command. Damien loved flaunting his power and wealth when other influential people made their way to his home. 3 government inspectors had stopped by for a meeting, hearing that Blanchard had returned,
And now they all gathered around, watching the two men in the arena exchange blows. They placed bets not on who would win, but how fast Blanchard's man would emerge victorious, and how many more men he could defeat tonight. The battered man from the village held himself up on wobbly legs, hurling his fist like a ball on the end of a rope, lacking any control, but loaded with power. Russell dipped underneath and buried another fist into the man's ribs. His weakened opponent stumbled forward with a left hook. The poor man's eyes widened when he watched the predator in the arena with him absorb the blow to the jaw and smile in return. The man fired 2 more punches in desperation, only to watch as both were equally ineffective. He let his hands fall to his sides, slumping his shoulders. The man struggled to pull in another breath as a mixture of saliva and blood dripped from his mouth onto his torn and dirty clothing. Russell shuffled back, almost dancing, as he utilized his footwork to measure off the distance to his foe. The crowd, comprised mostly of Blanchard's personal army, cheered and shouted in anticipation. The skilled combatant took a step forward, pivoting as he turned his body around before leaping into the air. He spun a full 360 degrees before lashing out with a roundhouse kick. His foot struck the villager in the side of the head with tremendous force, sending him reeling to the dirt as Russell landed. His back turned to the downed opponent. He raised his fists high in victory as the room erupted. Money exchanged hands, fulfilling wagers, small amounts between the soldiers and small fortunes between the inspectors. But Damian Blanchard had missed the grand finale, having his attention focused on his assistant standing off to the side, holding his mobile phone clutched to his chest. With the fight over, he offered polite smiles and excused himself. "Is this something that couldn't wait for 10 more minutes?" he hissed, snatching the phone. The assistant looked away and left the room. Blanchard bored holes into the man's back with his stare before taking the call. "This better be important," he said. Stone wasn't with the convoy. Gabriel's voice was casual, unconcerned with Blanchard's ire. "What do you mean he wasn't there? Did he escape during the fight?" "He wasn't with the others when we ambushed them." Blanchard clenched his jaw, feeling the pressure in his molars. He took in 2 short breaths and pressed a hand to his forehead. "Well then, where is he?" Gabriel spoke with someone else on the other end, continuing the conversation far too long for Blanchard's liking. "We were pressing the attack on the convoy when he and another man attacked the men that stayed behind. They fled to the east, but Micah and I are heading back to continue the pursuit." Damien felt his pulse in his temples and rolled his head side to side to crack the vertebrae in his neck. Anger threatened to take over. But after another few breaths, a sudden inspiration replaced the emotion. "Stay on him, but don't engage," he said. "Don't engage? Are you sure?" Gabriel asked. "I want Stone's head mounted on my wall," Damien said. "But I'll go and get it myself. Track them down and send me their position. I will be joining you with a few men to hunt this dog myself." Damien thumbed the button to end the call and tucked the phone into his shirt pocket. Upset initially at the thought of John Stone escaping his men, he now saw it as the perfect opportunity to bring down his biggest trophy. "You wanted me, Stone? Come and get me." Chapter 17. "Talk to me, Jimenez. What do you see up there?" Travis watched the road where it rounded the bend through his binoculars. "It looks like they've stopped. Maybe we hurt them too badly." Millie watched through her own binoculars. "I don't think that's it," she said. "I can't see anything from here, though. I'm going to move closer." "No, hang back," Travis said. "We can't risk splitting up and walking into a trap." "They've already sprung their ambush," Millie said. "As long as we sit here, we're only giving them time to set up another one." Travis cursed, looking down at the screen on his phone. "They're not answering their phones. Come on, John, you need to contact us." Millie reached into the Mamba and pulled out the MP5, hanging the sling around her neck and shoulder. "What do you think you're doing? Get back here." Travis stepped out of the passenger seat. "All due respect, Mr. Chambers, but I don't work for you." Millie stood toe-to-toe, coming up to his collarbones as she looked up at him. "You're putting lives at risk by just waltzing right into the enemy's position." "I don't see it like that. Right now there could be more mercenaries arriving to bolster their numbers," Millie said. "John and Curtis are on the other side of that line, and if we can't find a way to break through, they're done for." "The road tightens up to a bottleneck," Travis said. "Anyone foolish enough to drive through is going to pass through a fatal funnel." "Not if they approach on foot," Millie said. "Through the trees." "She's right," Jimenez said.
Another truck just rolled up, adding another half-dozen to their ranks. And what do you expect to do, Millie? You going to sneak in and kill them all while we just sit around? Travis asked.
Right now we just need more information, she said, stepping around him and heading for the bend. She turned to face him again. And that's kind of my specialty. Travis breathed through flared nostrils as he watched her disappear into the darkness, making her way to the enemy line. He wrapped both hands around the back of his neck and looked up, trying to pull some of the tension from his muscles.
Damn it, Jimenez.
Keep an eye on her, Travis said.
I'm trying, but I lost her as soon as she reached the trees along the far side of the road.
Twigs and leaves crunched under John's foot as he turned to face the rear again.
Did we lose them? Curtis asked, looking down the sight of his rifle. Blanchard's men don't know where we are, but they're still giving chase, John answered. Looks like they've got a few more men with them, too. Can we thin them out a little? Not without giving away our position.
John stood taller and looked to his left and right.
They're spreading out.
Like you said, they don't know where we are, Curtis said.
They're pushing us back, John said. None of the men are searching for us, only walking forward, keeping their eyes locked ahead. They want us to head in that direction.
Why? What's back there? Curtis asked.
Blanchard's compound is that way, John said. They're flushing us toward him.
Shouts of panic ended the enemy's eerie silence as one of the mercenaries fired his weapon. More voices called out, none speaking English. 2 more gunshots rang out before someone was able to regain control of the situation. John dropped to a knee and peered around a tree.
What do you think that was all about? Curtis asked, shifting his aim toward the commotion. Panic fire, John said. Someone must have thought he saw us.
We can't stay here much longer, Curtis said, rising to his feet.
Over there, someone shouted as his weapon cracked.
They spotted us. Curtis pivoted back behind the tree and leaned out to take aim. Before he could press the trigger, John's Beretta popped twice. He stood and fired his pistol 3 more times, all 5 rounds punching through the man's chest. Several more men rushed through the trees in their direction. Curtis unleashed a pair of bursts from the AK-74, discouraging the men from getting too close to the action. The mercenaries ducked behind nearby trees for cover before returning fire.
Let's move,
John said, heading deeper into the trees. Curtis fired 1 more burst and followed.
Don't engage, John said over the mercenaries' weapon reports. Their muzzle flashes are blinding them and masking our movement.
Tipping his head down and shrugging his shoulders, Curtis trusted the ranger, following on his heels as they zigzagged through the forest. After another half-mile, they slid into a ditch behind several large rocks. John ejected the magazine from his pistol, counting the rounds he had left. Curtis peered up over the rocks.
I've only got a handful of rounds left, John said. Ball ammo, at that.
You get too used to those fat .45 slugs, Curtis said, easing the bolt back with his left thumb.
More good news. I'm out completely.
He dropped the empty rifle in the ditch and slid down.
We can't let them push us back, John said as he reinserted the magazine. Travis and the others need our help. Our only choice is to break through this line and reach them.
Are you nuts? Curtis fished his phone from his pocket. That sounds like a suicide mission.
Wonderful. No signal.
He put the phone away. John looked at his own mobile before stuffing it back into a pocket.
You saw that ambush site. They were waiting for the convoy.
Judging by the condition of that flaming wreck, it looks like they did some damage before pulling back, Curtis said.
One of the Mambas was still there, John said, looking at him. They must have suffered a significant loss before escaping. We need to get back to help.
Curtis rubbed his hands together.
Well then, hand me a sharpened stick so we can get to work.
John noted the sarcastic tone and handed him the pistol.
We've been in this kind of situation before. Picking up a few weapons on the way isn't new to us.
Evading lions and tigers and bears while we do it is a pretty new variable, though, Curtis said, inspecting the Beretta.
Perfect. Our odds have already improved, John said. There are no tigers or bears here.
Torches and fires lit the grounds as Damian Blanchard watched his men preparing for battle. With John Stone separated from his team, his mercenaries were able to further drive the wedge and push his quarry deeper into the hunting grounds. Still, even with limited support and ammunition, John would prove to be a dangerous adversary. The thought of the trophy filled Damian with a renewed vigor, turning what was a bad situation into a promising one. He kicked the lid of an ornate wooden trunk open, reaching inside to retrieve a leather shoulder holster. He pulled the loops around his arms, securing a strap across his chest. Damian's hand found the custom ivory grips of the revolver as he drew it to examine the weapon. Chambered in .454 Castle, the handgun had the power to bring down large and powerful game. His fingers rotated the cylinder one full revolution before pulling the loading gate open. Each of the 5 big-bore rounds dropped into place with a satisfying clink before Damien reholstered the revolver. Russell, his head of security, pushed one more round into the tube magazine of his Remington 870. He pumped the action, loading a shell into the chamber. Off to his right, Zane adjusted his Outback hat as he worked the leather of his bullwhip with his thumbs. He coiled it up and secured it to a loop on his belt. Though he carried the exotic weapon, the man also favored wheel guns. A Ruger Red Hawk with 5.5-inch barrel loaded with 8 rounds of .357 Magnum sat along his right thigh, just in front of the whip. Russell also carried a second revolver, a small 5-shot Smith & Wesson, chambered in .38 Special, tucked into the small of his back. Damien nodded to the man as he walked by. The bright cherry of a cigar grew in intensity as Retief took in 2 quick drags. On the table next to him was his signature flamethrower, fueled up and ready to rock. He checked the valves and gauges before turning his back to the tanks. 2 men grunted as they hoisted the canisters up so Retief could slip his arms through the straps. He chomped down on the cigar, freeing his hands to adjust the fit of the wide nylon webbing, securing the buckle across his body to lock the weapon into place. Retief reached behind him, finding the handle of the gun assembly, checking for accessibility. Satisfied, he grunted and plucked the stub from between his teeth.
"Good to go, boss," he said with a nod.
A smile stretched across Damien's face, lips parting as it grew, a shark's grin. The days of stubble cast his features in hard lines in the torchlight. Damien made his way to the middle of the group as all eyes followed him.
"Gentlemen, we are about to embark on possibly our greatest expedition ever."
He paused to soak in the cheers and admiration of the men around him.
"This man, John Stone, has been a thorn in my side for far too long, and now he has foolishly stepped into our hunting grounds."
Again the excitement washed over the group as they whooped, barked, grunted, and shouted. Damien let them enjoy the rush for a moment before signaling for them to listen once more.
"Make no mistake, even with limited weapons and ammunition, this man is dangerous," Damien said. "He has bested some of the toughest warriors trying to take him down. But he will not survive us."
It was almost a full minute before he could be heard over the crowd, and still he had to shout.
"I want John Stone's head mounted on my wall."
With the men whipped up into a frenzy, Damien took a moment to admire his work before joining Zane and Russell.
"You 2 are coming with me, but I want the rest of the men to form a line once we are near Stone's last known location."
"Yes, sir," Russell said.
"Retief, make sure the men remain at least 100 yards back," Damien said. "Their only job is to contain Stone and his partner. The kill belongs to us. If anyone disobeys, tell them I'll have their head next to Stone's."
Retief grunted and nodded, tossing the final chunk of his cigar to the ground before crushing it under his boot. Damien looked around one final time before walking over to the truck, boosted up on the giant tires. He pulled the ladder down and locked it in place, climbing up to the passenger seat. Russell passed along Damien's instructions to a group of men, patting one on the shoulder before climbing up and hopping into the bed of the monster truck. Zane took the ladder on the other side, joining Russell, grabbing hold of the roll bars with the floodlights mounted. The driver brought the monster to life as the engine let out a furious shout. 2 quick taps of the throttle unleashed another pair of roars before he shifted into drive. The truck took the lead of the hunting party as the rest of the jeeps and pickups fell behind, dwarfed by the massive machine rumbling out of the front gates of Damien Blanchard's compound. Chapter 18. Millie adjusted the fit on the sling of her MP5, pulling the weapon closer to her body as she crept closer to the mercenaries gathered along the side of the road. She had to belly crawl across several meters, avoiding the headlights of the lead truck as she made her way to the shrubs and bushes that would allow her to get closer. She positioned herself in a way to give her a line of sight through some of the trees around the men. With her tongue pressed into her cheek, Millie retrieved her binoculars and brought them up to scan the group. She turned on the radio, keeping the volume low as she reported back to Travis and Jimenez.
"I'm in position," she said.
"For the record, I believe what you are doing is foolhardy and can endanger all of our lives," Travis said. "Yours included." Noted, she replied. After a moment of silence, Travis continued. What are we up against? Are they preparing to make a move?
Hard to say. The truck that just joined the party looks like it's got a few important people inside.
Millie scooted to her left for a better angle, careful not to make too much noise sliding across the debris.
I've got eyes on them. It looks like...
She froze, watching the two men join the rest of the mercenaries. What is it, Millie? Are you in trouble? Travis asked. Jimenez, I need eyes on her right now. I still don't see her, but I'm pretty sure I know why she stopped talking.
The Alpha assets are here,
Millie said. This is a big chance for us, Travis said. Jimenez, do you have a shot? Negative. There's a truck blocking me now. Millie rose to a crouch, stashing her binoculars.
I'm going to get a closer look.
Wait, no, stand down, Travis said. With a quick twist of thumb and forefinger, she clicked the radio off, stuffing it into her pocket as she stalked ahead. She brought the MP5 up to her shoulder, watching the men over the sights of her weapon as she approached. Millie got another glimpse of the lead Alpha, and out of instinct, braced the submachine gun, setting the front sight over his head. Her breathing slowed as she lowered her weight onto a knee, taking the slack out of the trigger. If she took the shot, even if she hit at this range, the enemy would zero in on her position in a flash. With only a single magazine in the weapon, she would be outmatched and forced to flee, and that would draw the enemy to the convoy. The mercenaries would be rushing their position with far greater numbers than Travis and the others would be prepared for. Millie blew out a breath and eased the tension from her finger, lowering the muzzle of the MP5.
It's not your time just yet,
she thought. Keeping the almost agonizing pace, she moved to the far edge of the mercenary encampment, taking her time to settle each foot into place before shifting her weight. From her final position, Millie was just within earshot of the Alphas as they spoke with the leaders of the ambush party. Are to stand your ground here, the Alpha said. Do not let this convoy through no matter what. And what about the others? The lead mercenary asked, taking a long drag from his cigarette. The Alpha plucked it from his lips and tossed it down, grinding it out with his boot. Your job is to hold the convoy here, Cameron. Mr. Blanchard will be handling the matter with Stone personally. Micah and I will be joining him for the hunt once we leave here. The other man held his hands up almost as if surrendering. All right, I got it. Hold the line. Don't let Stone's friends through. And scout the area, the Alpha said. Make sure there are no hidden side routes they could be using to sneak by. The merc offered a lazy salute, watching the other man leave before lighting another cigarette. He took a short puff and shouted something to another nearby soldier in a language Millie couldn't understand. The soldier shouted an affirmative and jogged to recruit a couple more men. Millie's body tensed when she realized they were splitting up to search the trees on her side of the road. She looked side to side, slinking back before they unknowingly surrounded her. Millie took a step forward, mentally plotting a course that could get her past the mercenaries in the camp so she could reach the jeep that the Alphas were heading for. If she could sneak into the back, they would bring her to the hunting party, where she would be better able to help John and Curtis. Doubt crept into her mind, fueled by thoughts of helping Travis and the others. She stopped in her tracks and looked back over her shoulder. The convoy was in bad shape. If the mercenaries pressed the attack, the soldiers wouldn't be able to fight them off. Millie's left foot moved forward another step, planting itself into the leaves and rocks. She took in 2 deep breaths, watching as the jeep's tail lights came on. Gritting her teeth, Millie crouched and forced her body to stay put as the vehicle crunched through the dirt and gravel, turning back to the road, the red lights disappearing into the distance. Unbelievable. She just turned off her radio, Travis said. Jimenez, you've got to get eyes on her right now. Millie could be in trouble. Things seem calm, so they haven't spotted her yet, the sharpshooter said. If the party kicks off, I'll be sure to crash it. Keep me informed if anything happens, Travis said. Roger that. Travis dug around the glove compartment looking for the map. He stepped out and unfolded it on the hood of the Mamba. Kofi, we may need these men ready to rush the enemy, he said. The convoy leader finished a conversation with the medic helping one of the injured men. We are in no shape for that. These men are hardly prepared to stand our ground here. Travis bit his lip. The mercenaries are further up the road, past that bend, preparing to attack. If we can mount an offensive before they are ready, we could end this. Kofi shook his head. We need to take advantage of the lull to push further. Resting his palms on the hood of the vehicle, Travis closed his eyes. The convoy is too slow. We can't fight on the move. He looked at the man in charge of the soldiers. You're right, we can't take the fight to the enemy, but we absolutely must prepare to make our stand here until help arrives.
I will let the others know, Kofi said, his tone somber. I just pray that help will arrive in time.
Her decision made for her, Millie needed to get back to the others. She pivoted and stayed low, walking several meters before dropping to a knee. The sentries pacing the area had already made it by her. She needed to sneak past if she wanted to reach the others without incident. Licking her lower lip, she did her best to split focus between all three men, plotting the best route through. The noise they made as they kicked their way through the brush helped mask her movement, allowing her to pick up the pace. She darted for an opening, sliding to a stop, dropping to both knees as one of the mercenaries snapped his head to the right. Her heart sped up, thumping in her chest as she dropped to her stomach, taking aim at one of the men. Her target turned his head away and then back toward her again.
Did he see me moving?
The man thought for a long second about walking in her direction, shifting his lead foot. Her stomach dropped when he pivoted and headed straight for her. Millie's finger tensed and relaxed, alternating pressure on the trigger of the submachine gun. The man was well within close quarters range, but he had adjusted his path and would pass by just to her right. Too close to rely on the darkness to keep her hidden. She clicked the weapon to safe and slid her hand down to her hip, looking for a blade. Where she frequently carried a karambit sheathed across her belt, Millie found only the black nylon belt. She didn't have any other weapons on her. Before she realized it, the soldier's boot brushed her arm. The man realized he had kicked something out of place as he dipped his chin to the side. His eyes bugged out, realizing too late what he was seeing. Millie drove off of the balls of her feet, keeping her body low as she dragged him down with a low ankle pick. She scrambled up and dug her knee into his stomach, pinning him and forcing the air from his lungs before he could alert anyone else. She used her full weight to press his rifle up against his neck. He gurgled as his lips pulled back into a snarl. She could see a mix of anger and hatred in his eyes as he bucked his hips to escape. Rather than fighting his strength, Millie used the momentum to roll with him, wrapping a leg behind his head and neck. She was on her back, working to secure a triangle choke while ripping the rifle free from his grip. Millie squeezed her legs and pulled his head down, cutting off the flow of blood to the man's brain. He panicked and worked up to his knees, then his feet, trying to stand and lift her up. Millie cupped his nearest boot when she felt the knife along the outer edge of his ankle. Before he could get his hips in position to stand, she plucked the blade from the sheath and buried it into the top of his foot. With the pressure from her legs around his head and trapped arm, the mercenary's scream of pain came out only as a low guttural growl before his body fell limp, slipping into unconsciousness. Millie rolled him over and came up to a crouch. She cursed under her breath and looked for the other sentries. They hadn't heard anything, but once they realized their buddy was missing, it wouldn't take long to find him. She cut one of the man's sleeves, using his boot knife, gagging him with it. Next, Millie used his belt to bind his legs while she used hers to secure his hands behind his back. It may not take long to find him, but once he regained consciousness, he wouldn't be able to help his friends with the search. With her path clear, Millie clutched her weapon close as she bolted into the darkness, back to the convoy. Chapter 19.
That was gunfire, Travis said. It sounded like an AK.
Do you think it was Millie? Jimenez asked.
No, she had the MP5. I think she's in trouble, though.
Yeah, you're probably right. Those shots got the mercenaries' attention, but it doesn't look like they've mobilized just yet, Jimenez said.
I'm on my way back, but I picked up a tail.
Millie's words came through the radio in short gasps between breaths.
Millie, where are you? Travis asked, bringing his binoculars up.
Just about to turn the corner, she said. I could use some backup.
On it, Jimenez said.
The AK chattered again, joined by the booming report of a shotgun.
Can you see her yet? Travis asked.
Negative. A second later, the sharp crack of the Remington 700 echoed across the plain.
But I spotted her tail.
The AK's rattle ceased. Another rifle report split the air. Travis watched Millie break the tree line, submachine gun clutched close, as she zigzagged her way toward the convoy.
Did you get them, Jimenez? He asked.
I got one, but the other decided it wasn't worth the trouble. He turned tail and headed back to the others.
I think we should prepare for company. They had to have heard all of those shots, Travis said. And if they didn't, the other man is bound to report back.
Millie slowed her pace after hearing the sharpshooter's kill confirmation. She jogged the last 50 meters, stopping to rest her hands on her knees, sucking in deep breaths to get her wind back. She swung the MP5 to her back and brought her hands up behind her head to open her chest up.
I can't wait to hear what you found out, Travis said, a mocking smirk on his face.
Millie tried to fire off a comeback, but instead held up a finger, asking for another minute as she caught her breath.
"Heads up, guys. Our friends are preparing for something," Jimenez said. "Looks like they're bringing the war weapons up."
Travis looked out with the binoculars, unable to see anything around the bend they were using as a way to funnel the enemy into the kill box.
"What should we expect?" "The truck with the machine gun is back on the scene," Jimenez said. "Plus another jeep and a couple dozen men."
"What's the ETA?" Travis asked.
"They've stopped, but it's pretty clear those men want blood."
"The Alphas," Millie said. "They were with the mercenaries."
"Did you catch that, Jimenez?" Travis asked. "Copy. I'll be sure to take them out first."
"They're gone now," Millie said. "John and Curtis are in trouble."
"Did Blanchard's men find them?" Travis asked.
"I don't think so. It sounds like they're organizing a manhunt to track John and Curtis down," Millie said. "They were at the ambush site shortly after we left. Blanchard's men are driving them deeper into his territory. We need to help them."
"We've got problems ourselves," Jimenez said. "If we want to reach Curtis and John, we'll need to break through that line."
Travis pressed his lips together and reached for his phone. "I thought they weren't answering," Millie said.
"I've got to try," Travis said. "They need to know what's coming for them."
Making progress in the darkness was difficult, even in clearing out in the open. John and Curtis crouched, using the tall grass to conceal them as they watched the line of soldiers approach.
"Think we can get around them?" Curtis asked. "Not unless we can cover a couple 100 meters due south without them noticing," John said. "The line stretches all the way out to that far end of the clearing. We're boxed in by the ridgeline to the north. Maybe we can just lay in the grass and wait for them to pass. These guys are jumpy. If they see anything strange, they'll shoot first and check for a pulse later," John said. "Let's use that then," Curtis said. "Make them shoot each other. Do our jobs for us." John smiled. "As tempting as that sounds, we need to fall back. Let's head toward the road. Maybe we'll have a chance to swing around completely from there."
They started ahead when Curtis dropped to a knee.
"Wait!"
John stopped and crouched next to him. Curtis pulled his phone from his pocket, using his hand and body to shield as much of the screen's glow as he could.
"It's Travis."
He accepted the call and brought the phone up, pressing a finger to his other ear.
"Not sure how long I can talk, but I hope you're calling to tell us you'll be swinging by in a helicopter to pull us out."
John peered up over the grass, watching the wall of mercenaries encroaching. Curtis listened to Travis, only offering the occasional short vocal affirmation.
"I can't hear you. Can you repeat that?" Curtis asked.
John looked back over his shoulder at Curtis as he put the phone away.
"Weak signal. The call dropped." "What did he say?" John asked. "Millie reported that Blanchard has special plans for us." Curtis raised his eyebrows. "He's organizing a manhunt. These gentlemen are supposed to be driving us toward the hunters."
Curtis nodded his head in the direction of the soldiers advancing on them.
"What about the convoy?" John asked. "Do they need our help?" "Sounds like they're in a pretty good spot for now, but I think Travis was just telling me what we wanted to hear. We should still head back when we can."
John narrowed his eyes, thinking of his next move.
"Come on. We need to head away from those men." "Are we still planning on swinging around?" Curtis asked.
"No," John said, picking up his pace. Curtis struggled to keep up without breaking concealment.
"No? Are you intentionally heading deeper into Blanchard's hunting grounds?" "Damian Blanchard wants us to head in his direction. We're going to oblige the man," John said, turning to face Curtis. "We're going to turn the tables and hunt him down first."
Chapter 20.
"Sir, you should see this," Russell said.
Damian took the binoculars from the man and looked where he was pointing.
"What are they doing here?"
A line of soldiers emerged from the wall of red beech and matuba fig trees in the distance, moving slowly as they scanned the ground around them. They probed and swiped at the grass and shrubs with their weapons as they advanced, eyes fixed downward.
"Stay alert, gentlemen," Damian shouted down to the hunters around him. "If we've reached the line, that means Stone has got to be somewhere between them and us."
He handed the binoculars back to Russell and slapped the side of the truck. He rode in the back with the other two men while they moved ahead, scanning the area thoroughly. The line of soldiers split, letting a jeep pass as it turned off of the rough path, heading toward the monster truck sticking out like a monument in the plains.
"Stop here," Damian said to the driver, already climbing down before the vehicle came to a standstill.
His boots crunched in the loose dirt as he strode over to the approaching jeep. Gabriel killed the engine and stepped out, Micah following behind him. Both men took rifles from inside and looped the straps over their shoulders as they joined Damian.
"We just passed your men back there," Gabriel said.
They should be meeting up with us in a few minutes.
I can see that, Damien said. Any sign of Stone?
I was about to ask you the same, Gabriel said. Damien took in a breath through his nose, blowing out through his mouth as he craned his neck, turning side to side, hoping to catch a hint of his quarry's whereabouts. He shook his head.
"You must have made it deeper into the grounds before we arrived," he said.
"Or slipped by your men back there," Gabriel said.
"No, I don't think they would have missed a big buffalo like Stone stomping around."
Damien looked down at his watch, the eerie green glow giving him a sickly pallor.
"Set up camp here. We'll continue the hunt in the morning."
"Yes, sir," Russell said, turning to his men. "Set up a patrol, all directions. If Stone is in the area, I want to know immediately."
"This can't possibly work,"
Curtis whispered, his tone still harsh.
"Keep that pistol in hand," John said. "If someone spots us, let him have it, and I'll take his weapon. We fight our way out if we have to."
John shifted the placement of his boot, wedging it between two branches in the Cape ash. Both men had chosen the tree because of its thick growth and foliage, using the shadows from the leaves to stay hidden.
"They'll see us from a mile away," Curtis said. "The closest man is only a few dozen meters, and he hasn't spotted us yet," John said. "How can you be sure?"
John tucked his body a little more as the soldier closed the distance.
"He'll definitely hear you if you don't shut up."
Curtis nodded as he wrapped his leg around a near-vertical branch, pressing the Beretta between his palms. He eased the hammer back and took aim, placing the front sight on the soldier's head. Both men held their breath as the chatter from the mercenaries reached them. The line of soldiers moved slowly through the heavily wooded area, scanning the ground around them, kicking at the grass and rocks. Two men worked together to roll a fallen log to the side and shined their flashlights into the deep pools of darkness in a nearby ditch. Tense moments passed as the closest merc walked under the tree. Curtis tightened his finger on the trigger, taking up the slack, aiming directly at the top of the man's head. John's hand flexed, gripping the branch he used for support. A voice in the distance called out, "Alice Velig!" John didn't know what it meant, but each of the soldiers nearby repeated what he had said, each in turn, a sort of call and response. All clear. They hadn't seen the men perched in the trees directly overhead. The night swallowed the soldiers before John and Curtis dropped down. Curtis stayed low, watching the wall of trees.
"How did you know he wasn't going to see us up there?" "Those men were spooked. I could tell they were keeping their heads down, focusing on the ground in front of them," John said, checking the time.
"Where to next?" Curtis asked.
John turned his head side to side. "We shouldn't be too far from the next clearing. Let's tail these guys until then."
"We've got a good shot at sneaking up and taking one of them out for his weapons," Curtis said, holding the Beretta up.
"Not worth the risk," John said. "We're going to follow them, and they'll bring us right to Blanchard.
What then?"
"We take the weapons we need and end it."
John jogged toward the soldiers, heading away.
"You've got a rather large group of visitors rushing your position right now," Jimenez said. "Numbering maybe 20, all armed."
"Anything you can do to thin the herd?" Travis asked.
"Figured I'd save them for you, so I can focus my attention on that machine gun rolling up."
"Good call," Millie said. She turned and gave a couple of hand signals to the soldiers nearby. Travis had the Mambas set up, forming a wedge in the middle of the road, allowing them to use the gunner's ports in each of the vehicles and still keep the trucks safer. Several of the soldiers with them, including those injured in the ambush, took up firing positions. Travis braced the AK-47 against his body, resting his elbow on the hood of one of the Mambas.
"I see them."
"Wait until they fully break from the tree line," Millie said. "Don't waste your shots. Remember, measured trigger presses, and make sure you've got your target in your sights."
The first wave of enemy soldiers rushed out into the moonlight. They clutched their weapons against their bodies, shouting as they fired from the hip, their shots wild. "Light 'em up!" Travis shouted. The roar of the Vector R4 rifles and Travis's AK shook the air. The blinding muzzle flashes pulsed and strobed as two mercenaries fell in their blitz. The rest took a knee or bolted to the side to find cover. Their return fire came back more disciplined as one of the shots tore into the shoulder of the man next to Travis. He triggered a quick burst and stepped out into the open to pull the man behind the vehicle for cover. "Get him back to the truck," Travis said, returning to his position to continue the fight. "Any help you can give us would be greatly appreciated, Jimenez," he said between shots. "The truck is rolling up now. I'm going to take out the driver." His Remington's thunderclap broke through the firefight. Several seconds later, a monstrous roar came from around the bend. The enemy had deployed the machine gun, but not at the convoy. "What's happening?" Travis asked.
What is that gun aiming at? Me, Jimenez said, panting. They've zoned in on my position. I'm Oscar Mike.
Doesn't look like you were able to get the gun out of the fight, Millie said, dropping behind the second Mamba to reload her MP5.
I took the driver out, but the passenger hopped out and climbed behind that mag. Rocks and gravel crunched through the radio as Jimenez slid down the hill. Must have seen the muzzle flash. The pickup bounded around the corner, skidding to a stop in the distance, fishtailing to end up sideways. A merc in the back stood and braced the FN mag to his shoulder, unleashing a stream of tracers, lighting up the night. Bullets tore into the steel skin of the vehicle Millie used for cover. She dropped prone, watching the soldier next to her crumpled as a round punched a hole through his helmet. She stared at the man's empty eyes for a second before rolling to her right. The machine gun's thunder reignited the fire in the enemy's chest. The men they had pinned earlier got back to their feet and rushed ahead. Millie shifted her weapon and squeezed the trigger, firing a burst at the lead man. The 9mm FMJ rounds punched small holes into the man's torso before passing through and clipping another mercenary in the shoulder. "If we don't take that machine gun out of the fight, we're done for," Travis said over the roar of the small arms fire. Millie belly-crawled to her left, taking aim underneath the armored vehicle. She used short, precise trigger presses, snapping out 3 single shots, shattering the knee and shin of another merc. He fell forward, his face slamming into the hard-packed earth with a crack. She looked for another target, but the man's writhing body blocked her view. Millie put him out of his misery with another shot, but puffs of dirt obscured her vision as the machine gunner rode his rounds across the road to Travis's Mamba. "I can't get a shot on the truck," she said, looking over her shoulder to the only man near her. "Cover me. I've got to swing out into the open." The soldier nodded, working the charging handle to reload his R4. "Ready when you are." "Now!" Millie shouted, darting to the side, completely out from behind her only cover. The soldier popped up and fired his weapon in a series of bursts. Sliding to a stop on her knees, Millie brought the MP5 up to her shoulder, aiming in the direction of the truck. She could see the gunner swinging the weapon toward her in slow motion, the tracers lancing out as the muzzle tracked her. Millie's weapon cracked twice, sparking off her target's gun. He flinched, ducking into the bed of the pickup. Another enemy soldier fired, his bullets peppering her with rocks as the rounds hit the ground to her left. Gritting her teeth, she propped her elbow on her knee and hit him with a burst to the chest. He fell to all fours and spit a gob of blood before raising his AK-74 in her direction again. In her peripheral vision, Millie could see the man in the truck settle in behind the gun. She tensed as she heard the FN mag chatter once more. Her body struggled to swing the muzzle toward him, racing the tracer rounds. Too slow, she thought. The man's head snapped, twisting to the side as his body tumbled from the truck. A split second later, the thunderous report of the Remington 700 followed. Jimenez ran up next to Millie, transitioning to his pistol. He punched a trio of holes into a nearby merc's chest. Millie's MP5 popped, hitting the soldier 3 more times. "Thanks," she said, getting back to her feet. "Come on. We need to drive them back."
Chapter 21.
"Not too close," John said. "I don't want the others spotting us when this group meets up with them." "That would be bad," Curtis said.
He dug around in the pocket on his thigh and pulled out the monocular, handing it to John. The deep, throaty rumble of a powerful engine filled the silence, its growl still vibrating the air as a truck on a set of giant tires, sitting on a jacked-up suspension, rolled to a stop. A pickup truck and jeep joined the beast as the soldiers they were following stepped out from the trees, heading for the newcomers.
"Tell me some good news," Curtis said. "It's Blanchard," John said. "I don't think the man had the guts to show up." "Something tells me that 80s throwback he rode in on has something to do with his bravery," Curtis said.
John chuckled, still staring at his target through the small scope. Careful to stay within the grove of trees, he moved up a few more meters. Curtis moved with him.
"What's going on? Why are we creeping up?" "Right there." John pointed to a trail of dust rising where the dirt road cut across the land. "There's another jeep approaching."
Curtis tilted his head, leaning as he strained to spot the vehicle as it passed through the line of soldiers he and John had evaded earlier. The jeep pulled off to the side, driving through the grass toward Blanchard and his hunting party. John's hand gripped the monocular tighter, the muscles in his forearm flexing.
"It's the Alphas."
Taking a deep breath, John twisted his head to one side before relaxing to look through the monocular again. Curtis could see what the man wanted to do just from his posture.
"John, you're not planning on charging them, are you?"
John relaxed and looked at Curtis.
"No. We both know that's a suicide mission. We would be risking our lives for a chance at reaching Blanchard and the 2 assassins." "Man, you don't know how relieved I am to hear you say that," Curtis said, letting out a breath.
I take it the plan is to sit tight until we've got an opportunity to take Blanchard down for good, and then get out.
That's a hunting party out there, John said. It would be a shame if we didn't give them their money's worth.
Are you saying that we should let them come after us?
I'm saying we go hunting.
John handed the monocular back to Curtis.
Give them a taste of the terror they've been inflicting for years.
Curtis saw the look in the man's eye. He paused for a moment before nodding.
All right, I'm in. How do we go about it? We draw them out one at a time and pick them off, John said. Shake the group apart with fear. Let them start making mistakes. By then, we'll have the weapons we need to finish the fight.
They're retreating, Millie said as she fired another burst. Probably just regrouping before another attack, Jimenez said. There are quite a few more men around that bend.
And without your eyes up on that hill, we don't know when they'll strike again, Travis said.
We need to help these men, Millie said, moving to a young man on his back, pressing a hand to the wound on his leg. Treat the wounded. Get them back to the truck. We need to get out of here.
These mamas aren't going anywhere, Travis said, kicking a tire. That machine gun shredded them, and the trucks aren't much better off. This ML-50 has got 2 flats. It'll probably snap an axle hauling all of the extra weight.
Millie wrapped a pressure bandage around the wound on the man's leg. It's not too bad. Just keep this on and try not to move too much. She turned back to Travis. We don't have a choice. Dump the cargo and load the men on the truck, including the dead. Jimenez pressed his cheek to the stock of his rifle.
I don't know if we've got the time for that just yet. Are they coming back already? Travis asked, sighting down his rifle. Yeah, it looks like their friends have joined them.
Jimenez pulled the weapon tighter and pressed the trigger. The .308 caliber round struck his target dead center, knocking him from his feet. Travis watched the others as they staggered back several steps. The mercenaries near their downed buddy scrambled for cover, but the men in charge shouted to them as they fell back.
Get everyone up and ready for a fight, Millie said. Here comes the next wave.
Travis retrieved the radio from the Mamba.
I need to call for some help.
Damien pulled the remaining scraps of meat from the chicken bone with his teeth before tossing it into the campfire. He had far too much nervous energy coursing through his body. The anticipation of the hunt had him buzzing. He stood and dusted his pants off, walking over to Retief. The mercenary leader spoke with one of the soldiers that were tasked with flushing John in their direction. Retief turned to face Damien.
He says they saw no sign of Stone or the other man. The line never broke formation, and no one would have been able to sneak by.
Stone must have made it farther than we expected, Damien said.
I want your men out there, at the other end of this clearing.
The big man shrugged his shoulder, adjusting the fuel tanks on his back.
Yes, sir.
I don't want our quarry doubling back and reach his friends. Retief nodded with a grunt and passed the orders along. His men reformed the line and jogged ahead, moving deeper into the hunting grounds.
Make sure you get some food and rest, Damien said to Retief. We hunted first light. I don't want to hear any complaints or excuses.
Damien readjusted the revolver in his shoulder holster and walked to his truck. He climbed into the bed where he had an air mattress set up underneath his sleeping bag. Unlacing his boots, he pulled them off and set them to the side, sliding into his bed, setting the alarm on his watch for 1 hour. Lacing his fingers behind his head, Damien stared up at the stars in the night sky. His body resisted sleep, but he did his best to keep his breaths even and relaxed. Thoughts of the hunt played out in his mind. He had to push them down, suppressing the excitement enough to get what little sleep he could. After almost 20 minutes, his breathing finally slowed, and eyelids grew heavy. Before his body could fully relax, a scream snapped him out of his slumber. Unsure if it was his subconscious or something he'd actually heard, Damien bolted upright. The screaming continued. It was faint, but all too real. He looked down at the other men in his hunting party as they searched for the source of the sound. Damien scrambled to pull his boots on, not bothering to lace them up, before climbing down to join the rest of his team.
It's coming from over there,
Retief said, pointing to a faint glow in the forest from the same side the soldiers had emerged when Damien and the others first arrived. Measuring off several paces, John found the spot he liked.
Right here, he said, jamming the tree branch into the dirt. It's the most likely path someone would take. The ground also has enough slope to hide the hole.
Curtis got onto his knees and started gouging at the ground with the broken branch in his hands.
Are we adding spikes to the bottom? He asked,
the amused tone evident in his voice. John joined him, tearing away chunks of dirt and rock.
We just needed to slow the man down, maybe twist an ankle or knee.
And what if he comes down on one of those other paths between the trees? Curtis waved his stick toward the crest of the small hill.
Then we'll be there waiting, John said with a grunt.
They dug for another 10 minutes, John testing the depth of the hole with his own leg until he was satisfied. He wedged one of the thick branches along the front lip of the pit, creating a hard edge. Curtis used smaller twigs to cover the top until there were enough to spread some leaves and pebbles on top, matching the surrounding area. "What are we using as bait?" Curtis asked, looking down at their trap.
"Please don't say it's me."
John brought the binocular up, scanning through the foliage.
"Blanchard's got sentries on patrol surrounding his camp. We wait for one of them to pass by and get his attention."
"I can shake some branches, walk around like Bigfoot maybe," Curtis said. "Hopefully he won't think I'm some wild game and shoot first."
"We'll build a fire," John said, looking at the ground. "Not too big, but enough to get someone's attention if they're halfway competent."
Curtis patted his pockets. "I gave up smoking years ago."
"Did you forget your training?" John asked with a smirk.
He gathered the supplies necessary for a fire, tinder, small twigs, sticks, and branches for the fuel. Curtis looked back toward the edge of the forest, then back to John, before he helped gather more wood.
"I was hoping you were going to say you came prepared."
John kept his eyes fixed on the task as he tapped a finger to his head.
"I did."
"What are you, a Boy Scout?" Curtis mumbled. John tested the fit and function of the thicker branches he had prepared for use, unlacing one of his boots to fashion a bow drill.
"Wow, you really are a Boy Scout."
Ignoring Curtis's musings, John focused on his task, working the wood with the right amount of pressure and speed until he saw the faint wisps of smoke trailing out. He checked the progress and continued until he had a small coal to start the fire. Curtis stood back, arms folded across his chest, watching as John nursed the ember, providing the additional oxygen it needed until the tinder ignited.
"Okay, that was impressive," he said.
John built the flames up, adding the smaller sticks until it grew hungry enough for the larger branches.
"Now we wait until our unlucky customer gets close. Hopefully this is big enough for him to spot as he passes."
"And not too big for the rest of the camp to see," Curtis said. John undid the cord from the branch and threaded it through the eyelets on his boot.
"We need to get into position in case he doesn't take the direct route."
Curtis pulled the pistol from his waistband and checked the chamber.
"No guns," John said. "We don't want the noise to alert the rest of them."
"Are you serious?" Curtis tucked the Beretta away. "You think our friend is going to politely grunt when he sprains his ankle in that hole?"
"We want them to hear their man in pain, but a gunshot is only going to bring them running, armed and ready for a fight," John said.
"I don't think I'm following your plan 100%, but I'm going to go with it," Curtis said. John held a finger to his lips, mouthing the words, "Someone is coming." Curtis pressed his body against a tree, his hand instinctively dropping to the grip on his pistol before coming away and forming a fist. Minutes passed as one of the sentries walked by on his route. The man's footfalls stopped as he came into the tree line. John leaned out to watch his actions. If the man radioed for backup, the trap wouldn't work. John counted on the fact that Blanchard's men were more afraid of reporting a false alarm than any real danger. The man brought his rifle around and made his way into the trees, slowing his pace. He reached the top of the small incline, opting for the easy way down, where John and Curtis had set their trap. At the bottom, the sentry's boot passed straight through the small covering, sinking all the way to the bottom as his body pitched forward from his momentum. With an audible crack and pop, the man's knee dislocated as his ankle spun 90 degrees in the hole. His shrieks of pain pierced the silence, almost adding a glow to the darkness around them. John and Curtis pounced. John clamped a hand around the man's mouth, barely able to contain the cries as he pulled the radio and revolver from his belt. Curtis retrieved the rifle the man had dropped when his body hit the ground.
"Let's go,"
John whispered, as he removed his hand, letting the man continue his incoherent screams for help. Chapter 22.
"Don't let them reach that truck," Millie said. "If they get that machine gun up again, we'll lose the advantage."
She fired another burst. The mercenaries approached slowly, ducking behind anything they could to avoid the sniper dealing death with every round that spiraled out of the barrel. They fired blind, or snapped off quick, impatient shots, crawling forward when they could, trying to gain ground. Travis looked down the sight of his rifle, popping it on the armored vehicle's hood as he pressed his earpiece with his finger.
"I said we could use some support right about now."
Frustrated, he set the weapon down, pressing a hand to his other ear as he crouched behind cover.
"No, we don't have time for you to consult someone else. We've got almost 24 heavily armed men knocking down our door. If you don't send help now, you'll be sending people to pick up our bodies."
The chorus of rifles on his side of the fight made his conversation that much harder. Jimenez fired the Remington from the gunner's turret in the Mamba, working the bolt with practiced precision. "Chambers, tell them we need some close air support right now," he said. Travis straightened his posture. Yes, that's perfect. What's the ETA?" He paused, narrowing his eyes. 10 minutes? I don't think we can hold out that long." Millie ejected the magazine from her MP5, looking for a spare. All of the pouches on her belt and vest were empty. She dumped the SMG into the open window of the vehicle and grabbed the Vector R4 dropped by an injured ally. "What did they say?" she asked Travis before popping back up to rejoin the fight. Travis picked his rifle up and fired several single shots at one of the braver enemy soldiers making a run for the truck parked in the middle of the battlefield. "They're putting a couple of Predator drones in the air for us." "A couple of Predators?" Jimenez asked. "We need some choppers." "This is an off-the-books operation," Travis said. "We were lucky that they had a few drones in line for decommissioning. It's going to take some time to arm them up and get them airborne." "How long?" Millie asked as she leaned out for a clear shot. 10 minutes. "That's going to be pretty tough," Millie said. "Jimenez, do you think you can keep these guys pinned down long enough for those drones to make it?" That's going to be difficult," he said, making a minuscule adjustment in the position of his rifle before pressing the trigger. "That was my last .308 round." "They don't know that," Millie said. "You'll have to keep that rifle pointed in their direction until they realize it." "It won't take them long to figure that out," Travis said as his rifle thumped into his shoulder. "Every second counts," Millie said. "Until then, we need to keep them off of that FN mag. When they make their move, switch to this and pour on the fire." She set a rifle on the roof next to the marksman. "Don't you need that? What are you going to do?" Travis asked. She pulled the Glock 17 from Travis's holster. "Whatever I can." Before either man could protest, Millie darted to the side, out from behind cover, as she made a break for the bushes along the road, sliding as the pool of darkness swallowed her up. "The charade is up," Jimenez said, dropping the Remington into the vehicle and grabbing the R4. One of the soldiers stood, shouting and taunting, thumping his chest with a fist. When a bullet didn't strike him dead, several more joined in the ritual. Soon the entire group was on their feet, rushing forward, weapons roaring. 2 fell from the volley of fire, but it didn't take long for the massive mercenaries to reach the pickup truck. Most ran by, taking up firing positions only a few dozen meters from the convoy, their rounds striking much closer to Travis and the others. The soldiers with them did their best to continue the fight, but the blitz drained the morale of the defenders. Kofi shouted orders to his men, doing what he could to keep them focused. A group of enemy soldiers took cover at the truck, firing at the Mambas. 2 of them climbed into the bed, reloading the mounted machine gun in the back. "It's going to take a miracle to survive this," Travis thought. The cries of pain continued even after 2 of the men reached the source. Damien pushed his way past the group, watching as Retief ordered a nearby soldier to help the screaming man. 2 others joined the effort, easing the sentry up, one guiding his leg from a hole dug into the dirt. The trap had done a number on the man's leg, dislocating it at his knee and twisting the ankle. They set him down on his back, discussing what to do about the mangled limb. The sentry continued screaming in pain. It took all 3 men to hold him down as he kept trying to sit up and grab his busted knee. "His weapons are gone," Zane said, wiping a handkerchief across the back of his neck. "The radio, too." Damien looked around at the other sentries. "Did anyone see who did it? Who took this man's weapons?" He paced around the group, locking eyes with a tall, skinny man, darting his eye side to side, hoping to avoid attention. "Was this Stone?" "I do not know, sir," the skinny sentry said. "I only heard the yells for help." "What are we going to do about his leg?" another soldier asked. "He needs medical attention." Damien closed his eyes and pressed his hands to his head, unable to block out the incessant shrieking. Retief knelt to get a closer look at the dislocated joint. One of the other sentries gathered sturdy branches, removing his belt to begin fashioning a splint. Gabriel and Micah stood off to the side, talking in quiet, almost hushed whispers. Damien's anger boiled over as the injured man's cries grew when his leg had been moved to secure the splint. He turned and drew his revolver from the shoulder holster, pushing past the men gathering around the scene. The handgun thundered, causing everyone in the hunting party to flinch, several reaching for their rifles expecting an ambush. The .454 Castle round tore into the man's chest, shredding his heart, silencing his cries permanently. A stunned silence fell over the group. Damien shoved the revolver back into his shoulder rig and jabbed a finger into Zane's chest. "This was Stone's doing. I don't know how your men missed him, but get all of them back right now. Have them set up at the edge of the forest and don't let anyone get by." "What about Stone?" Gabriel asked. "Retief, get your tracker here," Damien said.
We end this hunt right now.
Retief nodded and whistled, calling one of his men out by name. The stocky soldier slipped between the others, pulling the strap of his Sterling submachine gun over his shoulder. Damien pointed to the trap dug into the ground.
Find out where our prey went.
He looked at the rest of the hunting party.
Nobody move until he gets the trail.
Just at the edge of the man's screams, John watched through the scope of the rifle they had taken from the sentry. Curtis knelt next to him with his eye pressed to his monocular. Both men tensed as Blanchard's weapon boomed in the distance.
Wow, that was very compassionate, giving him mercy like that, Curtis said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Did you expect any less? John asked. Remind me not to stand in front of that hand cannon, Curtis said. The Alphas are there, John said, shifting the weapon to his left. You think we have a chance at ending this right now? Dropping the assassins and finishing off Blanchard?
John pulled the stock tighter against his shoulder, lowering his body to one knee, bracing his arm against the other leg. With the gun's action, he knew there would be no way to getting all three targets at that distance. He had no doubt he could hit one, but working the bolt of the weapon would give the rest enough time to scramble for cover. They would also be giving up their position with inadequate firepower to fight back once the hunting party rushed them. We need to stick to the original plan, he said. Pick them off one at a time. Let them make all the mistakes. Even knowing it was the right call, John still kept the crosshair on Blanchard's head as he increased the pressure of his finger against the trigger, almost to the point of breaking the shot. He took 3 deep breaths, in and out through his nose, until his hands relaxed.
What's all this now? Curtis asked. Looks like Blanchard's got some kind of crime scene investigator.
John swept the scope over the group, spotting a man crouched next to the dying fire they used to draw on the sentry. The mercenary looked at the ground, turning his head side to side until something grabbed his attention. He stood up and pointed at something further away. Finally, he said something to Blanchard, gesturing in the general direction not far off from where he and Curtis were crouched, watching the hunting party.
He's a tracker, John said. That's going to be trouble for us, Curtis said. They're coming our way right now. Maybe we can lose them and wait for another chance to strike. I don't know enough about counter-tracking to shake this guy, John said. Unless you do. I think we're going to have to think of something else. Should we split up? Not sure, John said. But we can't stay here. It's going to take some time for them to reach us, so we've got a few minutes to come up with a plan.
Billy could hear the enemy taunts and shouts before they rushed forward, rifles unleashing a hailstorm as they surged ahead. She kept her body low, still moving along the bushes and trees along one side of the road. She gripped the pistol and straightened up for a better view. The soldiers with the convoy started their counterattack, returning fire. The mercenaries took cover, some forced to drop prone. Her stomach clenched when she watched the enemy soldiers at the pickup truck. 2 jumped into the bed, preparing the machine gun, with another pair using the vehicle as cover. Millie sucked in a deep breath and ran through the shadows, hoping the firefight would keep anyone from spotting her. She needed to cover ground fast if she wanted to help the others. The roar of the FN mag stole the wind from her lungs as she slid to a stop. I don't have time to circle all the way around, Millie thought. She broke through the trees, pistol in hand, running toward the nearest mercenary as he leaned out near the front bumper, firing his AK-74. Just as she reached close quarters range, Millie slowed her pace and brought the pistol up. 3 quick presses punctured his lungs. He dropped the rifle and collapsed, gasping for air. She dove forward, pinning him against the truck with her shoulder as the man at the rear spun to engage her. His shots went wide as she flattened herself to the vehicle, returning fire with one hand. 4 of her 5 rounds found their mark, with the last shot splitting the man's chin as the bullet passed through his cheek. The merc supporting the gunner turned and shouted to his partner. The man behind the machine gun tried to pivot the weapon to the front, blocked by the cab of the truck. The other soldier looked around frantically for his rifle in the bed. Millie leaped up onto the hood, running toward the back as she slid across the roof. Her foot connected with the gunner's forehead, sending him staggering into his body. They collapsed against the tailgate, knocking it open. She stood over them, emptying the rest of the magazine from her handgun. The 9mm full metal jacket bullets punched straight through both men as she pressed the trigger until the slide locked back. Tossing the empty pistol, she flipped the machine gun open and pulled a fresh belt of ammunition up, pressing it in place before snapping the top down. Charging the weapon, Millie leaned into the stock, pressing her cheek to the wood as she pivoted the muzzle toward the largest concentration of mercenaries and pinned the trigger to the rear. Thunder and lightning erupted from the FN mag. Tracer rounds lanced out as Millie rode the burst through 2 enemy soldiers. Another one turned to the rear, his face pale with shock, as she put the front sight over his body, watching him collapse. Confusion and shock rippled through the enemy's ranks faster than the machine gun's 7.62mm rounds. Most scrambled to their feet, darting to the side. Some never made it, as the soldiers with the convoy shot them down. The mercenary leader spun to face Millie, his face twisted into a mask of pure hate. He brought his rifle up and fired a long burst. The bullets shattered the windows of the truck and tore through the cab as she dropped into the bed. Millie tried to regain control of the weapon, but her assailant's rounds pinged and sparked off the steel around her. She slid over the side, dropping to the ground, peering underneath the truck. The man's boots still stalked ahead. But the rest of the mercenaries were retreating from the battle, some to the sides of the road, but most were coming in her direction. She pushed herself up to her feet and snatched the AK from the dead man against the front bumper. Millie slid out into the open on her knees, firing several short bursts at the mercenary leader. He spun to one side, angling himself to put the truck in between them. Millie used the opening to escape, sprinting across the open ground toward the trees at the bend in the road. She heard the other man's shouts over his rifle's reports as he opened fire. Zigzagging, Millie altered her running pattern, presenting a much tougher target. The man stopped firing only long enough to reload his weapon as he shouted orders to the fleeing men. She didn't understand what he was saying, but it was pretty clear that she was going to have to evade them all until help could arrive. At least I took the heat off the convoy, she thought, as she reached the edge of the trees. Millie pushed off hard with her right foot, changing course. Her boots skidded across the twigs and dirt as she hid behind a tree to get a look at her pursuers. 7 men stalked ahead, rifles held up, ready for battle. In the distance, she watched as a faint purple and red glow grew from the horizon. The sun was coming up, and with it, all of the darkness and shadows she would need to evade the enemy would disappear. Chapter 23. The sliver of golden light broke over the horizon. Curtis squinted his eyes as he eased himself down onto his stomach. Using his hand to block as much of the sun as he could, he watched the men in the distance. They stepped into a section of the forest where the trees thinned, giving Curtis a clear line of sight to the hunting party. He blew out a short breath through his mouth and thumbed the lens cap up, exposing the rifle scope. Shrugging his shoulders several times, he settled the wooden buttstock against his body as he placed the crosshairs on the chest of the man in front, tracking them. "I really hope you know what you're doing, John," he thought. Curtis wiped the tip of his tongue along half of his bottom lip as he swept the scope across the group, finding one of Blanchard's mercenaries. A walking wall of muscle even larger than John. The man had a canister strapped to his back that had to weigh almost 100 pounds. "Does that guy actually have a flamethrower?" Curtis mumbled. He shook his head in disbelief and moved his point of aim back to the other side, spotting Blanchard and the 2 Alpha assets. They clustered tight enough for him to see everyone in the party, with only a few stragglers in the back. 10 men in all. "Come on," Curtis whispered, finding the tracker again. The man in the crosshairs stopped and sank his stance. He pointed straight ahead, where Curtis was lying in wait. The 2 Alphas positioned themselves in front of Blanchard as the hunting party increased their pace. Curtis snapped the lens cover over the scope and pushed himself up to a crouch, looping the strap of the rifle across his body. They had spotted the sun's glare off of the scope's lens, and now they were moving to kill or capture their prey. "Over there! I see him!" someone shouted as the report of an AK-74 almost drowned out his statement. Blanchard shouted for the man to stop firing. He spun toward the others, giving orders to pursue their quarry. Curtis ducked his head to avoid the lower branches as he ran to his right. He did his best to weave through the thick growth of trees. He knew the men giving chase were gaining ground faster than he could move, but once they reached the denser foliage, he had a chance to escape. More bullets cracked, slicing across the smooth bark of nearby beech trees. Curtis slid down into a ditch, breaking their line of sight. He had a small window to make his move, hooking a hand around a nearby branch as he pulled his body to his left, changing directions. His boots crunched along the leaves and twigs as he leaped over a fallen log, rolling his body against the cover. Curtis drew the Beretta and listened to the hunters as they slid down not far from his position. "Which way?" one of the men asked. 2 more spoke, exchanging harsh words in their native tongue. "I didn't see where he went," the first man said. "You're the tracker, Menzie. Pick up his trail and point us in the right direction." Blanchard stood at the top of the ditch. "Was it Stone?" "We don't know, sir. Menzie is looking for something to tell us which way he went." "I've got something," the tracker said in his accented English. "He headed west." Curtis tightened his grip on the pistol, ready to empty the rest of the magazine when the enemy got close. More shouts in the distance distracted the hunters. Blanchard turned away from the tracker. "What's going on?" "Godwin is missing," the behemoth with the flamethrower said.
"What do you mean missing?" Blanchard asked. "Like he couldn't keep up and got lost?" "Someone took him. There's a trail of blood leading away from the group," the big man said. "Split up," Blanchard said. "We're only hunting 2 men, so we'll still have the numbers when—" Curtis sat up and rolled to his knees, bracing his arms against the log. His eye found the pistol's front sight as it settled on the tracker. The Beretta bucked as he pressed the trigger repeatedly. The hunter scrambled, trying to climb out of the ditch. But one of the 9mm rounds found its mark, tearing through the muscle of the tracker's thigh. Another bullet sliced across the man's deltoid as he reached up for a branch. He screamed, rolling back into the ditch. Curtis glanced at the Beretta, seeing the slide locked open. He tossed the weapon and started running again. In their confusion, none of the other hunters were in a position to give chase. Instead, they opted for a spray-and-pray approach as their assault rifles popped and rattled. John kept as much distance as he could between himself and Blanchard's hunting party. Once they had spotted the sun's reflection off of Curtis's scope, they were moving fast. They had all their attention focused straight ahead toward their prey. Sloppy, John thought. He moved through the rough terrain with caution, maintaining just enough speed to keep up with the men. He had circled around, leaving Curtis in a position to draw them in, knowing the tracker would only see the trail up to that point, giving him the opportunity to flank the enemy. With the men in pursuit of Curtis, John would be able to pick away at the party's stragglers. He clutched the Ruger Security 6 in his right hand in case he needed it, but the gunshot would spoil his advantage. Several hunters broke from the pack, moving ahead. The rest continued at their regular pace, allowing John to close the distance. The group halted, as several of the men that broke away started arguing about something. John saw Blanchard standing next to the Alpha assets. He raised the handgun, but they were at too great a range to trust the old revolver. The hyena had a short conversation with one of the Alphas before they moved ahead. As Blanchard called out to his men, John moved up, stalking one of the hunters in the back. The man held a machine gun in his right hand, with several more blades sheathed on his body. Tucking the revolver into his waistband, John crept closer. Standing behind his target, John reached over the man's shoulder and clamped a hand around his neck, squeezing as he clutched the wrist with the machete in his other hand. He stomped the back of the man's knee, dropping him lower. John pressed his shin against the man's elbow and wrenched it back with a sharp crack. The screams of pain never made it past the vise clamped around his windpipe. John pulled a knife from a sheath on his opponent's belt and plunged the blade into his heart. John felt the strength fade from the man as he dragged the body away into the trees. Once he made it far enough to avoid detection, he dumped the hunter to the side and prepared to head back in an attempt to grab another. Before he made it, there were already several mercenaries looking down at the blood on the ground. Blanchard was shouting orders to the others, telling them to split up. John pulled the revolver and started circling back toward Curtis. A half-dozen pops echoed from a distance. The men in the hunting party dropped to a knee, weapons up and ready, as they scanned the area around them. The screams of one of their own joined the chorus of the distinctive clanging of the AK-74s answering the first 6 shots. "I hope you got the tracker, Clark," John said. Chapter 24. Millie's breath came out in ragged gasps. She'd been doing her best to evade the mercenaries coming after her. After the soldiers with the convoy successfully drove them back, several of the enemy attackers joined their leader to find her and exact revenge for turning their own machine gun on them. She made it halfway up the hill that Jimenez used earlier, but the rest of the climb would be out in the open, with the morning sun highlighting her location. Reaching under the AK-74, she eased the charging handle back enough to check the chamber. She ejected the magazine, finding it half empty. "Come on, girl, stay positive. It's half full," she thought. Rocking the mag back into the weapon, Millie chewed on her lower lip, looking back and forth at her options. They probably wouldn't expect her to keep heading in the direction where they had camped earlier. It was her best bet. She hugged the side of the hill, heading farther away from the mercenaries chasing her. Further away from her friends as well. Her boot came down on a loose rock, knocking it free. The mini rock slide clacked and rustled, the sound like explosives in her ears. "I found her!" Clinging to the hillside, moving in a straight line, Millie knew she would be a sitting duck. She dropped to her butt and slid along the loose gravel and twigs, using her boots to control the rate of descent. The AK's stock pressed against her body as she squeezed the trigger. The mercenary's shots went well high of her position as her rounds perforated his stomach. She skidded to a stop, crouching as she fired another round through the man's head. More rifles opened up as she bolted through the trees, hoping her movement to slip around them was enough to keep her offline of their muzzles. Her throat ached and her lungs burned. Holding the weapon close against her body, Millie continued in a full sprint once she broke through to the clearing. The men chasing her had been stopping to fire, or running and gunning, making both tasks that much more difficult. It let her open up the distance,
But now that she was out in the open, it wouldn't be an impossible shot for one of them to make, even with the additional distance she had bought for herself. Millie spotted the abandoned campsite at the other end of the grassy flatland. The supplies that had been left behind wouldn't provide a hard barrier against rifles, but they would give her concealment, perhaps enough to turn the tide. Trying to pour on the speed, Millie couldn't summon the extra strength she needed. The first of the mercenaries made it through the trees. His AK barked, but the bullets fell short. 2 more joined the fight. Every agonizing step threatened to send her sprawling. In her mind, the campsite appeared just a bit farther no matter how much distance she ate up. Their battle cries sent chills up her spine. Their taunts only made the situation worse. The ground nearby burst out, peppering Millie with loose gravel and dirt. A bullet split the air as it whipped by her head. It was enough to steal her focus as she staggered. Millie stumbled several steps before rolling over her shoulder and sliding to a halt. She had dropped her weapon a few meters back, but the sight of the mercenaries rushing her gave Millie pause. Snapping out of the stupor, she scrambled for the AK, but more sprays of dirt forced her back. She gritted her teeth, bracing for the inevitable death stalking her. The men had slowed down, walking to cover the remaining distance. The sadistic, animal-like smile on the leader's face infuriated her. She rose to her feet, standing tall and defiant. As she faced her foe, something in the sky caught her eye. A small, dark smudge grew larger as it approached. A second speck appeared next to the first. A puff of white pulsed out as something streaked downward. Millie's eyes widened, and she dove to the ground, covering her head. The mercenaries spun around, expecting to see a group of soldiers emerging from the forest behind them, but instead, they caught the last few meters of travel as a Hellfire missile exploded in the middle of their group, kicking up a massive cloud of dirt. Millie felt the blast wave whip across her clothes and hair. A few seconds later, bits of debris rained down around her, a reminder of the air-to-ground missile's gift. She looked up in time to see the Predator drones passing overhead as they looped around. Splinters of bark sprayed the side of Curtis's face as the chattering assault rifles harried him. He slid down a small hill, almost losing his balance. The stagger slowed him too much, allowing one of the hunters to get close enough to see which way he was going. Curtis cursed and plowed ahead. He and John decided after executing their plan they would circle around and meet each other somewhere in the middle, then move on from there. He spotted a hulking figure crouching near a tree. "John!" He signaled for Curtis to keep running. Passing by, Curtis gave John a quick nod and pressed ahead. John stepped out from behind the tree with the Ruger revolver in his hand. The small handgun almost disappeared in the big man's grip. The lead hunter stepped into view, his eyes locked on Curtis as he brought his AK up. The man spotted John at the last second and faltered, trying to whip the muzzle to the side. The revolver popped 3 times. The .357 Magnum rounds hammered the mercenary in the chest, dropping him. John tucked the gun into his waistband and made a move for the assault rifle. 2 more men rushed into view, weapons firing. Their bullets tore into the ground in front of John, with several striking the body of their still-breathing ally. Turning to take cover, John spun behind another tree, drawing the small handgun again. Curtis turned to face the battle, dropping to a knee. He braced the rifle against his shoulder, flipping up the lens cap on the scope. Blowing out of breath, Curtis pressed the trigger. The Mauser thumped his body as the bullet pierced his target's sternum. He worked the bolt, ejecting the spent casing and chambering the next, watching as the other man stepped back, taking cover behind a large ash tree. It was the opening John needed to break away from the fight. As John ran by, Curtis stood and followed, keeping the rifle in his hands, ready for battle. They continued running through the forest until it was evident that no one had followed them. John opened the cylinder and checked the remaining 3 rounds. His chest heaved, but he breathed in and out through his nose as the muscles in his jaw tightened and relaxed over and over again. "Did you get the tracker?" he asked. "Pretty much," Curtis said. "He won't be coming after us any time soon, at least not on his own 2 feet. We've got some breathing room now." "The Beretta?" John asked, tucking the handgun back into his waistband. "Empty," Curtis said. "Did you get any weapons off of the guys you grabbed?" "Just this," John said, holding up the fighting knife. Curtis rolled his eyes and let out a short huff. "Are you joking? Please tell me you're joking." "I'm sorry my score doesn't live up to your expectations. I was hoping to get the guy with the flamethrower," John said, smirking. "Yeah, what's up with that? These guys are lunatics." Curtis raised an eyebrow. "So what's the plan now?" "We've stirred up the hornet's nest," John said. "I don't think we can play hide-and-seek anymore. Besides, this was all part of the plan. Get them riled up so they would be making plenty of mistakes." Curtis looked at his bolt-action rifle and then at the knife in John's hand. "We don't have much room for making mistakes either.
Then let's make our shots count, John said.
It's 2 men! Damien's face was bright red, his eyes bulged. 2 men with limited weapons. Why are you incompetent morons having so much trouble with Stone and his partner?
The other mercenaries rejoined the group, helping the tracker as they set the injured man on the grass.
Wonderful! And now we have no way of finding out which way they went, Damien said, waving his revolver in Menzies' direction.
He holstered the handgun and wiped his hands down his face.
Get some more men back here, he said to Russell.
Yes, sir. What should I tell them? His head of security asked, pulling the radio from his belt.
Tell them we're going to flush those rats out, no matter what it takes.
Damien turned to Gabriel.
I expect you two to join us for this hunt.
Of course, Gabriel said with a short nod. We wouldn't dream of missing out on the fun, Micah said, checking the chamber of his HK carbine.
Retief, I need you to take the jeep and head further west. Make sure nothing survives in that forest, Damien said. Burn it all down, and cut them off. They'll have to come to us after that.
Retief grinned, pulling the nozzle from the pack and checking the fire control assembly. Chapter 25. Millie reached the edge of the trees at the bend, leading back to the convoy. She clutched the AK-74 at a low ready, still hearing the skirmish. The drone strike had taken out the mercenary leader and most of the attackers, but the few remaining had fled back toward the trucks, engaging with the soldiers there. She stepped out, weapon up and ready to engage when the last of the attackers tossed his weapon to the ground, holding his hands up as he surrendered. Jimenez circled out, holding his R4 on the few surviving attackers, also making the same wise decision. 3 soldiers followed him, collecting the enemy's weapons and securing their hands behind their backs. "Looks like you survived the night," Travis said. She could see the look in his eye. He wanted the comment to sound lighthearted, but the genuine fear and concern in his expression was unmistakable. They had all almost died, and he would have blamed only himself if that had happened. "With a little help from your buddies," she pointed a finger upward.
"I hope that missile didn't hit too close," Travis said. She looked down at her clothing.
"No, I just got a little of the dirt that rained down afterward." Jimenez walked over after securing the prisoners.
"I swear, Millie, I don't know if you're incredibly brave or just crazy for doing what you did."
She shrugged her shoulders. "Why not both?"
"That was dangerous. Please, for the sake of my health and sanity, don't do that again," Travis said.
Millie looked around. "I think it's safe to say that I won't need to do that again any time soon. I'll leave the brute force combat tactics to John from now on."
"Speaking of, have we heard anything from Curtis or John yet?" Jimenez asked.
Travis pursed his lips.
"Nothing yet."
"We need to get them and help," Millie said.
"The men need immediate medical attention," Travis said, pointing to the soldiers injured in the ambush. "Once we get that settled, we'll see about helping John and Curtis."
"And what about them?" Millie asked, pointing to the enemy soldiers bound up sitting next to the Samuel 20.
"They'll stay here with us until arrangements can be made to take them into custody," Travis said. "We'll also need to get the men that sacrificed their lives for us back to the base for proper burials."
He watched as the soldiers with the convoy gently placed the 4 dead men together, covering their faces with their jackets. Billy gave him a solemn nod.
"I'm going to talk to Kofi and his men to discuss what they want to do," Travis said,
walking over to the truck housing the wounded soldiers. Jimenez watched as Travis radioed the base.
"John and Curtis are tough. They can hold off Blanchard's men until we reach them."
Millie looked at Jimenez, then turned her head to the Mamba MK2s.
"We're not going anywhere on these things. That machine gun tore them to pieces."
John gripped the loose end of the makeshift cordage and tugged to secure the knife to the end of a long, straight branch. He looped the end up and cut it with the blade tied to the shaft, letting the rest dangle freely. Testing the feel and weight, he thrust his weapon several times before flipping it and holding it in a reverse grip, checking how it felt for throwing.
"I can't believe you just made a spear," Curtis said. "We're out here fighting against small arms, and you're preparing to hunt the woolly mammoth. It's better than nothing." "The knife is too small to be of use in a fight against any other weapon," John said.
"Still not going to tip the scales in our favor." Curtis ejected the last 3 rounds from the rifle. He worked the bolt action several times, checking its function. Satisfied, he reloaded the Mauser, wiping bits of dirt off of each round before inserting them.
"Did you hear that?"
John asked, dropping to a crouch. Curtis turned his head, listening.
He narrowed his eyes, holding his breath as he rotated his head the other way. They're coming. How did they find us so fast?
I don't think it's just a few men, John said. Judging by the number of voices, Blanchard brought his whole crew with him this time.
Is that smoke I smell? Curtis asked.
They're setting the trees on fire to cut us off, John said.
It's that psycho with the flamethrower. Where did Blanchard find these guys? Curtis asked.
We need to move now.
Right behind you, Curtis said. The staccato crackle of weapon fire prodded them forward. I don't think they're even waiting for a clear shot before firing, Curtis said, keeping his head ducked as they weaved through the trees.
Blanchard's men are desperate. We'll have to use that to our advantage, John said.
They ran for a few dozen meters before John stopped.
Something's wrong. The fire is in front of us, John said.
How can you tell?
The wind is coming from straight ahead. We're heading into the smoke.
John pulled a binocular from his pocket. Curtis brought the scope up and looked through the trees. Faint flecks of red and orange danced between the trees as a haze formed in the distance. The wind is going to push those flames right at us. Without a word, John pocketed his scope and turned to face the oncoming enemy soldiers, staying low to avoid their indiscriminate fire. Curtis followed, holding the Mauser against his shoulder, ready to fire the moment an enemy soldier came into view.
"Look out!"
John shouted, spinning toward his left. Curtis turned to see that several mercenaries had spotted them and turned to engage. He stopped and leaned his body against a tree, trying to use the scope to find a target. Sweeping the crosshairs over one of the men, he pressed the trigger, but the muzzle's momentum took his shot wide. He swore and fumbled with the bolt, ejecting the spent shell casing.
How does Jimenez do so well with these ancient artifacts?
Bullets whipped by, and Curtis ran for more cover. One of the mercenaries shouted to his friends and rushed forward, firing his rifle as he moved. John stepped into view, shooting the last 3 rounds from his revolver, hitting his chest. The soldier staggered and dropped to his knees. Blood streamed from between gritted teeth as he lifted the AK. John wound up, spear in hand, and hurled the weapon forward with a grunt. The knife buried itself into the man's throat, crunching into his vertebrae. His rifle chattered, spitting bullets into the dirt as his body collapsed into a heap. The other 2 mercenaries shouted battle cries and unleashed a hailstorm of lead before John could retrieve the weapon from the dead man. He pivoted back around, taking cover. The soldiers continued advancing and firing. Curtis saw that they had John pinned. He took 3 short breaths and dropped to a crouch. He needed to take the men down so John could escape. His mental tally let him know that there was only 2 rounds left in the weapon. Settling the crosshair's center mass, Curtis exhaled slowly and put the proper amount of pressure on the trigger. Just as his shot broke, his target had already moved offline. The bullet missed, but the supersonic whip crack snapped the man's attention away from John. "Go!" Curtis shouted. John spun out as the mercenaries both took aim at Curtis. He watched in disbelief as John didn't run toward him, but instead heading straight for the enemy.
"What are you doing, you madman?"
Curtis wondered, furiously working the bolt as he ducked to avoid the incoming fire. He scrambled to the side and sat back on his foot, using his other knee to brace his rifle. Before he could take the shot, Curtis spotted John as he reached the dead mercenary. He scooped up the AK-74 and raised the weapon to his shoulder. Their assailants saw John at the last minute and turned to re-engage the real threat. But it was too late. John stitched a burst into the first man, riding up from rib to opposite shoulder. As his target fell, John shifted his aim and gave the trigger 2 short presses, double-tapping a pair of holes in the next man's skull. He turned to face Curtis.
"Let's go. The others will have heard that firefight, so we need to break through them if we're going to make it out of here."
"No argument from me." Curtis dropped the Mauser and grabbed an AK and several magazines from one of the bodies. John reloaded his weapon and picked up a couple more magazines, stuffing them into his back pockets.
"Say again?"
Travis said, ducking next to one of the damaged light-armored vehicles.
"Are you able to see John or Curtis anywhere?"
Millie hopped up onto the hood of the vehicle, crossing her legs as she eavesdropped on the conversation.
"All right, keep me informed," Travis said. "Over and out."
"Did the drone pilots find them?" Millie asked.
"Yes and no. There's a clear indication of a battle of some kind happening, but it's not clear who was involved."
Travis looked down at his watch.
"It would take us hours to reach that site to help out."
Millie narrowed her eyes, her mouth pressing together into a small line. "What are they up against?"
"The tree cover is making it impossible to tell," Travis said. "They're not even sure it's John and Curtis down there. But there's a section of the forest on fire somewhere between them and us."
"Blanchard is cutting them off," Millie said, "forcing them to fight his men face to face."
"They've got the deck stacked against them," Travis said. "I'll do what I can to get some help."
John and Curtis are going to make Blanchard's men pay a heavy toll for taking up this fight. Millie cracked the knuckles of her right hand before hopping down. She walked over to help the other soldiers as they cared for the injured men. Chapter 26. Sweat beaded along Retief's forehead. A trickle ran down his temple and dripped onto his shoulder strap. He squeezed the trigger of the firing mechanism and swept the nozzle side to side, feeding the hungry flames behind him. He turned and moved ahead, his grin spreading ear to ear as he chewed on his cigar. Every few meters, Retief sprayed his flames to either side, letting the wind feed and carry it forward, racing ahead. He laughed at the sight, a deep bellowing sound. John Stone had nowhere else to go. Either he would rush headlong into Blanchard's hunting party, or turn and face him in hell. The stifling heat choked Damien. He wrapped a bandana around his mouth. That madman Retief was going to kill them all. He and a team of hunters traveled quickly through the trees, keeping the sounds of battle on their left as they moved to flank Stone and his partner. Damien slowed down, struggling to see through the growing clouds of smoke. The faint glow shone through the haze, stopping him in his tracks.
Stop!
He held a hand out to the others.
I don't hear the shooting anymore.
Maybe the fire got Stone, Zane said. We can't keep moving in this direction, Gabriel said. The flames are going to swallow us up too if we don't get out. A shrill sound, shrieks of pain, ended their conversation. Someone stumbled out of the wall of smoke. Most of the man's body had been engulfed in flames as he wailed, staggering forward, arms flailing wildly. Damien's .454 thundered, tearing a ragged hole through the man's upper body, nearly severing his arms. The screaming stopped, but the flames hungrily ate the leaves and twigs around them.
Get me out of here,
Damien said, grabbing a handful of Russell's shirt.
Retief is going to get us all killed.
Yes, sir. Micah looked over at Gabriel. I see no reason for us to continue this fruitless pursuit. Agreed. Let's go, Gabriel replied. Sucking in filthy air through gritted teeth, John trudged ahead, rifle held at low ready. He could hear shouting over the ever-growing crackle and pops of the flames encroaching from the west. There's someone up ahead, he said over his shoulder as he turned and ran into the thick haze. John, wait up, Curtis said. The booming report of a big-bore revolver stopped Curtis in his tracks. What was that? John never faltered, only increasing his pace at the sound of the gunshot, a starter pistol urging him forward. Blanchard! He spotted a group of men heading away. Even through the smoke, he recognized their silhouettes. Blanchard and the Alphas. Their frames and movement patterns were burnt into his mind like Parker's mob recognition software running in his subconscious. John's jaw tightened and his nostrils flared. He brought the muzzle of his AK up. Through the white and gray wall, several flashes boomed, followed by the mechanical rattle of assault rifles. John spun and rolled to the side, avoiding the shots as their rounds tore into the trees around him. Using their muzzle flash as a point of reference, John returned fire, his weapon jackhammering his shoulder. Curtis braced himself against a tree farther back, adding his support to the fight. With the enemy splitting their focus between two threats, John moved forward. Cover me, he shouted back. Before Curtis could answer, a stream of fire cut a line between them like a dragon's breath separating the two. The man with the flamethrower had caught up. John dropped to a knee and took aim near the source of the fire. The stream stopped as a hulking silhouette emerged before disappearing farther into the smoke, heading toward Curtis. John's instinct was to rush headlong through the fire to cut the man off, but the mercenaries covering Blanchard's retreat continued spraying in his direction, no doubt firing blindly into the thick haze. He's all yours, Clark, John thought as he surged ahead, pursuing Blanchard and the Alphas. Curtis clenched his teeth, pressing his cheek to the stock as the AK rumbled in his hands. He fired 2 more bursts, suppressing the enemy in the distance, using only their muzzle flashes to locate his targets. He used a fresh magazine to strip the empty one from his weapon, rocking it into place and yanking the charging handle to the rear, letting it snap forward. Cover me, John shouted. Curtis stood and brought his weapon up, ready to continue the fight. A flash of orange and yellow light sliced across his vision, growing into a violent bloom of curling flames. He staggered back on his heels as the roar of the flamethrower filled his ears. Intense heat washed over him, with the air around him growing even hotter. John was on the other side of the blast, but now Curtis had a more pressing concern. That psycho was here. He moved back several more steps and pivoted to aim at the brute coming toward him. The man was a rhino, his weathered skin slick with sweat. He emerged from the smoke into Curtis's line of sight as the haze stripped away from him in swirling wisps.
Everything about this monster screamed danger to Curtis's mind. He had a cigar clamped between his teeth. His lips were pulled back into a mix of a sneer and a cruel smile, eyes almost bulging with delight. Curtis brought his rifle up, but his mind was swimming in molasses as his body was slow to react. Before he could find the trigger, the fire-breathing dragon spit out a gout of hatred and anger. Curtis bolted to the side, shooting from his hip as he ran to avoid the blast. The man's laugh echoed over the roar and crackle of the fire. "Stand and fight, coward!" Curtis bounced and rebounded off of several trees as he tried to put more distance between himself and the madman stalking him. He turned long enough to bring his weapon up and snap off several shots. The attempt to slow or suppress his enemy had failed as the figure trudged forward through the smoke. The psycho answered with a sweep of the flamethrower's nozzle, erecting a wall of flames between them. The heat hit him from the front like a tactile barrier as an intense stinging also grew across his back and shoulders. While attempting to escape, he had run straight toward the forest fire surging toward him. Curtis was trapped. He knelt and tried to find his target through the weapon's iron sights. His eyes stung, watering from the heat, distorting his vision. His breaths were short and shallow, the smoke choking him. "Think, Curtis, think," he said. He felt a quick pulse of adrenaline course through his body, his vision sharpening through the tears. "If this madman wants to kill me so bad, he's going to have to earn it." Curtis stood and took several steps, overcoming the voice of reason in the back of his mind. "You can do this, Curtis. He's not going to expect it." He grunted with each step, ducking his head and leading with his shoulder like he was preparing to barrel through a locked door. Curtis dove forward through the wall of fire, rolling over his shoulder. The pain was intense. He squeezed his eyes and clamped his mouth, careful not to breathe during the leap of faith. His body rolled and slid to a stop. Curtis struggled to plant his foot for support and push himself up to a knee. His stunt had maneuvered him off to the madman's left as he moved to circle the wall of fire to finish Curtis off. The sadistic smile warped into an angry mask of fury, lips pulling back. He spit the stub of the cigar and brought the nozzle up, but Curtis was faster this time. His AK hammered the man in the chest, 3 of the 5 rounds striking flush. The brute staggered. Curtis's eyes widened as the furious mask whipped back in his direction. To his disbelief, the man stood taller and brought his weapon up again. Curtis stood as well, pulling the stock tight against his shoulder. As the AK-74 roared, the monster brought his arms up, turning his body. The 5.45mm projectiles tore through the massive limbs as the man took 2 more steps back. His arm lowered to his hips, still holding the fire assembly of the flamethrower as it swung around to face front again. "What is it going to take?" Curtis shouted in frustration. Blood poured from the bullet wounds, but the beast wouldn't die. At least not fast enough. "I need to put this psycho down for good." Curtis lowered the muzzle and put 2 rounds into the monster's knee. Rewarded with a grunt of pain, the man fell as his leg buckled. He spun to the side as he dropped, exposing the fuel tanks on his back. Curtis's heart pounded against his sternum, the pulse rushing through his ears. He bared his teeth as the wooden stock of the assault rifle pressed into his jaw. "You seem a little hot under the collar, buddy," Curtis said. He pressed the trigger, sending a burst into the tanks, igniting the fuel vapors inside the half-empty canisters. The explosion swallowed his opponent as the blast wave sucked the air from Curtis's lungs. He felt the bits of bone, wood, and steel shrapnel pepper him, but his already burnt and stinging flesh only registered the impacts and none of the pain. Squeezing his eyes shut, Curtis rose and staggered away from the encroaching forest fire. "Gotta get back to help John." Chapter 27. John advanced on the mercenaries engaging him. He had attempted to reach Damien Blanchard when this group cut him off, allowing his target to flee. 4 men had taken up what they felt were suitable firing positions. But now a demon unleashed stalked them, his rifle spitting death and destruction. Keeping the trigger pressed, John emptied the last 5 rounds into the nearest threat. He tossed the spent magazine and continued moving forward. The other 3 continued firing, but none had the courage or discipline to stand and fight. Each man fled backward, shooting with weapons held in shaky hands, braced against loose, uncommitted shoulders. One of the rounds grazed John's calf, but his steps never faltered. Rocking the mag into the well, he had the AK-74 against his shoulder, reaching underneath with his left hand and charging the weapon with his thumb. By the time he secured his grip, the assault rifle was already barking. His rounds pounded one of the unlucky souls across his back as he turned to flee, shattering his shoulder blade. John knelt next to a tree and fired at the last 2 foes, missing,
One had spun around, attempting to return fire. The other man dove to the side. Bullets chipped away at the tree John had been using for cover. He stepped out and advanced, his steps slow and smooth as his rifle continued its rhythmic thumping. Unable to overcome the ferocity of the ranger's assault, the merc fell to his back, his body riddled with bullets. John sprinted ahead toward the final man, but more importantly, the direction where Damien Blanchard had headed. He brought the weapon up, firing several more rounds before it ran dry. His opponent found himself in a similar situation, his face twisted into a mask of fear as he fumbled with the spare magazine, unable to eject the spent one. Just as the soldier had his rifle reloaded and ready for battle, John had already descended upon him. He swatted the weapon's forend away, sending the first burst wide. John's fist crashed through the man's weak defense, knocking him backward. He followed with a punishing hook, cracking one of the man's ribs. Another combatant burst forth from the haze as his shotgun boomed. The buckshot shredded the mercenary still attempting to stand and fight. John sidestepped behind a tree as the mechanical clack of the pump action taunted him. "Come out and face me, Stone!" Russell Tatlock called out. He unleashed another torrent of double-aught, racking another round into the chamber. Stepping out, John reached for the dead mercenary's assault rifle. His foe took the bait, firing as John switched directions and emerged from the other side of the tree. Tatlock worked pump action, but John forced the barrel up as the weapon thundered. With two hands, he tore the shotgun from his opponent's grasp, flinging it to the side. To John's surprise, Blanchard's head of security spun in a tight arc, thrusting a foot out into his stomach. The kick separated the two fighters. Before John could close the gap, the other man lashed out with a flurry of kicks. He felt the impact of one kick on his outer thigh, followed almost immediately by another across his temple. John swiped a hand out, trying to get a hold of Tatlock, but his foe planted a foot into his chest and shoved him away once more. John brushed the back of his hand over his eyes, clearing his vision. His opponent had reached the shotgun on the ground, leaning his back against a tree as he racked the weapon. John made his move before the man could fire. In two bounding steps, he covered the distance and buried his shoulder into Tatlock's ribs. Bone and wood snapped upon impact. The man's rib cracked along with the trunk of the red beech as he fell back. John caught him before his body hit the ground. He hoisted the man up and pulled him into a crushing headbutt that rendered him unconscious. He released his grip, letting the hunter's body fall into a heap. John's shoulders rose and fell with each deep breath. "John!" Curtis called out as he reached him. "We need to get out of here. That fire is hungry and swallowing this whole forest up fast." John picked up an AK from the ground nearby, finding another spare magazine. Curtis looked down at one of the dead men as his radio crackled to life. Blanchard's frantic voice came through the cheap plastic box and tinny speaker, ordering his men to hold their ground, not letting anyone escape the fire. He grabbed the radio and squinted, looking at the channels as he spun the dial. "We should be able to reach Travis and the others with this," Curtis said. "Good. Let him know we're going after Blanchard," John said, heading away from the wall of flames. Damien climbed up and settled into the passenger seat of the monster truck. Even from their position, the sounds of Russell's shotgun reached him. He turned to the driver, keeping an eye on the smoke rising in the distance. "Get me back to the compound now," he said. "Of course, sir," the man said, turning the key to start the engine. Damien's eyes widened as a fireball erupted from somewhere deep in the forest. Seconds later, the thunderclap rattled the rearview mirrors. Someone must have killed Retief. His heart raced as sweat trickled down his face. John Stone was an agent of death, coming to collect souls. He grabbed the handset for the radio from the dash, turning to the frequency for all of his other men. "Hold your ground! I want every man to stand fast and keep anyone from getting by." His voice cracked as he shouted his orders. "Shoot anyone that comes out of that forest alive! I don't care who it is!" He slammed the handset into the cradle. "Go!" As the big truck rumbled, Damien looked into the rearview mirror, where a jeep followed them. Zane and the two Alpha assets were all he had to keep John away, if by some miracle he made it out and passed his men. He pulled the revolver from his shoulder holster and snapped the loading gate open to eject the spent shell, replacing it with another massive .454 Castle round. The handgun was quite capable of bringing down large game, but Damien almost doubted its stopping power against a force of nature like stone. With the truck loaded, Millie patted the door and gave the driver a quick wave. The Samuel 50 shuddered and lurched as it started the trip back to the base. Several of the soldiers chose to stay behind to help watch the prisoners and keep their fallen comrades company. She gave one man an understanding nod before heading to the shredded husks of the rest of the convoy. Travis rested his elbows on the roof, standing in the gunner's turret, trying to keep an eye out for any stragglers with his binoculars. All clear? Millie asked. So far. I just wish we had direct access to the drone feed, Travis said. Millie looked down at her hands, wiping some of the dirt away, not knowing the best way to respond. That's the kind of thing Parker would have been able to provide, huh? Travis lowered the binoculars, but kept his eyes on the trees in the distance. Yeah. No matter what we thought of his methods, the kid is quite valuable to the team. We're deaf and blind without him, it seems. The radio snapped them out of their thoughts of Parker. There were several clicks and a short wash of static. Who was that? Millie asked, sliding into the driver's seat to reach for the handset. I didn't hear any voices, Travis said, ducking back into the vehicle. Can you repeat that? Millie asked. We didn't get your last transmission. Millie, this is Curtis. Where are they? Travis asked. I'm here with Travis. Can you give us your location? Is John with you? Millie adjusted the dials to clean up the transmission as best she could. Yeah, John's right here with me, Curtis said. We're about 10 or 12 clicks west of Blanchard's compound. Can you make it back? Millie asked. We'll try to arrange for someone to pick you up halfway. That's not possible. The forest around us is going up in flames, Curtis said. I was hoping you'd be able to swing by and pick us up, maybe lend a few guns to the fight. Travis held his hand out. Millie gave him the handset. Curtis, we're grounded here. You and John need to find a safe spot to hunker down. We can arrange a pickup in a few hours. I don't think that's on John's agenda, Curtis said. We're heading for Blanchard now. He escaped earlier, and we're pretty sure the coward is heading home. Is there anything you can do for us in the meantime? I've got a couple of drones in the air, Travis said. We'll have them swing by to give the area a quick visual sweep to scout ahead. Reapers? We could use someone to mow the lawn once we break the tree line, Curtis said. Old Predators scheduled for decommissioning, but they're armed for air-to-ground. We can have them clear the path for you, Travis said. Can you provide your exact location? Pretty sure we're in the only forest fire in the area. We'll be reaching the eastern edge, just before the large clearing by the time the drones reach us, Curtis said. We'll have your eyes in the sky there in no time, Travis said. Chapter 28. Curtis coughed into his sleeve. Looks like we got the fire creeping up from behind, and a wall of mercenaries armed with assault rifles waiting to greet us out there. John crouched and peered through the monocular. He didn't have a clear line of sight out into the clearing, and the smoke around them made things worse. We're blind here, he said. If we don't move now, we're dead either way. I don't know about you, but I'd rather take my chances out there. In the open? Curtis asked, following as John marched forward. Maybe we can draw them in here and fight from the trees. You heard Travis. He's got drones up there providing the eyes we'll need. They'll be no good if we're all in the trees as everything around us burns, John said. You've got a couple of spies overhead now, Travis said. Speak of the devil, Curtis mumbled. What do they see? A whole lot of smoke. Visibility is almost nil. We're moving to the edge of the tree line, John said. It should be easier to provide a location from there. Did you get that, Travis? Got it, Travis said. Just be careful. Once you designate the targets, those birds are going to swoop in and clear the way. Roger. We'll call you once we confirm their location, Curtis said. John neared the edge of the clearing. He flattened his body to the ground, pulling the binocular from his pocket. Keeping a few of the trees in front of himself for concealment, he scanned the area ahead of them. Curtis crawled up next to him. Are they out there? Yes, John said. But it's difficult to see through all the smoke. They're also spread out too far. That's good, right? Curtis squinted, trying to see through the haze. If those drones are going to be effective, we'll need to get the enemy clustered together, John said. Otherwise, we'll be rushing right into a kill box. They'll be shooting at us from both sides. Looks like we'll just sit tight until Travis calls back, Curtis said. Maybe the drone pilots can provide some more tactical input to help us come up with something, John said. John, Curtis, you guys still there? Travis asked. We're here, Curtis said. What's the word from the traffic cam? Bad news, gents. The pilots are saying there's just too much smoke to get a positive ID on their targets. The enemy should be in the clearing, John said. Can they make a quick pass and give us some insight? Negative. The smoke is spreading out from the forest into the clearing, Travis said. They're going to need someone to designate targets. All right, we'll figure something out, John said. Sit tight and we'll call back with more details. Maybe they could just fire out in the middle of the enemy's ranks, Curtis asked. We've got plenty to go around. John shook his head. Blanchard's men are still spread too thin for a pair of missiles to make a difference. Can't we just move out to one end and have the drone clear out the men on the outskirts? Curtis asked. We'll be able to fight them off as we pass.
They'll continue to pursue us. We don't have the ammunition for an extended fight, John said. Plus, that would take too much time. The fire will be right on top of us before those drones strike. That's even if we could effectively direct them to the right side.
What did you have in mind, then? Curtis asked. John pushed himself up to a kneeling position.
I draw them in. They got orders to hunt us down, so these guys won't be able to resist.
He swapped the partially empty magazine for a full one.
What?
That's insane, John. Curtis turned to look at him. There are a few dozen men out there, all with itchy trigger fingers.
That's perfect, John said. Tell Travis to have the pilots target the muzzle flashes.
Muzzle flashes? You can't be serious, Travis said. John says he's going to draw the men in toward the center, Curtis said. It's the only way a pair of drones can inflict sufficient casualties to help us out.
We can thin their numbers, Travis said. What John is planning sounds like suicide.
Tell me about it. We don't have the ammo for a prolonged fight, and we need to get by these guys fast. Otherwise, we're going to be a couple of crispy critters in here.
I'll pass the info along to the pilots, Travis said. You two do what you can to stay out of the line of fire.
I'm not the one that needs to hear that, Curtis said. John's already making his move. Get those predators to our position ASAP. Damien's boots hit the ground with a crunch. He stripped off his sweat-soaked button-down shirt, tossing it to the side as he strode to the side entrance. Zane exited the Jeep and followed, holding the door open for Gabriel and Micah. The two alphas paused as Gabriel looked over his shoulder at the Jeep.
I'm afraid we'll be needing the keys, he said.
Damien spun on his heel. Where are you two going? I need you here to fight when Stone reaches this place.
We're not your private security, Micah shot back.
I brought you here to kill John Stone, Damien said. That was the mission I had arranged with your employer. And seeing as how John is still alive and quite dangerous, I would say that you two have failed at your task.
Gabriel tilted his head and smiled. That's an interesting interpretation of events. With the opening necessary to kill Stone gone, the mission has been scrubbed.
According to whom? Damien asked, his face red.
Our employer, Micah said. I'm afraid the mission parameters have changed beyond our original agreement, Gabriel said. The services we offer don't include frontline battle, nor this last stand at the Alamo you're planning. Damien pulled the handgun from his holster and leveled the barrel at Gabriel's chest.
You're not going anywhere until I say you can.
Micah's pistol was out in a flash, aiming directly at Damien's temple. Gabriel's smug look of amusement never left his face. He looked down at the revolver pointed at him.
I'm afraid this call comes from well above all of our stations. You might kill me with this. Maybe. He nodded down to the revolver. Maybe not. But either way, Micah will put you down like the rabid hyena you are. He'll be doing Stone a favor, if I'm being honest.
Damien's hand trembled slightly. Barely noticeable, but enough to wiggle the front sight in his eyes. He took a breath, then relented, lowering the revolver.
Go then. Run home to your master with your tails tucked between your legs.
Gabriel placed his hand flat against his stomach and gave a slight bow, the smirk only serving to infuriate Damien more. Zane tossed the keys to the Jeep. Micah snatched them from the air as the Alpha climbed into the vehicle, pulling out of the compound and speeding away. Damien never took his eyes off of the dust cloud rising up behind the Jeep.
Gather anyone inside that you can. John Stone does not get into this building alive.
John emerged from the forest, weapon braced and front sight scanning the clearing. He swept the muzzle across the combatants as the battle computer in his mind put a plan together, taking in as much information as possible. Taking a knee, he pivoted his body 45 degrees and pressed the trigger. Curtis shouted into the radio. "Chambers, we need a sit rep on those drones. John just kicked off the party." He stepped into the open, kneeling next to John and firing to the opposite side of the enemy's ranks. "ETA 30 seconds, Travis said. John fired another burst, watching his target spiral as the soldier fell. Patting Curtis on the shoulder, he stood and took several steps to the side until he reached a small hollow in the ground, dropping prone. Curtis kept his rate of fire in check, firing several single shots before he followed suit. Falling to his stomach, Curtis propped the weapon on its magazine and continued the counterattack. "The birds are circling overhead now," Travis said. "They've got a probable ID on the enemy. Just give me the signal." "They're still too spread apart," John said.
I need to pull that left flank toward us more.
John, wait. They're about to drop a few missiles right on top of us, Curtis said. Inserting his last magazine, John snapped the charging handle and scrambled to his feet. The ground popped up in small blooms and fountains of dirt and grass as the enemy closed in. Rolling to his side, Curtis struggled to reload as he watched John rushing out to meet the enemy, focusing his fire on the stragglers to draw them in. With the AK topped off, Curtis pushed himself up to a knee and pinned the trigger to the rear. His only concern was to suppress the enemy and maybe draw some of their aggression to his position. "Curtis, light them up! Danger close!" Curtis shouted into the radio before continuing his attack. "Copy," Travis said. "Danger close." John staggered and rolled as a bullet grazed him across the ribs. He spread his body out on the ground, baring his teeth as it returned fire. The mercenaries swarmed them, threatening to overwhelm their position. Every muscle in Curtis's body tensed, anticipating the strike. He ran across the open ground, enemy bullets chasing him until he reached John. "Predators are inbound. Strike is imminent," he said, dropping to a knee to fight off the incoming wave. John nodded and got to his feet, firing a burst at a mercenary rushing ahead of the rest. The bullets tore at the man's shirt, stopping his advance. "Incoming!" Curtis dropped to his stomach and covered his head. Sweeping his muzzle to the side, John dumped the rest of his mag at the wall of attackers. 3 streaks of smoke whipped across the battlefield, separated by fractions of a second, as the Hellfire missiles slammed into the ground. With a deep whoomp, the air pulsed out. For John and Curtis, there was a brief moment of eerie silence before the explosions violently altered the landscape. The thundering booms washed outward, clearing the smoke from the forest fire away from the impact zones. The blast wave knocked John back as the big man rocked on his heels before falling like a downed tree. Even with the fire bearing down on them, both men felt the heat from the explosions wash over them. His chest aching, Curtis struggled to suck in another breath as his vision swam. Darkness shrank in around him as his head lolled to the side, hitting the dirt. Chapter 29. The buzzing in his head was first, filling John's eyes and ears. The vibrating drone looked like old television static on the insides of his eyelids. He pulled in a shallow breath, his chest shaking. Letting it out in a quick puff, he tried again, this time sucking in a full breath, his diaphragm still quivering. "There, John? Curtis, are you still there?" Travis's voice came in through the squealing and crackling. John rolled to his side and took his time getting to his feet. He pressed a palm to his temple and turned his head side to side, working the tension from his neck and shoulders. "We're here," Curtis said, sitting up. "But let's limit that kind of thing to every 100 years or so." "What's your status?" Travis asked. "Was the strike effective?" John looked down at his body and then at Curtis. Both men struggled to move, covered in small wounds, unclear which were from bullets and which were possible shrapnel from the blast. He turned his head side to side, surveying the damage. "I'd say so," Curtis said. "Anyone who survived that blast isn't going to be in any shape to put up much of a fight. Thanks for the support, Chambers." "I would say to stand down until we can reach you, but I already know John is planning on pushing ahead," Travis said. "Godspeed, gentlemen." John looked back over his shoulder as Curtis followed. Dropping his empty rifle, John scanned the battlefield for anything of use. The explosion had scattered everything about, either rendering it useless or leaving it completely unrecognizable. Curtis kicked over some debris with the toe of his boot, clutching his AK close to his chest. "Looks like we roll with what we've got," Curtis said. "Business as usual," John said, scanning the horizon through the monocular. "This is going to be a long hike," Curtis said as he inspected a damaged magazine torn apart in the strike. "I think I've got a better idea." John jogged across the clearing, away from the smoke and fire. Curtis looked around before following. As the haze cleared, the sharp lines of a vehicle's silhouette appeared in the distance. John reached the old pickup truck and hopped into the driver's seat, craning his neck to check for anything usable in the bed. "I really hope the keys weren't in one of the pockets back there." Curtis swung his body into the passenger seat. John tore a chunk of plastic away from the bottom of the steering column, exposing the wires inside. "Come on. I wouldn't want to keep Blanchard waiting." The brakes squealed as the truck shuddered to a stop. John killed the engine and climbed out, taking the binocular from his pocket. Curtis leaned out of the window, squinting. "I take it that's Blanchard's compound?" "I don't see any heavy resistance waiting for us," John said. "But we should still approach on foot, so they don't hear us coming." Shoving the stubborn door open with his boot, Curtis slid out, still holding the half-empty assault rifle. "I suppose now is a good time to mention that we don't have enough gear to storm this place, guns blazing." John looked at the rifle in Curtis's hands.
Still got that bolt gun?
Curtis looked down at his own torso and legs. Man, I vaguely remember dropping it, but I don't even know when. John looked through the scope again.
Like you said, we roll with what we've got.
He pocketed the monocular and nodded for Curtis to follow, hunching his body low as they approached the outer perimeter through the tall, swaying grass. At the wooden fence, John stopped for a moment before signaling to Curtis. He moved along the ground's outer boundary until they reached a small gap in the planks to see inside.
If we keep circling, there are enough trees to provide concealment as we climb over, John whispered.
Curtis nodded as they rounded the perimeter toward their entry point. The wind passed through the leaves of the tall, flat-crowned trees inside and outside of the fence, the branches gently swaying and whooshing.
Guess it was too optimistic to hope there were a few trees close to the outside of the fence, Curtis whispered,
pointing to the stumps dotting the ground along the fence. John nodded and leaned his back against the wooden post, bending his legs and lacing his fingers together. Curtis offered up a half-enthusiastic smile, trying to find the energy he would need to complete what John proposed. He pulled the rifle sling across his body and took several steps back. After a short run, Curtis stepped into John's hands. John hoisted him upward, high enough to get a solid handhold along the top of the fence. Curtis pulled himself to the top, draping one leg over as he flattened his body. John took 2 short steps before leaping up and thrusting himself a little higher with his boot on the fence. Curtis had his hand down, reaching for John's. They clasped their grips, grabbing each other's forearms. With a grunt, Curtis hoisted John up high enough to grab the top of the fence before swinging his other leg over and dropping to the grass below. John followed, his boots landing with a dull thud on the softer ground. They exchanged puzzled glances, looking around at the mini forest inside the compound. The grass inside the fence was much greener and lusher. John kept his body hunched as they reached the edge of the tree line to a large lawn.
"Are you serious?" Curtis mumbled.
A herd of zebras wandered about, grazing and scanning the area around them, on the lookout for danger. A smaller group of gazelles trotted around, closer to the large house in the center of the grounds.
"What is this, a petting zoo?"
Curtis pulled the AK around to the front, clutching it close to his chest.
"We're going to have to circle around toward the side of the house," John said. "We can't risk spooking the animals and letting anyone know we're here."
"Something's off," Curtis said. "I don't see anyone out here. No armed guards walking around?"
"They've got to be inside waiting for us."
John patted him on the shoulder.
"Let's go."
"Shouldn't we be a little more concerned about a small army inside waiting for us?"
"I didn't do the math, but I'm sure Blanchard's small army took the brunt of a drone strike back in the hunting grounds," John said.
Chapter 30. A zebra huffed and shook its head, trotting away. John stopped and held a hand out for Curtis to do the same. With a short grunt and another huff, the zebra turned its back and strolled toward the larger group.
"We're clear," John said.
"I think these animals are used to a lot of armed men walking around," Curtis said. Slowing their pace and approaching at almost a crouch, they reached the side entrance of the house. John peered in through the lower corner of the small window in the door. A second later, he dropped back and flattened himself to the wall.
"Someone's coming," he said.
Curtis pressed his body against the house and held his rifle at low ready. John tensed. His legs were coiled springs, ready to strike. The door opened, and he leaped into action, pinning the man against the wall, pressing his hand across the sentry's mouth. He was young, barely a man. His eyes bulged with fear as he stared John in the face. Curtis noticed that the sentry awkwardly held the AK, clutching the grip with all 4 fingers, none in the trigger guard. Yet his other hand wrapped around the barrel and gas block.
"John, wait!"
Curtis put a hand on his shoulder.
"I know. He's not one of Blanchard's soldiers," John said, still staring deep into the young man's eyes.
A tear rolled down his cheek, onto John's hand. Curtis took the rifle from his grip, checking to see if the weapon was loaded.
"If I release my grip, are you going to yell?" John asked.
He shook his head side to side as much as he could.
"Because I would hate to have to break your neck," John said.
Again his head shook, then nodded. His fear had him confused, communicating anything this dangerous man wanted to hear. "The mag's empty," Curtis said, tossing the steel box to the side. John released his grip but kept a hand on his chest, pinning him against the wall.
"Where is Blanchard? The hyena, where is he?"
"Inside," the young man said, his accent thick.
"Downstairs." "Why did you come out here? To kill us?"
John kept his words slow and deliberate, letting the man know how serious he was. He shook his head.
No, I do not want to fight.
His body shuddered.
Mr. Blanchard told me to protect this house.
This rifle is junk, Curtis said. They sent him out here with a piece of garbage and no ammo. He's the canary in the coal mine.
He wanted us to shoot you so they would know we were here, John said. Where are you from? Do you live near here?
Yes, my home is not far. Just that way.
He pointed southwest.
15 kilometers.
John looked at Curtis. According to the map's details still in his head, it was one of the villages they had visited before Blanchard's men ambushed Travis and the others.
Today's your lucky day, kid, Curtis said.
You get to go home in one piece.
Tell your friends and family to stay inside until we've taken care of the hyena and his men.
There are more,
the man said.
Downstairs. Inside.
Here? John asked. From your town?
Yes, and from others. You must help them.
We will. John's features softened. The young man could see the truth in the big man's eyes. But we're going to need you to tell us everything you know about this house, John said.
Damien paced the floor, chewing on a thumbnail, looking at the monitors again, but seeing nothing of note in the house. Locked in the lower levels of the house, he should have felt safe. Zane and 5 of his mercenaries hunkered down, waiting to take on John Stone when he got into the house. Readjusting the straps on his shoulder rig, Damien did one more lap around the room before turning to Zane.
What if he already killed that guy we sent out? Are your men ready?
I'm sure he's not here yet, Zane said, looking at his watch, then the clock on the wall next to the security monitors. The room had camera feeds from all over the house cycling through the monitors mounted on the wall. But mainly, this was the control room for directing the broadcasts for the underground fights Damien often liked to host when inviting high-powered guests to his grounds. With his hands on his hips, he watched over the footage on the screens. Damien turned to speak to the others, but something caught his eye. Movement in one of the displays.
What was that?
He asked, pointing at the center monitor.
Go back.
It's on a cycle, Zane said. We'll see that camera's feed again in a few seconds. The scowl on Damien's face switched to a snarl as his lips pulled back. The display in the center snapped to the camera near one of the side entrances. The tension in the room was almost tangible, but Damien felt only anger. He watched the footage showing John Stone and another man inside his house. Stone had no weapons, but his accomplice held an assault rifle. The second man pointed up to the camera, and a moment later, John's eyes moved up to the lens. Damien's body tensed. He could feel the fire in the man's stare through the digital output. Zane turned to his men.
Get out there and kill Stone!
He yanked the revolver from his holster and shoved it into the chest of one of the mercenaries armed only with blades.
Put a bullet through his heart, or I'll pull yours from your chest.
The man accepted the weapon and stood straighter, answering with a nod before turning to follow the rest of the soldiers. Curtis swept the muzzle of the rifle around the corner, slicing it into sections as he moved laterally.
Clear.
John turned into the hallway, staying close to the wall as Curtis matched his steps on the other side. He glanced up at the ceiling and held a hand up for John to stop. Pointing to the dome mounted into the wooden slats running down the length of the corridor, Curtis turned to John.
It's a good bet that Blanchard knows we're here. Good. Maybe he'll find the courage to come out and meet us so we don't have to waste any more time playing hide-and-seek, John said, moving forward.
Curtis brought his weapon up and joined him. At the end of the hall, the path opened up to a spacious dining room. A set of double doors opened up to an equally large study. John and Curtis reached the dining table, moving down its length on either side.
Do you hear that?
John asked. Welcoming party, Curtis said as the footfalls of men in a hurry thumped from outside of the library. They ran forward, hunkering down behind the walls containing the sliding double doors. The first of the enemy soldiers stepped into the study, firing his weapon at the intruders. More men joined, adding their shots to the barrage. Curtis propped a foot out for support and leaned far enough to get a good line of sight on the attackers. His weapon cracked twice. One of the rounds found its mark, hitting a mercenary in the shoulder. The man grunted and stumbled, staggering back.
We don't have sufficient cover to keep this fight going, Curtis said. These walls aren't going to hold up much longer.
John responded with a quick nod and lunged out into the open, grabbing one of the dining chairs as he pulled back. Bullets splintered the table, shattering plates and scattering the silverware. Curtis popped out and squeezed off another pair of rounds, but the return fire forced him back. John whipped the chair through the air with a shout. The hardwood projectile hurtled across the library, barely missing one of the mercenaries as he rolled to the side. Before the enemy could suppress John, he was already out in the open, rushing the closest attacker. One of the soldiers stood up from behind his cover and took aim at John. Curtis beat him to the punch and fired the last 3 rounds in his magazine before he also rushed into the study. John reached the closest foe, forcing the barrel offline as he pushed the weapon into the mercenary's body, driving him backward. Bullets ripped through the human shield as his allies continued shooting at the wall of flesh and bone bearing down on them. John gritted his teeth as one of the bullets dug into his side. He turned the man to one side and drove a foot into his chest, ripping the gun from his foe's grasp and sending his body into another mercenary. With most of the attention on John, Curtis reached the injured man he had shot seconds before. The man winced as he rose to a knee and tried to raise his weapon. Curtis tossed his empty AK at the man's chest. His foe attempted to block the incoming chunk of stamped steel and wood, sending his own shots into the ceiling. Curtis thrust his knee forward, hammering the man across the side of his face, slamming his head into the small chair-side table in the middle of the room. He grabbed the rifle and dropped to a crouch next to the high-backed leather seat. John had the AK tucked against his body as he swept the muzzle to the side, sprang back and forth with 3 short bursts. Curtis leaned out and fired a long burst, shredding the wall where one of the men had taken cover. Another attacker fell to their counteroffensive. The last 2 soldiers turned to flee. John sprinted to the exit of the study, leading to a long corridor. He had his weapon shouldered and thundering as he reached the hall. Curtis was close behind, lending his support to the task. Their rounds punched holes into the slower of the 2, ripping through his body and tagging the lead man. He shouted in pain and fell face first, sliding across the hardwood flooring. The mercenary struggled to turn over, clutching a pistol in one hand as he tried to scramble away. John and Curtis stalked him, moving down the hall as the man continued working the trigger, the handgun bucking wildly, until the slide locked back. With a snap of his boot, John sent the pistol bouncing away. He pinned the man to the ground, pressing the muzzle against his sternum. "Blanchard, where is he?" The man spat at John, a mix of blood and saliva. The rifle boomed twice in the tight space. John eased the bolt open, checking the chamber before dropping the empty weapon. "I'm out too," Curtis said, leaning his AK-74 against the wall. "This guy has a lot of knives, though." "Help yourself," John said. "I'm going after Blanchard." Curtis knelt next to the man, patting his pockets and pulling out a ring of keys. "This could come in handy, in case our friend decided to lock himself in his room." Chapter 31. The end of the corridor led to a staircase, spiraling down. John leaned over the rail to get a better angle to see where it ended. "The kid outside did say he was down below," Curtis said. "This is most likely where the other 2 mercs were headed," John said. "It's our best bet." He started down, placing each boot flat before shifting his weight, reducing the thumping on each step. Curtis did the same, following John's pace. "It smells like a zoo down there," Curtis said. "I think I hear something growling or chuckling. I can't tell which." "Hyenas," John said as he reached the bottom. The vast underground level was rustic, wood and earth, lit by warm bulbs mimicking torchlights. Burly wooden beams rose up at regular intervals, supporting the house above. John descended into an arena carved out in the center, with seating around a portion of the perimeter. It was a broad, flat, circular area with short, hip-high walls separating the combatants inside from the spectators. Curtis circled around, walking the length of an enclosure with a pack of hyenas inside, licking their chops, huffing and circling. "I think it's their dinner time." John came up on the other side of the arena, near a short hallway ending at a solid oak door reinforced with steel bands. There were small cells built into the walls on either side. "Curtis," John said, peering into the first cell. "I'm on it," Curtis said, fishing the keys from his pocket. The bars rattled as a pair of weathered hands grabbed the cell door, shaking it. "Please, get us out of here before he returns." Curtis fumbled and singled out one of the keys. "That's the idea. Just sit tight, and we'll have you out of here. How many of you are there?" "About 9 or 10, John said, walking to the end of the corridor to check every cell. "You need to hurry." "Score," Curtis said, pulling the gate open. The man stepped out, grabbing his shoulders. Thank you," he said. His skin pulled tight against his limbs, making his joints appear almost larger than the muscles on his bones. The man's cheeks were sucked in, and his clothes were at least 2 sizes too big. "There are more doors than keys on this ring, so I think we're in luck," Curtis said. "This key probably works in all of the doors." He unlocked the next cell to confirm his suspicion, then handed the key to the first man he had let out. "Get your friends free." The clacking of tumblers and jingling keys receded into the background as Curtis joined John. "This is sick," Curtis said. "What kind of monster locks people up like this to use for entertainment?"
Don't worry, John said. We're here to put Blanchard down like the rabid animal he is.
Speaking of, you think our little hunting buddy is locked in there? Curtis asked.
Possibly.
John pressed a hand flat on the oak slats braced together with steel bands and rivets.
Once all the cells are open, we'll just grab the keys and let ourselves in. There's no place for a key, John said. It's an electric lock.
He tapped a slim steel box protruding from the wall next to the door.
That's all of them, the skinny man said.
The crowd behind him were also in various states of malnutrition, but none as bad as he was.
Let's go, John said. We'll figure out how to reach Blanchard once they're safe.
You are here for the hyena? One of the men asked. Please, let me help.
He stopped, letting the others pass by as they ran through the arena. John walked around him, too.
No. You need to go home to your friends and family. We'll take care of the hyena.
I just want to see the look on his face when...
The man's words were cut off as a leather lash snared his leg. Zane took a step back and jerked the whip hard, pulling the man's legs out from underneath him. See the look on his face when what? John spun and saw the door at the far end of the corridor swinging shut as Blanchard peered out. The villager on the ground freed his leg as the bullwhip cracked, splitting the air as well as the flesh on the man's calf. He clutched the wound, screaming. John ran over to help him, lifting to his feet with ease and retreating before the whip struck again. The end of the leather snapped, just missing as they backed away.
Curtis, get them out of here, John said.
Wrapping his arm around the man's waist, Curtis was already there, helping him as they rejoined the rest of the group. John turned to face Zane.
They won't get far, Zane said. Once I peel the flesh from your bones, I'll track them down. If any make it back to their homes, I'll be sure to extract a little extra payment from their families.
John stole a glance over his shoulder to make sure Curtis got the men upstairs. He squared up with his opponent, flexing his hands and bowling them up into fists. Zane smiled, gathering the length of braided leather into a loose coil, laying it at his feet.
Shall we?
Zane asked, tossing his aviator sunglasses to the side. He wound his arm in a large circle, pulling the whip into an arc. Cutting back through the motion, Zane sent the end screaming forward. John lunged to his side, avoiding the mini sonic boom. Pushing off his right leg, he drove forward toward his foe. Zane's skill with the unconventional weapon caught John off guard as the man pulled the whip into another quick arc. John winced as the leather snapped into his arm, slicing the flesh where it struck. Continuing his rush, he quartered the distance between them. Zane's footwork won some of the space back, but not enough to keep the weapon in the fight. The whip cracked over John's head, well behind the intended target. John covered the remaining ground, launching a cannonball right hand. Again, his opponent's skill with the whip surprised him as Zane pulled a short section above the handle taut, using it to deflect the punch. He launched a counterattack, aiming for John's temple with the butt end of the handle. Sinking his stance enough to rock his body underneath the blow, John dug a left hook into his foe's gut. The strike sent the man reeling as he staggered back. Immediately, both men saw the distance between them open up. Before John could bridge the gap, the whip was already slicing through the air. Gauging the range, Zane wound the end around John's ankle. He grabbed the handle with both hands and pulled hard enough to steal John's balance, dropping him. Shuffling back, Zane had his weapon circling overhead once more. John rolled away, cursing to himself mid-maneuver for not trying to close the distance. The searing burn lanced through his nerves as the bullwhip tore a 2-inch jagged wound across his left scapula, ripping both shirt and flesh. John pushed the pain away and rose to his feet, eyes burning with fury as he focused his rage on his opponent. Zane's smile faltered for a split second before he lashed out again. John stepped back, leaning away to avoid the first strike, reading the movements of his foe's arm and tracking the path of the weapon. Timing his moves, John stepped in as the second attack spiraled in. John brought his arm up, lunging forward to get inside of the dangerous tip of the bullwhip. The leather wrapped around his forearm, and John snatched the middle with the same hand. He pulled, reeling his foe in. Zane's feet struggled to find purchase as he slid across the dirt floor in the arena. He released his grip on the weapon before John could get his hands on him.
"What's the matter? You don't like sharing your toys?"
John asked, unwinding the end from his arm as he dropped the whip. Expecting the man to flee, he took a step forward. Zane's attack nearly caught John off guard as the man snapped a low roundhouse kick. When John stepped away to avoid the attack, Zane's foot continued its arc, snapping back as a hook kick that struck in the side of the head.
"He's using his feet like he uses that whip," John thought,
half amused. Turning to face his opponent again, John felt a boot drive into his stomach. He absorbed the blow, spraying flecks of spittle through gritted teeth, but before Zane could pull the foot away, John clamped a hand around his ankle. John wound up, ready to deliver another right cross. When his foe brought his arms up to try and cushion the blow, John arced the punch downward into the meaty outside of Zane's thigh. He let out a grunt of pain and tried to pull away, but John hammered away with another blow to the same spot. His leg spasmed, and John lost his grip on the leg as the man crumpled to the ground. Stalking the man, John strode forward. He grabbed him by the shirt and jerked him up to his feet. On unsteady legs, Zane hobbled back. John saw that he was going for the whip again. He smiled and reached out to pull the man back. The flash of steel caught the light of one of the fake torches. Zane pulled a small revolver from his belt, firing from retention. The bullet grazed John but tore more cloth than skin. John clamped a hand around the man's wrist before he could pull the trigger again. He wrapped his other hand around the grip of the handgun and squeezed. The fingers underneath his shifted and popped as Zane's mouth fell agape, only a low rumble escaping. Tossing the revolver away and releasing his foe, John watched the man fall to the ground, crawling the last few feet to retrieve the bullwhip. Zane struggled to climb back to his feet, but before he could pull the weapon into an arc, John grabbed the free end and dragged the man close. Winding the leather around his neck, John grabbed both ends of the whip and spun his foe around, tightening it around Zane's neck. John kept applying pressure until he was supporting the man's full body weight. Relaxing his grip, Zane's dead body dropped into a heap. John spotted the keycard on the man's belt and bent down to pluck it free. He rose slowly and looked down the corridor at the reinforced door at the far end. Standing over his kill, John let his gaze climb up to one of the ceiling-mounted cameras.
How does it feel, Blanchard? How does it feel to be hunted?
Chapter 32. In the cold air, the burns and cuts registered in John's mind. He sucked in deep breaths through flared nostrils as he walked toward the corridor. His boots scraped along the dirt floor as he stepped out of the arena. John looked down at the keycard, turning it over in his fingers. He shifted his gaze toward the steel box next to the door. "Looks like I missed all the fun," Curtis said. He walked along the outer perimeter of the large circular clearing, weaving between the chairs for the spectators in Blanchard's twisted little coliseum.
"You're here in time for the dessert," John said, holding up the card.
Curtis took the card, pinching it between his index and middle fingers. "Is he in there?"
"That looks like the only way in or out. Unless he's got a secret tunnel," John said. "But I don't think he ever expected someone in here coming to get him."
A faint beep and click pulled John's attention away.
"Look out!"
He lunged to the side, pulling Curtis clear. The walls and columns around them shook as the massive .454 Castle revolver boomed. Damien rushed down the corridor, thumbing the hammer back, and shouted his incoherent rage. Stepping into the open, he took aim with his outstretched arm, squeezing the trigger. John and Curtis split up, avoiding his line of fire. The revolver's recoil snapped Damien's wrist back as his arm bent to absorb the powerful shot. Before he could fire again, John moved behind one of the wooden support beams, pressing his body against it. The air pulsed out again as the hand cannon thundered. A chunk of the wood tore free, like a jungle cat had taken a bite from it. Bits of dirt and rock sprinkled down on John's head and neck. He leaned his body out from the other side, tracking Blanchard's movement. Damien's eyes lit up as he saw John peering out, his arm stretched out again, taking aim as he moved forward. Before the pistol barked, a length of leather snapped out, winding around his hand and wrist. Something yanked him to the side, out of John's line of sight. He hit the hard-packed dirt with a sharp exhale, puffing out in a cloud of dust. The revolver slid along the ground inside the arena where Curtis stood, still holding the bullwhip. John stepped out and closed the distance as Damien scrambled to his feet. His eyes bounced back and forth between Curtis and John.
"Hardly a fair hunt, Stone."
John could see the fear in the man's movements, but his words communicated an almost admirable bravado. Curtis picked the revolver up and opened the loading gate, dumping the spent shells and last few rounds.
"Oh, I'm not here to participate. I'm only here as a spectator. I'd hate to take this opportunity away from my friend." "You've got a better shot at surviving than you give the people that you've terrorized," John said, still moving toward his quarry.
Damien saw the pain in John's gait. He eyed his opponent up and down, making a mental note of all the injuries he had suffered to this point. And then he smiled, his posture straightening. John rolled his sleeves up as he covered the last couple of meters between them. They stood toe-to-toe, Damien standing as tall as John. The frenzied chatter from the hyenas added another audience to the show. They rattled the bars of their enclosure, barking and growling, begging to be let loose. Damien looked over his shoulder at the animals. He used the glance to wind his body up for the sucker punch he launched. The right cross struck John across the jaw. Damien sank his stance and followed with a pair of alternating hooks to his opponent's ribs. The blood drained from Damien's face as John shook off the blows, wiping a hand down his cheek. A smile stretched across John's face. Damien launched a hook for the head, but John's forearm stopped the blow, sending a jolt of pain through his elbow and shoulder. John's fist plowed through Damien's defense, crunching cartilage. Tears streamed down his face as blood poured freely from his broken nose. Damien lashed out again. His fists found their marks as John did nothing to stop them. The first had little effect, but the body blow that followed struck solidly against one of the many cuts and wounds covering his opponent. John winced as the fist dug into the puncture wound underneath his ribcage, sending the bit of shrapnel just a bit deeper. Damien's renewed hope dropped away once again as John's expression switched from mild amusement to an emotionless mask. Before Damien could redouble his efforts, John buried a fist into his stomach. He fell to all fours, struggling to suck in a breath as he retched. John grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him up, snapping a short left hand into Damien's jaw. As the brute walked him down, Damien whipped a sloppy hook. John swatted it away and drove a jab into his face, staggering him away. He fell onto his back, tripping on his own feet. He rolled over onto all fours and spit a glob of blood into the dirt. Two of his teeth mixed into the muddy mixture. Grabbing a handful of Damien's hair, John pulled him upright. He latched onto John's wrist, struggling to his feet. "All right, you win," he said. "Just take me in." Blood poured from his mouth and nose as another tooth fell free. John released his grip and shook his head.
"No, I'm not here to lock you up. I'm here to make sure you can't hurt anyone else."
Damien's face twisted into a snarl as he let loose another flurry of blows. John swatted most away, but allowed a few to sneak in, absorbing the ineffectual punches. He swiped the back of his hand across the beaten man's face. Damien lost his footing, grabbing the bars of the hyena enclosure to prop himself up. He turned and pressed his back to the gate as John stalked him. The wild animals rushed the cage, tearing at his shirt and pants, yipping and chattering. Damien stepped away, trying to escape the nipping jaws, but John put a hand on his chest and shoved him against the bars again.
"The hyena,"
John said, looking the man up and down.
"You must be proud of that nickname. Makes you sound tough and ferocious, doesn't it?"
Damien's legs buckled, but the pack of animals pulling at his clothes kept him upright.
"Please, just take me in. Arrest me!" "Why, so they can lock you up until your high-powered lawyers bribe the right people to let you out?"
John's face hardened.
"There's only one cage you belong in."
He brought his knee up and thrust his foot forward. The sole of John's boot crashed into Damien's body, driving him backward into the gate with tremendous force. His ribs gave out with an audible crunch a split second before the metal latch holding the bars in place. Damien's body reeled backward into the enclosure as the hyenas descended upon him, tearing away at his flesh and crushing his bones with powerful jaws as he screamed in terror and pain. John pressed a hand to one of the many wounds on his body and made his way to the exit. Curtis dropped the revolver and joined him. "Hey, should we be worried about those wild animals eating Blanchard alive?" he asked.
"We'll be fine," John said. "They'll be tearing chunks from his corpse long after we've left the building." "Thank you, the skinny man said to John and Curtis as they exited the building. "I do not know what we can ever do to repay you."
John smiled.
"Just get home to your families. All of you."
"Of course, if they want to cook up something to eat, I wouldn't turn you down," Curtis said.
"It would be an honor," the man said.
John and Curtis helped them load up into the jeeps and trucks around the compound, not wanting them to walk home in their conditions. "I saved the best one for us," Curtis said, waving to the vehicles driving past the gate. Looking over his shoulder, John's eyes locked onto Blanchard's monster truck. His smirk bled through the stoic front he tried to put on. It was gaudy, loud, and cartoonish. Perfect for an egotistical man like the hyena. "You're awfully quiet," Curtis said. "What's eating at you?" No pun intended, considering our friend downstairs feeding the zoo animals.
"The alphas," John said. "I expected them to be here with Blanchard, but there was no sign of them."
Curtis put a hand on John's shoulder. "I get it, man. We need to make them pay for Parker's condition."
"They're dangerous. I don't like the idea of them running free."
"Let's get back to Travis and the others first," Curtis said.
We can figure out the next step then." John nodded and took the offered keys.
"How'd you do that with the whip back there?"
"I wish I could tell you. It's something I saw on TV one too many times as a kid. Figured, how hard could it be?" Curtis circled around and climbed up into the passenger seat. Taking the ladder up, John settled in behind the wheel.
"Maybe it's something you should keep in your toolbox."
Curtis chuckled, staring out the windshield into the smoky sky in the distance. "I guess I'll have to rethink my loadout for future missions." Chapter 33. A pair of Samuel 20s sat along the side of the road, engine still rumbling as the remaining soldiers climbed on board. Millie helped to pull any sensitive materials and weapons from the shredded Mambas, passing them to one of the soldiers that had arrived to support the convoy and help clean up the battle.
"You have got to be kidding me,"
Travis said, adjusting his sunglasses. Millie climbed onto the Mamba's rear bumper to peer over the vehicle. A truck on monstrous tires rounded the bend. Mounted on a higher suspension, it absorbed every bump and hill in the road, the cab almost gliding to the convoy. Jimenez took his hat off and wiped a hand back, smoothing his sweaty hair. "It seems that Curtis and John have decided to roll up in style." The monster truck wheeled around, stopping next to the Mamba where Travis stood. The driver's door opened, and John climbed out. "Do I even want to know what the monthly payment is on this thing?" Travis asked. "It's a rental," John said. "More of a loaner," Curtis added, circling around from the rear of the truck. "The owner let us use it as long as we like." "You always got to show off, don't you, Clark?" Jimenez said. Millie joined the group, arms folded across her chest. "What happened to Blanchard and the Alpha assets?" John turned, lips pressed together.
"The Alphas are gone. We don't know where they went."
"But Blanchard decided to change his ways and start a small business making hyena food," Curtis said. "More of a one-off, really." Travis cocked his head to the side. "Are you saying he was eaten by hyenas? We should really get a full debriefing and exchange notes once we're done here." John looked at the soldiers packing the remaining crates into the pair of trucks. "The people still need those supplies we were hauling. We'll load them all up into another convoy and make the drops," Travis said. "But the problem is bigger than that." "I know. Blanchard has people in the government on his side," John said. "Even with him out of the picture, some other maniac could fill that power void and pick up where he left off. They need to be dealt with." "Not by us," Travis said. "We can't have American forces cleaning up the South African government. That's something they'll have to do. We can serve in a consulting role, but that's it. No more boots on the ground." John nodded. "We still need to track down the Alpha assets. It's too dangerous to leave those loose ends." Travis adjusted his collar. "Millie has a lead on their chain of command. I know a guy that can help us on that end." "Good." John rolled his sleeves down and rubbed a thumb hard along the palm of his right hand. "Just let me know when we roll out." "You and Clark need some downtime first," Travis said. "We'll have to make a stop once we land in the States." John's brow furrowed. "It's a good thing," Travis said. "Just got word that Parker is awake now. Looks like he's going to make a full recovery." Chapter 34. St. Augustine, Florida. John hesitated at the door. He stared at the number placard on the wall, clutching the baseball cap in his hands. Facing the enemy was something he had grown accustomed to over the years. Losing friends on the battlefield was always hard, but losing civilian friends and family caught in the crossfire was something that John never expected to deal with. Tracking down Blanchard and the assassins, he had to put the thoughts of Parker, Jennifer, and Emily out of his mind, like a machine performing a given task. But all the guilt and fear of putting them in harm's way in his quest to take out the order flooded back as he stood in the hallway of the hospital. Taking a deep breath, John let the air out through his nose in a long, slow exhale. He stepped into the room, knocking on the wall next to the doorframe. Parker had a funny look on his face as he looked down at the sandwich in his hand. He continued chewing for a second before looking up at John. His eyes lit up, and he swallowed the food in his mouth. "John!" A look of concern fell over his face as his eyes darted up and down. "You look terrible." John laughed. "I'm glad you're up and about. You look well?" "Yeah.
Guess I don't look so bad for a guy that just woke up from a medically induced coma, Parker said. You look like you forgot the sunscreen while hanging out at the beach. Why do you look like a lobster?
Doc says Curtis and I suffered first and second-degree burns from the fires, John said, looking at his arms. Curtis more so, considering he jumped through the flames like a madman.
Sounds like something he would do. That guy's a man of action. Parker took another bite of the sandwich, scrunching up his face as he chewed, lifting the bread to look inside. He raised his eyebrows and swallowed. Wait, what fires?
I take it you didn't get a chance to talk to Travis before I arrived. John took the seat next to Parker's bed. Do you remember what happened earlier this week? Why you were in the hospital?
I gotta be honest, I don't know much, but the doctors told me that I had been shot, Parker said. The last thing I remember is you tackling me, and then automatic gunfire. The rest is sort of a blank.
The men who attacked us were connected to the Order, John said. They were working for Damien Blanchard.
I knew that weasel Blanchard was going to be trouble, Parker said. So was that it? You took care of them? John clasped his fingers together, resting his forearms on his knees.
Millie helped us track Damien and the assassins to South Africa. We went there to shut his whole operation down for good. But the men who shot you were gone by the time I got my hands on Blanchard.
Millie? You guys brought the hardcore back together? Parker asked, sitting up in his bed. Did Ty do anything crazy this time around?
John chuckled. It was just Millie. I don't know where Ty is these days. I'll have to tell you all about it over a beer when you get out of here.
Knock, knock, Jennifer Colt said, rapping her knuckles on the open door. Is this a good time to visit? Uncle John! Emily shouted, jumping into his lap. Jennifer set a bag on the tray over Parker's legs and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. How are you doing? We heard you were awake, and I figured you would need a care package. I'm doing fine, Parker said, checking the bag. His eyes lit up as he pulled out a handheld game system and a cell phone. He fished out the chargers, looking for a place to plug them in. Jennifer helped out as Emily hopped down and stood next to his bed. How's the food? She asked. Not bad, Parker said. Not good either. I can't tell. Can I have your Jell-O? John rubbed his hand over her head as he smiled. Emily and Parker continued negotiations for the dessert as John gave Jennifer a hug. How are you holding up? Jennifer asked.
Not bad. Is Emily staying out of trouble?
Of course not, she said. John laughed.
I've got to go now. Let me know if you two need anything.
You've already done so much for us, John. He smiled and nodded.
Take care, Parker.
Epilogue. Miami, Florida. The sounds of children at play mingled with the grinding of car tires on gravel as Travis pulled into the unfinished driveway. The breeze slipped through the open windows, carrying the scent of grilling meats from a backyard party further down the street. "This is it," Travis said, shutting off the engine and slipping his finger through the ring of the keys. John undid the seat belt and climbed out, stretching his shoulders and back as he took in another breath, enjoying the smells of the neighborhood barbecue. Travis dropped the keys into the pocket of his slacks and pushed the sleeves of his shirt up to his elbows.
"Does he know we were coming by?"
John asked, adjusting the holstered 1911 inside the waistband, just behind his hip.
"Yeah,"
Travis said, his expression communicating otherwise.
"I'm pretty sure he knows. What's his connection to all of this again?"
"He and I had a few run-ins with Russians back in the day," Travis said. "He's the kind of guy to hold a grudge, so I know he's got some pretty in-depth files on the major players that could help us out."
"You've worked with him before?" John asked. "Were you partners in Vice?"
Travis scrunched his face.
"You could say that, I guess. He was a homicide detective when we first crossed paths." "And what does he do now?"
"Probably sit in a lawn chair and drink cheap beer," Travis said, walking toward an older man seated in a lawn chair, holding a can of off-brand beer.
"Travis Chambers," the man said. "I thought you were dead."
"We spoke on the phone yesterday."
"I meant I hoped you were dead."
The older man crushed the can in his fist and tossed it into a pile of weather-worn bottles and cans of various beer brands. He pushed himself to his feet with a grunt and walked over to Travis. John's body tensed, uneasy about the encounter. The two men exchanged hearty handshakes and a hug.
Travis held his friend out at arm's length.
Man, I forgot how big you were.
Travis squeezed one of the man's biceps. He turned to John.
He looks like your drunk uncle.
The man wiped a hand over his mouth.
While you're buttering me up, what is it I can do for you again?
Look, I'm not going to tap dance around the issue, Travis said. We've got some troubles, and I'm hoping you can help us uncover some more information about the players we're dealing with. He folded his arms over his chest.
Russians.
The older man's eyes narrowed. The muscles in his jaw worked like he was chewing on the words he wanted to say.
I'm in.
Hey, man, you don't need to dust off your gear, Travis said. We just need you to point us in the right direction.
I've been living and breathing this stuff for a while. How bad do you want this intel?
Travis and John looked at each other. Travis saw the look in his eye and just shrugged. Your call. John held his hand out.
Welcome to the team.
The man's handshake was firm as he locked grips.
I'm sorry I didn't get your name. I'm John Stone.
Pleasure. Name Scott Maverick.
This concludes the John Stone Action Pack, Books 4 through 6, Military Action Thriller Series, by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Copyright 2019 by Alan Manning. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Alan Manning and Brian Manning and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.